抢！
我马上要走！
我救他！救他！
我给他！
我人
上！漂亮！
对，你没看错，我又来录垃圾话了。作为 Nbpl 劳模的代言人，多来配合官方营业也是应该的。
我准备好了，要不要这么卷啊？
仔细打量一下，咱们州官一家人都整整齐齐啊！
别来沾边。作为一支颜值战队的形象代表，我倍感压力。
哼，电子竞技咱们不谈颜值，哼，关键还得靠实力。
你可以永远相信我的队友，硬实力。
我奉劝你不要太相信我们，因为我们也不知道什么时候能来一波大分。
Leo，这段时间没见，你怎么胖了？没有吧，可能里面塞了这个。哎呀，
我们前期拿分的能力无人能敌。
哎，你这新面孔，我在决赛前可没见到过啊。
论粉丝量，我们独一档，没毛病的。
论配合，我们经济才是独一档。
没得说，毕竟永蝶、华佗、扁鹊生死秒。
论颜值，我们独一档没问题吧？
这个东西见仁见智，但论音量，我们也是独一档。
小声点，你们的战术快让我听完了。
你们不要再打了，
女装都买好了，就差夺冠了。
我觉得亚军也可以搞一搞，毕竟你们概率更大一点。
我们的优势非常明显，突出一个稳定。
这就是你们毫无特点的理由吗？
我感受到身上流淌着的杰杯冠军血脉逐渐沸腾起来了。
有点热啊，开空调了吗？
刚加入 Nbpl 就进了总决赛，希望大家上点强度。
确实，我也刚来，但是我单排、3排都进了。作为过来人，我劝你先打完2个常规赛、2个复活赛、2个总决赛，再来说话吧。
3号位的身法天花板站在这里。
我还是3排中唯一的单排泰斗呢。
原本以为不全面就已经很帅了，没想到上次整那个湖中日月，所以这次 FMP 我一定整到手。
不朽面具评分的事情，上次还没聊完呢。
说这么多，有本事跟我单挑。
单挑我在行。
好的，那垃圾话就说到这里了。
那我们赛场上见真章吧。
双十一当天，请多多为我们投票吧。
壮士已提丹青笔，传奇留名在今朝。剑拔弩张，战出本色，让我们迎接总决赛16豪强登场。一发入魂，定江山。ASE。一文，艾雷克斯，小金，辉仔。一往无前，旗开得胜。17GL， 本初，子瑜 ，AS， 通少。集结战斗，追逐梦想。集结号 RD， 初月，小雷神，离心 ，Water。风雨无阻，生来为赢。Wintas， 小鱼 ，Pixel， 无心98，天骄，瑞希。人人皆可电竞。NPG， 阿甘 ，Waiting， 独白，6根。黄沙百战穿金甲，不破楼兰终不还。AOW， 酷酷，米卡萨，平头，落叶。巅峰之路，战无止境。EWG， 三少爷，叶然，小鲤鱼。无惧傲雪凌霜，不灭心之所向。星辰 Gaming， 小南，李星恒，奈何桥，凌波。 剑指巅峰，无畏向前。J-Team， 雕、别离、扎克。以梦铸剑，剑指巅峰。OUG， 星宇、韦德、苏苏。破晓而生，大能扶摇。OC 0128，冷静。雷龙天翔，顶峰相见。GD， 长安夜，冬青，卡卡西。以狼之名，仗剑行侠。狼队，晚风，周14。机心利剑，登峰造极。积极，李新淼，330，小恶魔。速回初心，涅槃重生。FunPlus 朱雀 ，Leo， 小伟，谭许杰 ，LYD。努力决定实力，态度决定高度。YZG， 一棵草，陈玄之，钱滚滚，小虎，月光。沧海横流，方显英雄本色；青山矗立，不坠青云之志。Nbpl 第2赛季3排总决赛现在开始。 风云际会，日月争光。16豪强齐聚巨窟之巅，他们初生牛犊不怕虎，只为挑战自己的极限。他们急需改变，期待破茧成蝶。他们固若金汤，给予对手足够的威慑力。他们屡次与荣誉失之交臂，渴望证明自己。他们周冠加冕，实力超群。想要夺冠，你有何能耐？是对局势的精准把握，闪电出击，一击毙命。
的话，两个队友是被打掉，同时的话，另外一侧是一个穿云积极又来
平头天降，但是这个地方能晕到吗？
可以，
晕住了，队友跟上集火半月劈，
是过人的胆识，凡夫其心，亦可屠龙。
在这一波的话，有人进攻眼，传脸上了，有晕坐，一波集火，看一下瓜这个位置，我的天哪，瓜没了 ，LW 要进攻，要屠龙了，这边直面能不能晕住了？
李欣，
这里看看，这里是一个5秒钟的，这波伤害能不能补满？
哎呀，补满了，这个人头拿到手了吗？
是的，季季这边的话有可能要屠龙了吗？看一下季季能不能屠龙成功，这一波很关键。楚叶这边也直接被秒了，
或单刀赴会，能取3将首级。
小伟这边过来帮忙了，一个盘龙棍带走了苏苏。哦，小伟，他是个独狼啊！什么一敌一有，我照单全收。再拿1分，旁边有花吃还能吃。小伟这个独狼吃了花，马上有奥义，有了盘龙棍可以先直接开奥义，然后停一下，没有动到。继续顶，但是被金钟罩反了，后续直接动到，
是深信彼此，将后背托付给对方的决断。
面造压力，然后反水和变兵东2个康水炮配合队友，盘龙棍李奇淼状态很差了，3神这边还是一个天海金刚伏魔模式，所以说帮不了自己的队友。完了，欧游记这一波的话是趁着340一个变身的间隙带走了他的2个队友，340这边也不能幸免于难。和着队友喊起火，状态他自己刀被震了，回头再一处决，伤害是不错，再赔一个凤凰羽，这一丝血，队友怎么跑？换甲换得非常漂亮，原地再沉浮。
即便是再渺茫的机会，也从不放弃。
大家都被晕在了里面，东青来到一个沙炮，这个梅花桩我熟啊，但是正当夺魂长剑，东青有一脚，他想复刻陈玄之，但他没有做到。
哪怕结局已定，尚存一颗要活下去的心。
走不掉了，还是得往前跑一跑的，不要丧失希望。完了，双了，但米斯卡的血量能撑动吗？撑不住，互相扶持，这就是兄弟，这就是联盟。
如果你还能做到，请踏上这决战之地，去争夺这最高荣誉。2022 Nbpl S2总决赛3排赛，新的王朝由你们开启。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans from around the world? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're entering our grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had our first day of solos, and what a day it was. Nobody expected the turn of events we saw yesterday, and it left J-Team's Exjin sitting at the top of the leaderboard by a single point, followed very closely behind by WBG's Spider. And these grand finals are only going to get more heated as we step into trios. I'm your host and your caster. I'm the OG, the originator of the Naraka. I'm here with my boy as well, my main man, my right-hand man. He's been here with me since the very beginning. Let me get a round of applause for my boy, Dobby. Dobby, how you feeling, baby?
I'm feeling amazing. It's crazy how a year ago we was here, and sounds like a very similar story with Exjin so far, being in the top for the solos, but now we're going into the madness that we talk about all the time, that is trios. Trios has been undisputably one of the most insane moments, insane games that we have seen thus far. Trios is a game where you just don't know what's going to happen, how the endings are, and these final circles are absolutely an absolute treat. So ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching, make sure to have your popcorn ready, make sure to have your snacks, make sure you use the bathroom, get your drinks, get comfortable, get in your seat, take a nice little, ever do that nice little shake, shimmy, shake, and your body is just like, oh yeah, it's time to sit back, relax, because ladies and gentlemen, we got about 5.5, 6 hours of madness to give to you for Trios tonight. And knowing that it's finals, every single point counts. The 0.1s, the 0.2s, and the 1.0s, they all matter tonight and this coming following Sunday. There's so much coming into this. I'm so excited for Trios, and we talked about it before. Solos are one of those things where it can be just as detrimental, but in Trios, once it starts, all hell breaks loose. And I cannot wait for it to go insane, because it only takes a couple of teams to be in one space. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a game. Rune, this intro is awesome.
Oh yeah, look, it's going to be a fantastic day of Naraka ahead of us, Dobby. It's been great to be here. It's great to come back. And I mean, look, it's season 2. Season 1 feels like it was a decade ago. Like it feels like it was a year ago, but it wasn't. It was just a couple months ago.
It was just a couple months ago. It was
insane how much Naraka we've gone through in the last couple of months, and things aren't over yet. This determines quite a lot. This determines the worlds we're going to go on goes on to determine the teams who stand a chance to qualify to compete in the World Cup, and the World Cup is looking to be absolutely heated as we go forward. But for this weekend, it is all about the season 2 finals, Dobby, as we move forward and get an opportunity to see what these teams are going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard real quick. You guys know what the record is, but for those of you who are just joining us, let me set the record straight. It's all about that coveted first and second place with that 1.6 times multiplier and those 5 ranking points for first place. And don't forget, we're going to be going to Morris Isle first. Then in game 2, we hop on the boat and head over to Holleroth for games 3 and 4. It's a back-to-back of Morris Isle, with game 3 being Holleroth, and then we round out the final game of the day back on Holleroth. Take a look at the prize money, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a lot on the line. 1.6 million RMB on the line for these teams. First place walking away with 580,000 RMB. That's a lot of cheddar on the line. And here are your teams, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you all have your predictions, as do I, but currently sitting as our first seeded team is YZG, and the fan favorite to win.
Fan favorite to win is YZG. I'm very interested to see how YZG plays this. They've been playing really good this season, especially with all of what they've been through so far here. So to see them coming up at the top here with the team of this season, I mean, coming in from a YZG, the first two, CXE and QGG, have just put up fantastic numbers here. I mean, looking from the average eliminations, average damage, I mean, 14K, 588. That is absolutely massive coming in. And YZG has set the record straight. They are here to play. They are here to cause issues, and they are here to take it home. The question is, can they? And I think that's where we're really going to see something. I don't know, man. I really think we're going to see an upset here. Honestly, I really do. I think that we're going to see a surprise upset. I love upsets. And I think those are the things that are going to be really fun. Honestly, I would love to see Wolves really come through and snatch it away from everybody. I think Wolves has had such an insane up and down season for themselves. So to see them back here in the finals, obviously with One Fang here as well. And then obviously TXJ and LYD also been playing just phenomenally well here. A whole lot of names that we didn't really truly expect to see on this list in terms of just the best teams from this season here. But I mean, the stats show.
Look, I mean, Fun Plus Phoenix is a force to be reckoned with here. If we take a look, our overall MVP of the season here is going to be YZG's QGG. And I mean, it says it all, right? He's #1 in total points earned, #1 in total damage dealt, and #1 in total damage with melee weapons. He's done 876,000 damage, Dobby. That's a lot of damage coming through here for YZG's QGG. But man, what a crazy season it's been already. And things are only going to get more heated. These first 6 games tonight are really going to set the tone going forward into the final day of grand finals for trios, because these teams are going to come in hungry. And, you know, I've got my predictions, Dobby, and I'm happy to share them. But I want to hear yours first. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Who are the teams contending and running in for the money here in our grand finals for season 2, buddy?
You gonna really do this to me? You gonna really put me on the spot like this? I knew you was gonna do it. I knew you was gonna do it. So that's why I came prepared. Okay. So we've seen a lot of madness so far with a lot of these teams. I think there's been so much surprises, let alone how these teams have been really playing, and let alone, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the one thing we need to pay attention to is our teams coming in from our rep shape. I'm gonna be honest. I'm impressed with ASC's performance. I was surprised by how they were able to hold up all the way to the very, very, very end, fighting it out when you least expected it. But I don't think they're gonna make top 3. Fun plus Phoenix, confirmed top 3. I can already imagine it in my head. I'm gonna say they're probably gonna go in 2nd place. If I'm really feeling it, XCG in 3rd. And I think I'm just saying, it ain't because of the bling. I think AOW might take this home. I'm gonna be honest, I do.
Well, we've got a short video for you, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back, and then I'll drop my predictions on everybody as well.
对，你没看错，我又来录垃圾话了。作为 Nbpl 劳模的代言人，都来配合官方营业也是应该的。
我准备好了，
要不要这么卷啊？
仔细打量一下，咱们州官一家人都整整齐齐啊！
别来沾边。作为一支颜值战队的形象代表，我倍感压力。
哼，电子竞技咱们不谈颜值，
关键还得靠实力。
你可以永远相信我的队友，硬实力。
我奉劝你不要太相信我们，因为我们也不知道什么时候能来一波大分。
Leo，这段时间没见，你怎么胖了？没有吧？可能里面塞了这个。哎呀，
我们前期拿分的能力也无人能敌。
哎，你这新面孔，我在决赛前可没见到过啊。
论粉丝量，我们独一档，没毛病吧？
论配合，我们经济才是独一档。
没得说，毕竟永劫华佗扁鹊生死秒。
论颜值，我们独一档没问题吧？
这个东西见仁见智，但论音量，我们也是独一档。
小心点，小心点，你们的战术快让我听完了。你们不要再打了，
女装都买好了，就差夺冠了。
我觉得亚军也可以搞一搞，毕竟你们概率更大一点。
我们的优势非常明显，突出一个稳定，
这就是你们毫无特点的理由吗？
我感受到身上流淌着的杰杯冠军血脉逐渐沸腾起来了，
有点热啊，开空调了吗？刚加入 Nbpl 就进了总决赛，希望大家上点强度。
确实，我也刚来，但是我单排、3排都进了。作为过来人，我劝你先打完2个常规赛、2个复活赛、2个总决赛，再来说话吧。
3号位的身法天花板站在这里。
我还是3排中唯一的单排泰斗了。
原本以为不全面就已经很帅了，没想到上次整那个湖中日月，所以这次 FMP 我一定整到手。
不朽面具评分的事情，上次还没聊完呢。
说这么多，有本事给我单挑。
单挑我在行。
好的，那垃圾话就说到这里了。
那我们赛场上见真章吧。
双11当天，请多多为我们投票吧。
Some beautiful words from all of our players coming through, just like Dobby about to walk back in here. He's dying over here.
Ain't no way.
Absolutely.
No, hold on. We gotta talk about this. No, we gotta talk about this. And why he do that to Leo like that? And Leo just came back. He was like, he said, I haven't seen you in a while. You getting big. Oh, it's probably because of this. And pulls out his medal. Yo, the disrespect. Personally, I wouldn't accept that level of disrespect, but that's just me. Anyway, as we log in for our games, I cannot believe he pulled that out. Oh my God, even I felt that. I was like, oh. Oh, you just gonna let him talk to you like that? You just gonna let him disrespect you like that? Live on the air? I wouldn't let that happen. Anyway, as we lock it in for Fun Plus Phoenix, Fun Plus Phoenix coming in with that 22.2 percentage. I am excited to see Fun Plus. Honestly, I think Fun Plus Phoenix has got it. I really do. I think they've been locked in so far all this season. They did a fantastic job, and I really do think Fun Plus Phoenix has not only the capability, but also the team effort and the team work to really close out these next 12 games. These guys got 12 games ahead of them, and they got to pace themselves. They got to take their time, and at the same time, they still got to be aggressive with it too. So this is gonna be fun. But YZG, top, look at this. 8 average kills, 30,000 average damage, and a 54% top 5. If they keep this same performance that they've been doing so far all this season, ladies and gentlemen, I'm crowning YZG as a new champ. But there's going to be a lot of people that are gunning for that top place spot here, and they're going to do as much as they can to throw YZG off that throne.
Look, Tommy, you've got your predictions, and I've got mine. Obviously, I've got 4 teams I want chat to pay attention to tonight. We're gonna start. Yeah, I've got 4 teams. We've got the 2 obvious ones. We've obviously got to be paying attention to YZG and Fun Plus Phoenix. There's no arguments coming for me there. They have busted absolutely everything all season to get where they are. They have competed very well. I do want to take one second to talk about Fun Plus Phoenix real quick, and that is Fun Plus Phoenix has suffered from something all season, and that is when they get to the finals, they choke. So I need Fun Plus Phoenix to whatever has been bothering them all season, where they get in their head. I need them to come together and not choke. Now that they're here in the grand finals, they're on the big stage. You know, they've had their bi-weekly finals. They've had their opportunity to kind of go ahead and get that out of their system. If they can just go ahead and be like boom and perform like they do during the regular, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. But they've got to get over the whatever mental it is when they make it to finals. They got to get past that. Now, for the next 2 teams, these 2 probably, one of these not really going to be a surprise probably for you, Dobby. But the first one is Team OC. OC has worked so hard this season, and they have dramatically grown as a team, and their players have done so well. I think OC could really be a dark horse and come back and potentially either top 3 or take it all. If somebody doesn't go ahead and take control of that situation very quickly. But the other team I've got to talk about, and this is the important team. This is the team I want chat and everybody at home to really be paying attention to. You can see their logo on screen right now, and that's XCG. If you weren't here for Rep Change, first of all, where were you if you weren't here for Rep Change? But if you weren't here for Rep Change, you're talking about a team who came in and made a statement. And I do mean an absolute statement. In 12 games, they put up almost 300 points. 12 games is what you've got here for the grand finals. They put up almost 300 points in 12 games. They came in to game 12, the final game of Rep Change, in first place, and were so many points ahead of second place. They could have gotten up and walked away from their keyboards and still been in first place. There was absolutely no way. Second place could have killed every single player in the lobby and taken first place for game 12, and they would not have made enough points to have taken first place away from XCG. XCG is a team that in season 1 was a very dominant force, right? We didn't talk about them a lot because they had a very similar play style to XSG, and XSG just barely outperformed XCG in season 1. Well, here in season 2, XSG isn't a team anymore. They're not competing. So all eyes have been on XCG. And yes, they may have ended up in the Rep Change, but they absolutely dominated the Rep Change. And if that sets the tone for what that energy they're going to bring here into the grand finals is, you better be watching out for XCG.
Yeah, I said it before. Like, I definitely think that XCG has definitely got what it takes here. I think they've done a fantastic job, not only this season, but once they got into that space, they still was able to hold their own all the way towards the end. And I mean, at the end of the day, they really topped off at the very top and snatched it away from a lot of people here. So I definitely think that at the end of this, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how they're going to be able to hold their own throughout this, because, you know, I'm going to go back to kind of what you said here. You know, who they won against was the losers bracket. It was the, you know, the last 10 to 16 players that were at the very bottom of this entire thing here. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, they've done a fantastic job of popping off and doing an insane amount of points, but that was for the losers bracket. The question is can they keep that same energy towards some of the best that have qualified for these games? I do think XCG does have the ability to, and I thoroughly believe in it. So let's hope that they're going to keep that same energy. I really do. I want to see them do it.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I have no question that XCG can do it. There, you know, we talk about them going against losers brackets, and I have to eat my own words there, because I definitely was the one during Rep Chase saying, look, this is losers bracket. It's impressive, but the top 8 teams aren't here. They have to come in and perform against those top 8 teams, plus the teams that they absolutely just flew past during Rep Chase as well during these next 2 days. So they are still up against a wall, make no mistake. Now, that said, the energy that they did bring through in a Rep Chase is insane. So if they can bring that energy here today, like you said, they absolutely stand a chance to compete and walk away. We're going to find out though, but first we've got a short video for you guys.
对于这次总决赛吧，对，跟平时打比赛也没什么区别，但是在那个气氛上就很多不一样吧，让人感觉很激动。我们3个人现在就是急火特别快，然后就打架谁也不怕。YZG 吧，然后 YZG 是运营和打架都特别强，然后公认的强队嘛，就大家都觉得他厉害。就是最近一直没有打训练赛嘛，然后我们都在调整状态，然后这2天就还不错，然后总决赛加油。
Lengjing here from Team OC, actually giving us just a little bit of insight to their form coming through. This is one of the teams I was just talking about, Dubby.
I don't know, man. I think OC definitely has it. I'm not going to count anybody out, really, in any of these stat tiers. But at the same time, I don't know, man. I think there's going to be some interesting surprises here that I think a lot of people aren't really putting together. And I think that's where a lot of these teams are really going to surprise us in terms of being in the top 3. I think J-Team is some team that we can't sleep on. I think J-Team has done a fantastic job of just keeping it alive throughout these games. And, you know, like we said before, it takes 12 games, right? So obviously, we're going to see a difference in tonight versus how we see things going on at the end of the weekend. And I think that's where we're really going to see a lot of these differences start to show. And I think that's where things are going to get very, very, very good towards this. But man, there's still a whole lot going into this, and I still think it's going to be fun. I think Ventus has a fantastic chance. 17JL as well has done a fantastic job throughout this entire season. I think there's somebody that we need to pay attention to as well. But honestly, I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter the predictions until the very, very end. And we're either going to look at it and go, we're going to be right, and we're going to be wrong. So Rune, lock it in. Hero picks. Who do we got for our first game?
I mean, look, coming in here, no surprises here. We're probably going to see a lot of these similar team comps that we've seen coming out. J-Team coming in with a little something different here with the, nope, okay, they went ahead and changed back here to the classic Viper comp here for J-Team. Very, very surprising to see some of these teams bringing the Takeda in just a little early here. But, you know, Takeda really has been coming into his own into trios here, and it's been less and less of them just bringing him based on the weather conditions and more of the teams just really enjoying this comp. I like OUG's team comp here, though, with the Justina in with the Takeda is a very interesting pick and something we haven't seen. So it's going to be interesting to see how OUG is able to pilot that particular comp here into game number 1. And if maybe they're onto something, or if it's just another throwaway comp for Team OUG here. As we take a look, pretty basic Transformers comps across the board here now. You know, this is the Transformers comp now, right? Kurumi has been completely dropped in favor of Tumult because of what he offers to, you know, the early and mid-tier game for these comps, the ability to secure those Morris blessings, which are so very important for that Transformers comp to be able to come in and pick up that much needed armor that they need to make it through the mid game, as well as being able to play aggressively through that mid game. So no real surprises that none of these teams are running Kurumi here. But Dobby, tell me about the map, because this is a little crazy.
Oh man, the split is definitely wide, far, and in between. I don't think anybody is really trying to contest anybody except for maybe 1 to 2 teams here. I see J team coming into possibly a contest between YZG. It looks like YZG and GG looks like they're going to be immediately fighting it out here, as one of the other teams is going to be on the other side of that. Meanwhile, it looks like another team is going to be near Wreckage Plains. They're also going to be fighting it out as well here. But everybody else is pretty much in a decent space where they can kind of be safe. They don't necessarily have to force anything in this first game. Wolves is going to be on this far right side. Golden Tortoise all the way near Stillside Temple. Meanwhile, one of the other teams could possibly go and take Stillside, but decides not to here, as everybody is going to be in a very similar situation here. But meanwhile, YZG is going to be near GG's. Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be, looks like they're going to be by themselves here. And it looks like no one's trying to contest really any of the caves as well here. So it looks like teams are going to be going in, getting their stuff. Doesn't necessarily have to deal with stuff. Meanwhile, YZG and GG are in a totally different situation. Both of them is going to be forced to fight this out. The first monk immediately starts to show. A player is already down. GG LXM gets eliminated by YZG's QGG. Finds the first grab, picks him up as YGG does end up getting claimed. 330, like I said, one of the best monk players in this game, is able to get the first throw and is able to get the first slam. Sadly, does not claim the elimination, but Miss Kia, sadly, is going to be able to claim it though, as he does go down, and YZG also going to go down as well here. But oh no, it looks like OC is going to decide to pop in to a party and say, hey, we didn't get the invite here. Let's see what's going on here. And a double monk comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, fight. Yes, sir. As we immediately see the double monks come in here. Both of them are going to try to see if they can get the grab. It looks like OC28H ends up getting kidnapped. Immediately gets grabbed and thrown and ran away towards the other side here, as OC is scrambling, struggling as hard as he can to try to get something, but sadly is not able to get any form of grab whatsoever. Zaihu is going to be able to see if he can grab one, snatches one from down low on the ground here, as it looks like now he's going to be able to throw it, and it looks like the rest of the team is going to come in, immediately start putting in absolute damage, devastating damage, and gets the elimination onto Lejing as they immediately come in the third party for their main player. But YZG is able to hold their own for 2 teams coming in and starts the game strong with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, YZG coming through with 6 eliminations off the rip. This is the YZG we expect to see coming into the grand finals here, as we see OC come in there and trying to bait that fight out there with the ultimates, but unfortunately the monk, the only ult that they were really able to utilize in that fight, and they both split off. And very interesting, both teams just trying to tackle each other's monks, and of course OC's falls first, so YZG is able to clean up a fairly easy third party onto themselves there and pick up 6 eliminations early. Huge game for them. EWG down to a single member right now, as we turn our attention to Team Ventus. NPG getting ready to go head to head here. Pixel just trying to take some range shots here, just a couple of % away from picking up that ultimate. Realistically only needs 1 more shot. He's at 99 now, waiting, playing this out, biding his time. There it is, he's got the belt. He's probably going to be forced to monk up here. Yep, there it is, no questions asked. This is also going to be their Bane's Breath coming through. Pixel going to be able to lock that team down. There we go, we're going to see the Wu Chen ult come out. Team Ventus is going to go ahead and demonk here. Wants to go ahead and start building that ult charge up back as fast as possible. They've got the Bane's Breath, they've got the cover, and NPG off the back of burning that Wu Chen ult is going to be forced to go ahead and get out of here. No way to really re-engage on that into the Bane's Breath. NPG making smart decisions to go ahead and get as far away from that as humanly possible. Turning our attention now to 17 JL, and man, what a stacked team here. Both are Transformers with purple armor already, and the monk with a purple weapon under their belt before Zone 2 ever starts. Really a stacked start for the likes of 17JL. Now they need to do something with that, though, and start picking up some eliminations, as they are currently 0 eliminations on their belt, and they're looking for those first set of eliminations as we speak. 42 seconds until Zone 1 starts to collapse onto Zone 2, and that's when we'll see those first Moore's Blessings with those coveted buffs and coveted armor start to come through for these teams, and that is when things are really going to get heated into those mid-game fights, as many of these teams try to contest those Moore's Blessings and keep things moving. So far, no teams fully eliminated yet. Many resurrections used across the board, but it is YZG in first place, EWG in second, and Fun Plus Phoenix holding on to third.
Even with this one, though, let's see if they're going to be able to patch this in. They've done such a fantastic job of it. And let's see if they're going to be able to hold their own as the Yoda comes out here. It looks like OUG, or NPG, trying to do what they can here. Meanwhile, it looks like they're going to be able to push this in as well. Waiting for the strike here, as it looks like one of them's going to be able to strike as well. Massive switch coming in. Sally wasn't able to find one of them. Oh my goodness! NPG is able to hit a massive slam and claims one. It looks like Sorrow was able to claim the other. I don't necessarily know how. It looks like it could have been an alley-oop here. I just witnessed the Dwayne Wade and a LeBron James moment. In that situation, just throws it up, immediately gets the slam. He's running around, and there goes the historic photo. That was the historic moment. I think we might need to see that in the replay, because that was pretty much disgusting right there, as NPG Gen by himself gonna try to see if maybe he can patch this together. Sadly, has that gray shield, not a best advantage to have in these situations, knowing it's a 1v3, but can Gen do it? Sadly, Gen struggling here, absolutely getting blitzed though by YZG Xiaolu, and they're gonna claim their 7th elimination, but oh no! YZG ends up getting claimed. One of their teammates ends up getting eliminated here. So far, they've been doing a fantastic job of keeping the game alive here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming in, as it looks like they will, as YZG is able to claim 2 more eliminations, and it gets the pickup from their teammates. YZG playing their minds off right now, and honestly, we're not surprised. YZG has done a fantastic job all this season, and obviously with their average kills and top 5 placements. Listen, the top 5 placements was more than 50%. That means they are consistently in top 5 this entire season. There may have been 1 or 2, I'm gonna say maybe 3 or 4 games where they haven't been in top 5, but to make top 5 consistently is really good coming into this. Meanwhile, OC trying to get out of this fight here as well. Here, absolutely scrambling, ends up getting smashed and dashed by the Terracotta Warrior ulti coming in, as Wolves is going to be able to claim their eliminations, gets 3, ties it up with the rest of the teams here. J Team, OUG, NPG, EWG, and Fun coming in, getting those 3 eliminations. Fun Plus Phoenix with 2. GG finally able to catch their first elimination. Vent is fully eliminated so far here. And ladies and gentlemen, you think we're done? No, we're not. We still giving out codes and showing love to the Naraka community. So make sure to check those codes. If you do not have the game, I would suggest you go snatch one real quick. And if you do have the game, make sure to send it to your friends. Send a screenshot. Send it to them in Discord and go, yo, I know you've been wanting to play this game. I know you've been curious on it. Come through. Check it out. Get it as quick as possible. You got to be quick on the toes, because, man, these people right here, they fast with it.
Yeah, now turning our attention to J-Team here. Playing a little bit of edge guard. This is what J-Team typically does, right? Is they play the edge of the circle looking for teams coming in, trying to pick up eliminations this way. And right now, they've got all of 17JL on the ropes, but 17JL sitting pretty good. We talked about them earlier. They're pretty stacked for themselves here. They've got their ultimates here. We're going to see AS go ahead and end that ultimate after he scares J-Team off and gives 17JL plenty of breathing room to go ahead and get back into the zone here, as J-Team's been forced off. They're not in grapple range, so they can't lock these players down. So, you know, J-Team going to be forced to back off of that, bit off a little bit more than they could chew at the edge of the zone there. 17JL is really stacked early on here, and now J-Team trying to move back to zone, actually going to find themselves falling behind the likes of 17JL, who I do believe are already back in that zone. Taking a look at now, back up to the top of Temple here, we're going to see EWG. Stanzi up top here, looking to come in and maybe engage on to Team GG, but AOW waiting in the wings just behind on the backside of the wall. And we're going to see those Moore's Blessings start to come through. And man, what a fight breaking out onto the left side of the map here between Fun Plus Phoenix, YZG, JJHR.
We're gonna have to get a cam over there.
Yeah,
we
need to get some action now. Here we go. Now the fight breaking out. Looks like YZG going to be using that monk to go ahead and guard this huge Morris Blessing. This is going to be massive for YZG. Not only do they have 9 eliminations under their belt here, but if they're able to secure this, and look, nobody's contesting this. As soon as that monk comes up, they see it's YZG. All these teams backed off. They scattered like cockroaches, and now YZG not only going to be able to get those weapons and armor that they desperately want here, but they're going to be able to pick up that Draco Storm, going to be able to use that buff to hunt down other teams, as well as if they do what I think they're doing, which is they're going to wait till the very last second to take that Draco Storm. They're going to be able to use it to cover themselves moving forward to the next set of Morris Blessings and guarantee the second buff for themselves as well if they play it smart. So YZG bringing the strategy in here. It looks like AOW waiting to do the same thing with this Vermilion Birds Might, as we see in the feed as well. XCG is going to go ahead and pick up their Vermilion Birds Might and go on the hunt, because they currently have 0 eliminations under their belt. And they are looking to change that very, very quickly here as they move across the map. Xiaonan here with a bounty on his head does not care. He says, look, I've got the Vermilion Birds Might, and we gonna keep it running. You can see those lovely NPG, or sorry, not the NPG, but the Nbpl banners on the sides there. Love that little change to the map here as things get excited and heated in the Nbpl. Wolves, One Fang, Team GG, all of these teams, look, they know these teams have picked up these buffs, so they're waiting it out, right? The storm is approaching, and they're waiting for that storm to pass before they ever throw themselves into the madness. YZG here with the back of that Draco Storm, going to use it to cover themselves to be able to come over and pick up one of these huge treasure troves here. This is going to be massive as they pick up a golden spear, a golden katana, and I do believe, oh my goodness, that's a full setup, if I'm not mistaken, for this spear. Oh my good lord. YZG 9 eliminations under their belt, and now completely stacked 2 gold weapons onto their Transformers comp, purple armor for their entire team moving forward, and Draco Storm, as well as the full setup for that legendary spear. YZG, oh my goodness, what a force to be reckoned with already here in game number 1.
Even with that as well, AOW is still going to be able to go through with these rotations, while EWG deciding to sit pretty. They have 3 eliminations, but they're going to have to do a little bit more. They're going to be confident in these next couple of games here. Meanwhile, XCG fully coming through these rotations, going to push in on NPG's waiting. The timing on Xiaonan gets absolutely destroyed here as the rest of the team is going to come through and try to save him, as Sorrow is going to try to see if he can catch him with the Yorihime ulti coming in and trying to get the slashes, and sadly is going to miss them as Lexington comes in with a massive, coming in with that Bane's Breath heavily, coming in with that fire. You love to see it. It looks like waiting is sadly going to get claimed by XCG Xiaonan. MPG Sorrow trying to keep the game alive and dip it out as fast as possible. But ladies and gentlemen, now, I've said it before, and I love saying it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the chase here. We got a guy here, NPG Sorrow, coming in real fast here towards JJHRD here. It looks like we're going to try to apprehend the suspect here, as it looks like he's going to be the only one that's going to be trying to get away here. It looks like, try to catch him as fast as possible here. He's trying to get away here. Looks like we're gonna need more backup, possibly. I don't know how we're gonna be able to catch up to him. It's been real tough here. Meanwhile, XCG is gonna throw out. Oh, is that a monk? It's a massive unit. The massive monk coming in to try to see if maybe he can catch something as well here.
Unfortunate coming through here, as it looks like he's gonna see if he can get a grab here, but that circle is coming in. Luckily, it's only a 1 small tick, so it's not gonna be that badly. It's not gonna be that detrimental to the health of the team. They can always heal up and keep it real strong here. It looks like JJ is going to dip out here. Meanwhile, AWD and XCG with both Vermilion's Bird Might. It's a kind of, I don't know. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of teams where there's 2 Vermilion's Bird Might usually being played. Usually there's the other side Jolt Jade that's usually used up. Usually we only see about 1. So to see 2 here, it's pretty surprising, but that's the surprisingness of our grand finals. You never know what's going to happen. As Cuckoo, massive parry coming through the shutdown with the Ailu, but it looks like he's going to be able to go through real quick. It looks like somebody's got the Draco Storm, though.
Look, Jailu here, actually, this is a huge setback for the likes of YZG. That legendary katana coming off of him. They also just lost one of their players here, so they're looking to try to buy themselves the opportunity to get QGG up. But 17 JL's here, Fun Plus Phoenix is here. It's going to be really, really hard for the likes of YZG. Now we're going to see their Monk go down as well. They do have that Vermilion Bird's Might, though, so they're going to be okay. They're going to get to keep hold of what they've got going on, but they definitely wanted to secure some more eliminations here, as it's Fun Plus Phoenix who's able to pick up 6 eliminations now off the back of this exchange. Coming in with the third parties off of this, they're able to pick up 3 more eliminations and pull themselves into second place. YZG looking to see if they can get a resurrection, but unfortunately it's not going to come through. CXZ just chilling up in the tree. That Vermilion Bird's Might gonna allow those 2 players to come back. They get to keep their loot. It's all good, baby. It's all good in the hood. Zhao Toto, though, might be in a situation where he can't come back from that. No, did they wait too long? No, they waited too long. Absolutely. Unfortunately, that Vermilion Bird must have gone up before that fight took place. I misspoke. They don't get to resurrect. So now YZG in a very poor situation. They engaged that fight thinking they were going to be okay, but unfortunately, they must have drawn on just a little too long. They lost the buff, and they're going to lose 2 of their players. YZG with 9 eliminations. But now, down to a single player left alive, as we see Ventus and Team GG going head-to-head here, trying to fight over the Morris Blessing. GG's 330 coming through here as well, with the Monk trying to cover on top of the Temi ult here, is going to buy them this Morris Blessing, and it looks like there's a purple swarm as well as a purple set of armor there for them. EWG looking to secure one for themselves as well. And they are going to find one, and they're immediately going to go ahead and take that Draco Storm as they head out on the hunt, looking to pick up some of these teams who were trying to contest the Morris Blessing away from them. Sanzi heading out to the left, splitting up a little bit from his team there to go on a hunt, but as Zhao Liu, who's found the likes of Team GD and his team, have turned directions to continue the hunt with him, but Zhao Liu needs to find a way to lock down Team GD before his team arrives for backup. Dunkwing looking to do a little bit of hiding here. Zhao Liu gonna slide on by, and it looks like Donkwing's tactic might work here, but EWG's Zhao Liu continues the hunt, desperate to pick up some eliminations off the back of this Draco Storm.
Looks like they are going to be able to find it here. The question is, can they hold it for as long as they need to here? As it looks like they're going to be able to push this in. Let's see if they can keep that same energy coming into these next rotations here, as it looks like EWG is going to get the elimination off of ASE. ASE sadly at the very bottom here. It's like YZG still holding his lead, but Fun Plus Phoenix slowly closing in here. And look at this, J-Team 4 eliminations. Same with EWG. J-Team slowly closing in the gap here between these games here. Let's see if maybe they can keep that same momentum and that energy going into these games here. Looks like EWG is going to be able to go through their rotations here. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum going into it. Let's see if they can figure it out here. All throughout this next couple, as Sorrow almost getting hit by those massive shots from the bow. Sorrow trying to hold on as long as possible, but they're just going to absolutely fire squad. NPG Sorrow getting massive hits, and it looks like it's not going to be enough as he ends up getting finished by OUG's Wade. Absolutely insane going into it. Wow. That was insane. That's what happens when you're caught out in a circle. You're caught out in a space where it doesn't help you to really be anywhere. And you end up getting finished though. And sadly, nobody touches you. It's just a lot of that range. The range is very, very helpful. And at this point, it's vital for a lot of these teams here in terms of how they've been doing it here. So let's see how they're going to be able to hold on as best as possible. But that's one of the things that can really hurt you in these situations. When you run, you got to run.
Oh, absolutely. XCG here on the hunt once again. No buff under their belt here, but they do have Wolves on the run. Wolves, unfortunately, into our mid game here, still rocking the blue armor. As we see XCG do a little bit of shopping, and quite a few legendary Soul Jades come up from there. Fun Plus Phoenix coming in here, going to use the F3 on the Yodo as well as the Temio to try to go ahead and buy themselves this Morris Blessing, and they're going to be able to get it. We're going to see our first set of legendary armor coming through, and we're going to see that legendary longsword come through. Fun Plus Phoenix is TXJ Gonna be picking up the gold armor as well as that gold weapon, but a lot of damage coming through. We're gonna see LYD picked off a huge musket shot coming out from EWG Sanzi, and now FunPlus Phoenix may have picked up that legendary set of armor, but is it gonna cost them pretty heavily here as they lose Sanzi, or sorry, not Sanzi, but they lose one of their members to EWG Sanzi, and there's nothing they can really do about it, as AOW also waiting in the wings, and if they push back in with only 2 members, these 2 teams are going to turn their full attention onto FunPlus Phoenix. LYD about to time out here, and FunPlus Phoenix is going to be down a single member. We're going to see Ace Jin able to pick up a rebirth charm, though. So Ace trying to get back one of their teammates. There it is. Hazy going to be coming back in for Team Ace. That said, now on the receiving end of some pain, YZG with their 9 eliminations, still down to just CXZ, holding on for dear life. Ooh, oh. Miskia doesn't see CXZ. CXZ right now, just a huge gulp in the back of his throat. Thought Miskia was going to come in and find him, but Miskia a little distracted here. There's a lot going on. So CXZ is going to live to survive yet another position and hopefully take it to late game for YZG. FunPlus Phoenix down a member as well. 7 eliminations, holding on to second place, but only 2 players left alive. EWG rounding out third place with 5 eliminations, but they still have their full team, and J-Team not far behind with 4 eliminations and tied with Team OUG. EWG been coming through and doing an excellent job of cleaning up eliminations. We turn now to Team GD, who's going to be securing a Morris Blessing for themselves, and we're going to see that legendary armor go on to Kakaishi here, and Kakaishi more than happy to slide out and get away from the impending fight that's getting ready to break out. Kakaishi and the rest of GD keeping it on the move. GD, unfortunately, with 0 eliminations under the belt, but setting themselves up for a good final circle.
Looks like it's going to be a good final circle here. Still a whole lot of momentum coming in with a lot of these teams here, but still they're going to have to still play this smart and as best as they can here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do what they need to. It's going to be a lot of pressure coming into these teams, as looks like there hasn't been a lot of kills within this last spread. And it looks like they're still going to be able to rotate this out here. Meanwhile, TXJ trying to scramble to get out of this. He's dangerously low here by himself, basically, within this split here. It looks like he might be able to actually find a safe moment here to go for the heals. And he has enough to do it, as it looks like he's going to be able to go all the way around this corner here, trying to make sure that nobody has followed him all the way towards this back section here. And it looks like he has all of the safe space that he needs to in order to fully heal. TXJ could have been eliminated here, but plays to his ability here. Meanwhile, OUG inside of the building, trying to hold on as best as possible. TXJ trying not to really get engaged in any of these fights here. Just gonna retreat back to south. Probably the best thing. Best thing towards this one is OUG and the rest of the team is gonna try to hold on for as best as possible here. It's gonna just shoot towards the windows here, just in case anybody walks by it. As GG going to be coming into it as well, but it looks like they don't necessarily have really any desire to push into this, but they're going to need to do something. They do have only 3 eliminations here, and they do need to do something here. Sadly, the only teams that have been eliminated so far is NPG and OC, so a lot of times has really been a benefactor here, and nobody really wants to force any fights to get claimed into these eliminations here. So it looks like everybody is really playing smart here. And I said this before when we first started here, a lot of these teams are going to be a little bit hesitant. There's going to be a lot of people strategizing towards the very end of the circle, trying to get those placements and hoping that with those placement comes those eliminations. And I think a lot of these teams are starting to notice that, and they're starting to play it the way that it is, knowing that there's still 36 players alive in this game. And we are in circle 5. Ladies and gentlemen, usually, sometimes we see, you know, maybe 10 teams left. Everybody is starting to stay alive here. And also, this is the first game. So who is going to claim our first elimination and get the dreaded trio dub curse?
Look, I don't know if the curse still exists anymore.
Yes, it does.
Look, we saw it broke during the last bi-weekly final, and then RepChange obviously just completely annihilated it as well.
I still believe in it.
We'll find out. J-Team's Lee here getting absolutely blitzed here by a set of nunchucks pushing towards the edge. We're going to see the Wu Chen ult come out to reset our boys here for J-Team. AOW's Ping Tao absolutely looking to come over here and fight Vengeance. Pixel shoves him back towards the edge of the zone. This is a bad place for Pixel to be in. He's the last remaining member of his team. There's no place for Pixel to go. AOW picks up the elimination here, an easy elimination for AOW as we see Team Ventus get fully eliminated here. Ping Tao looking to make the most of this monk ult, continues to throw grabs, is going to be forced to demonk here. But look at this, he's still got that legendary armor. He's doing pretty well. AOW happy to be picking up their first couple eliminations of the game here. So things just go absolutely crazy. JJHRD, EWG, JD all going ham on top of each other. JJHRD going to pick up EWG's Stanzy. And a massive elimination for them. GG's 330 putting in work. XCG's Xiaonan able to pick up some eliminations as well. And we're going to see things go crazy. EWG down to a single player left alive. Wolves coming in here. 14 looking to go for some grabs. One Bang going to pick up Chu Lee here. Team Wolves with 4 eliminations under their belt, still not rocking the best gear, and come up here onto OUG's SS and just says, nope, this is an easy opportunity. I'm going to take it. Zhao Yu, One Fang get picked up by a Wisp here, but Wolves 14 more than happy to cover for them. GG and nearby, and Wolves just continue. Then we're going to see a cannon shot go through the window. They're going to pick up GD's K. Wolves 14 can't be stopped here as he picks up the 6th elimination for his team. GD's Kakaishi trying to survive, the last remaining member of GD here, but unfortunately he's monked up in a circle full of players with nobody to provide cover. Wolves 14 up top gonna monk up, still got his whole team to give cover, picks up 17 JLZU, is gonna slam near the edge of the zone, gives his team an opportunity to follow through. They don't quite pick up the elimination, but they do a ton of damage. Benchu coming through here for 17 JL on the UA ult, trying to make something happen. We're going to see Wolves 14 find one grab. He's looking for the second. He does find the second. He picks up J-Team's Eagle, and Wolves 14 picks up the 7th elimination for his team. Team Wolves coming through in the end with hardly any loot to their name, claiming the final circle, taking control of it, up to 7 eliminations. The full team still in force here. JJHRD's God Lee gonna pick up 17 JLZU. GG picks up Benchu. 17 JL gonna be fully eliminated here. 15 players left alive, and it's Team Wolves still looking to dominate here. Lee from J-Team caught out by One Fang, and 14 Lee continues to go low. One Fang giving chase here on the UA, just pumping out big damage any chance it can. GU goes down, unfortunately. Wolves down to 2 players. Wolves, One Fang picks up God Lee. That's going to be 8 eliminations for Team Wolves as they slide up into first place. 2 players still left alive. God Lee goes away, and that's it for JJHRD. J-Team loses Lee. That's it for J-Team as XCG picks up their 7th elimination. GG with 7 as well. It's a very tight game here in game number 1. All 3 members of Team GG still up. Wolves 14 in the monk, looking to make some grabs happen, looking to cover for his team. One Fang on the backside here, trying not to get picked up by Xiaonan or 330. 14 gonna pick up Ling X10 and get a slam, but doesn't find the follow-up. Going up top, looking to evict 330, but 330 shoves him down. 14 looking to go up top. Now that 330's not monked up, goes for the grab, isn't able to find it, is gonna find himself a great sword to the kneecaps. 14 looking to find a reset, not able to find it. Xiaonan over here. XCG looking to pick up as many eliminations as they can. Comes through with a fully charged great sword and catches on to Wolves 14 with the 3 charge. They're gonna pick up the elimination. XCG moving it up into first place with 9 eliminations under their belt. Coming in now, GG's LXM coming through with the dual blades on to Xiaonan, is able to pick up that elimination. 330 goes out looking to pick up the Soul Bloom Essence, is able to get a little bit of a reset under their belt. It's XCG, Fun Plus Phoenix, and GD all going head to head here with Team GG. GG. GG's 330 is gonna find himself a monk. It goes up. TXJ from Fun plus Phoenix gonna go with the Yodol, gonna teleport down. Unfortunately, can't find the second slash before he gets grabbed. They're gonna get the double grab. They're gonna pick up TXJ and Kakaishi. Now it's just XCG's NiHQ trying to hold on for dear life here as GG able to slide in and clean it up. It's all gonna come up Team GG in game number 1.
Meanwhile, it looks like GG holding it on LXM 330. And Miskillia is going to be able to claim it. To be honest with you, I'm a little surprised by the last circle pop-off. I've said it before. Maybe I had a little bit of doubt. Usually I don't doubt GG. I've said this before. 330 still is one of the best Monk players of this league thus far here. But still, coming into the final circle, they really held their own all the way towards the very end and made it look good all the way to the very end of it. Now, obviously, looking at how the last circle played out here, there was a lot of moments that really helped define them, with them going to be able to clash that out, especially because what happened to YZG, man? They were playing so well.
Well, look, YZG had a moment mid-game where they had the buff, right? They had the Vermilion Bird's Might, and they were like, look, we got this. They go into a fight, and they don't take into account how little time they have left on that buff. As they get caught into a third-party scenario, all of a sudden, they're still in the middle of that fight when the buff runs out because of the third party. They lose 2 of their members, and there's no way for them to go back and pick up that resurrection because of the third party that extended the fight for as long as it did. YZG got a little bit cocky there. You know, they were like, look, we're the #1 seed. We're going to take every fight we can. We've got Vermilion Bird's Might. We just go into the fight. XCG did very well.
Got a little cocky too. Zhao really trying to gravitate. And it looks like he was really trying to hopefully maybe pick off one of the teams from GG themselves. But sadly, GG with just enough team comp and knowing what's going on here really was able to clutch it up and finish it off all the way towards the end here. Now, sadly, Fun plus Phoenix, it was able to get a grab. And GG's 330 just shutting that down, though, with an insane finish, though. But XCG really trying to hold on. NiHQ did a great job of holding it off to the very end here, keeping the game alive. But I definitely think Zhao definitely helped kind of throw that game, trying to do something kind of just by himself instead of just committing to his duo and really trying to see. That really could have been an interesting switch of events, though. But Zhao really just coming through a little bit ahead of time, jumps the gun, and sadly gets claimed for it. And GG end up taking advantage of it.
Well, look, Xiaonan was in a situation where he was separated from his team, and there's like 3 teams between him and IHQ. He had to do something. He's not in a situation.
He could have been with his teammate on top of the hut. He was sitting chilling on the hut the whole time. Now IHQ's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but Xiaonan got caught out. There's nothing he could do. He got knocked off the top of the building. Xiaonan separated from his team. There's 3 teams between him and IHQ. He can't rotate through the circle. If he rotates through the circle in zone 6, he's going to take a ton of damage for absolutely nothing. That position on the top of the hut doesn't do their team any good when they don't have a monk to land the grabs. It's not buying their team any advantage, especially as the zone's collapsing and forcing them over the front of it. He literally just was by himself and had to do something or die. Unfortunately, he ends up dying anyway, but that's what happens when you get separated from your team in a final zone like that. Like, there's 3 teams between you. You're kind of forced to fight whatever comes your way, and he was probably hoping it was one of the solos that was coming towards him, because there was like 3 teams left that each had like 1 player left.
There were like 2 solos. There were 2 other solos, and then GG.
And then GG. But unfortunately, it was GG who turned their full attention onto Xiaonan, and we're like, nah, go ahead and get him out of here. And there's not a whole lot as a solos player you can do in that situation. NiHQ couldn't really do a whole lot for Xiaonan either, because if he jumps into that, he's just throwing the position that they have, right? At that point, you look at the points you have and go, okay, we've got 9-10 eliminations right now. We want as high as placement as we possibly can. There's no point to try to fight the full squad as 2 players, especially when there's 2 other little rats going around. NiHQ makes the right call. He doesn't jump in. Xiaonan gets eliminated, but the other 2 teams that only have 1 player get eliminated, and Xiaonan goes out in 2nd place, gets that 1.6 times multiplier for their 10 eliminations. and easily take second place for XCG. And yeah, we're gonna take a look at the board here, and yeah, okay, it's 9 eliminations, sorry, not 10 eliminations, but still gets the maximum amount of points that he can for the team. GG picks up 13 because they've still got the full 3-man left. They pick up 13 eliminations. They take first place, a 25.8 point game score for game number 1. GG's got to be very excited about that. XCG taking second place, and Fun plus Phoenix taking that third place. But it's really tight between third and fifth. Really less than a point separates all of those 3 teams, 13.5, 13.2, 12.2. It's literally a 1 point difference. YZG, though, surprisingly, because they were able to put together 9 eliminations, even though they kind of go out in the middle of the game, they're still able to put up 10.4 points and hold on it to 6th place. And this is it, right? The thing about YZG is they are consistent. 10.4 points isn't a phenomenal great score for game 1, but as long as they continue to put points on the board like this every game, and then they have those big pop-off games that they occasionally do have, YZG is going to easily find themselves in that top 3 at the end of our 2 days of grand finals here. But it is GG who comes out on top, and I think it's XCG who comes in and proves, hey, we're not just able to perform against, you know, the bottom 16 teams, we're able to perform against all the teams as they take second place in their first game in grand finals.
Absolutely insane coming in as we look at our data from the first game here. 6 eliminations leading the team. It's 330. I claimed it and I called it. 14K 134. But it looks like Miskilia is going to be the one that claims the most damage on their team with that 14K 524. Didn't need to rescue anybody. GG didn't have to pick up anybody. They played their heart out here, and obviously the MVP coming into this is 4th MVP. 330, ladies and gentlemen, with the prize fall. A whole lot of blue soul jades. Got 3 health soul jades, 1 melee resist, and a range resist soul jade. 5,000 damage coming in from the cannon. Skill and ultimates coming in 4,400. 5 assists and 1 elimination before the rebirth. Did a fantastic job here of really being able to hold their own here, but a lot of average eliminations. Not only that, but also the damage too, coming in from 330 and obviously keeping the game alive here. It just goes to show you, just because the first half of it isn't necessarily your most pop-off doesn't mean that the last bit of the game cannot be your deciding factor in whether you clutch up our first game. Now, I'm hoping, and crossing my fingers, the GG does not get caught in the game 1 winning curse. All I'm saying, I don't want them to have this situation happen. I think GG is definitely one of the most confident teams coming into this, knowing that they've been doing well so far this season, and obviously they didn't really have to fight too much for their placement once we got closer and closer to closing out our season. And now that we're here in grand finals here, clearly GG is clearly showing that they can play smart, they can play well, and they can play all the way to the end. The question really is, what are we going to see for our pop-off game? But as we get into that, we're going to lock it in with Jaeger, as we're going to lock it in for another fantastic interview. Jaeger, welcome to grand finals, baby. Do your thing.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our player 李星淼 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 星淼，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是GG的李星淼。
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，也恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛拿下了最高分。So first, we would like to say congratulations because we just finished the first game of the grand final of the Trios game, and you already get the higher score. And now I have a question because we know a very interesting before that your double transformer has got a 0 score in the regular race, and after that you guys just have the interview and said just as a gift to give to your coach. And now today you still use the Tamuj with the double transformer, but you have very excellent performance and get the higher score. So I would like to know these days, what did you change and you think the key point to win this game with the double transformer? 那首先我们要提到，其实有一个非常有趣的点，之前总说到积极战队，就会讲到那个0分双辩送给教练作为生日礼物，这是当做一个有趣的故事，可能也对你们自己来说是一个鞭策。那我看到其实这段时间积极的整个状态是。变化是状态调整得非常的好，其实今天可以从0分到今天拿这个阵容拿下了最高分，我特别想问一下新淼啊，你们这段时间的调整让你们觉得这个阵容拿下比赛的关键在哪里呢？
这个阵容的话，是因为它的战场时间比较久，月3的战场时间是25秒嘛，河上战场时间也是30秒，沙篮还有15秒，导致这个阵容的循环能量会很好打，
是的，
然后在决赛圈就很厉害。
好的。So actually, we think this hero combo together is really good at like stand the position in the final circle because everyone in this hero combo together they have very long time to stand in the position in final circle. So we think the key point to win the race with the double transformer with Tamuj is to use the ultimate circulation. Okay, so also I would like to know, so you used Tamuj today and we saw in the final circle there's really key and important second is that you use the ultimate and help your team to get the higher score. So I would like to know how you choose this time. 那我们也看到，其实今天新淼拿的是特穆尔，你的这个特穆尔在最后的时刻开了一个大招，其实也是帮助你们团队拿下本场比赛的一个关键。我就特别想问一下，这个 timing 这个开大的时间，你自己是怎么选择的？
就是因为我们之前在上个圈已经安排好了，利用30的大招帮我们的能量拖出来，然后再用我的大招去收割那些战场。
所以是330的大招帮你们2个月山和特穆尔同时把大招给拖出来了，
对，打出了能量循环。
好的，好的。So actually, because we discussed just before the race, is that we will use the 330. He's using the monk and his ultimate to help us when we have the ultimate is charged. So we can use the ultimate to stand in the position. So that's why I can use my ultimate of the Tamuj at end of the game. It's very key because we won the game because of the double transformer. The key point is the ultimate circulation. 好的，谢谢新淼，感谢你今天带来的一个分享，再次恭喜你们刚才特别好的一个表现，期待接下来在决赛的一个出色发挥，好吗？好，谢谢新淼 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
好的。
这跟我们挑战赛一模一样。
没有，不一样，不一样。这次就只差1点几分。
这氛围的气氛，所有人都在这里，你怎么能一样呢？对不对？而且这个比赛也比挑战赛更那个。
加油！落地蹦状态啊，记得。
OK。
我给你们拉，我给你们拉，快上！有风小心，有风离线。
推到。
OK。
推到。
我推了。
知道打敌阵。
OK。
他开不了，他好不了。
给我上！
上一个。
上着陨石5层，就打5层。
回回甲。
打5层。
我马上要到。
我只有就打5层。
OK。
漂亮漂亮漂亮！
Oh, look at that trophy looking so good on the outside. It's about time that dragon gets a chance to touch the grass here, as we're gonna be able to lock it in for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we went through our map picks for our solos. I don't know what the list was for our map picks and trios, because I know those are a little bit different. But as we're gonna be able to walk into this one, GG put up a performance that surprised a little bit of everybody. Surprised me, and I love GG. I love GG. So to be able to come through with this one, it's going to be impressive, but let's hope that they don't get caught in the game 1 curse. Sorry, hold on.
Look, okay, so
game 1 curse.
I know you're worried about your game 1 curse here, but we got to talk about GG a little bit and why this wasn't so surprising me. For me anyway, for Team GG, because here's the thing, is one of the main reasons we haven't seen the Monk comp come through so very strongly in endgame has been this season. Viper has been so very strong. Of course, before I finish that point though, you guys need to answer this question for a chance to win some of those legendary weapon skins, which is, which hero was not picked by Team GG in game 1? Is it A, Kurumi, B, Tumult, C, Tianhai, D, Yueshun? Come on, you guys can answer this. I'm literally just talking about the Transformer comp that they're playing. I'm not going to give you the answer, but this is too easy. Come on, you guys got this. But back to my point at hand, while you guys do answer this question in a chat here, you know, one of the reasons Transformer comp has not done so well is because the Viper comps have been fairly strong here throughout season 2. We've seen a lot of them, but we're starting to see some of these comps come through that are experimenting without running Viper, like the Takeda comp, etc. And it means that if you're confident being the better Monk in the lobby at the end of the game, you can have those big pop-off moments like we used to see from Transformers comp during World Cup last year, and of course during season 1 of Nbpl. And here's the thing, there's nobody who has more confidence right now in being the best Monk in the lobby than how you always say it, Dobby. GG's 330 is one of the best Monk players we have here in the Nbpl. He hasn't been playing Monk a lot this season.
He don't miss
because of the Viper comps, right? But he has the experience being that player who's confident enough to be the best Monk player in the final circle. So I wasn't surprised. The issue that GG typically has is that when they play this comp, they don't make it to final circle. They were able to make it to final circle this time around, and because of that, there's not really a surprise that GG's 330 was able to be the Monk that popped off here and make things happen. So, you know, GG, a little surprising that they survived to the end, but once they get to the end, not surprising that GG's 330 makes it happen. Look at this JJHRD here, giving us a little heart for chat. You gotta love it. I really love this team, right? You know, this team coming together as a culmination of 2 teams here in season 2, able to qualify through the rep change here to come in, play in their first grand finals as well. There's just something so cool about this story. 2 teams coming together to being like, hey, let's take the best of both of our teams, put it together. We've got an opportunity. Let's go play in the pro leagues with the big dogs. And they've been able to prove that they can hang with the big dogs to the point that here they are. They're competing in the grand finals, and they're no slow leak either, right? Like, these guys typically come in and perform fairly well. and have good games. So happy to see JJHRD here and happy to see them having such a good time. Their coach here clearly talking them through, getting ready for game number 2 as we go forward here. But, you know, this was a great game 1. We saw a very spread out map coming from these players though, Dobby, and I do feel like it was a more slow game for us in trios in terms of the number of eliminations that we typically see off the rip and that kind of mid game as well. I think game 1 here really was these teams trying to feel each other out. What about you, Dobby?
I think with this one, GD also has I mean, they've been doing pretty well so far here, so let's hope that maybe we can get this going. I think it's a little too early to really say, claim, and or call anything currently, but we'll see kind of how they're going to be able to work towards this one, as we're going to be able to lock it in for our game number 2 here. I'm really, really excited to see how they're going to be able to put forth this amount of effort into these first games here. So I don't know, man. I like I said, the one thing I just want GD to not get caught in a bad situation here with the dreaded curse. But as we're going to be able to rotate this in and look at it, I mean, we got the fans in the crowd. The fans are excited. So this is going to be a good time here. Let's see if they're going to keep that same momentum going into it. And like I said, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited.
Look, I mean, GD is going to do great. I have no questions there. But no, what I was really asking you, W, was this first game really was these teams feeling each other out, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, so it was a much slower game than we're used to seeing, right? Typically, we don't have quite that many teams left going into zone 6.
Well, no, yeah, you definitely have to think about that too, because it really can be anybody's game and you have to play it to the best of your ability. Sometimes in these situations, things can get really, really tough here, and you're gonna have to play it to however you're gonna be able to put this down. So now let's hope that they're gonna be able to find it. But I think I definitely can agree with you that people were definitely feeling it out in this first game. They took their time. They wasn't necessarily all that aggressive. And I think these next 2 games is going to be very similar. And I think we won't really see the massive pop-off games, people really pushing and being super aggressive. I'm going to say at least by halftime. I think by halftime is when we'll finally get a chance to see how these teams really put forth this effort.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Look, halftime is typically where we see things pop off. And, you know, this was our first game. The spread was so different on the landing map, though, even for a game where these teams were feeling each other out. We don't typically see such a wide spread or full trio teams dropping so far away from gold tier loot, right? That's not something we typically see. So it was interesting to see how slow the start to mid game was, and then how heavily and quickly things popped off as we got to those final zones, because as soon as that fight sort of started in zone 4, it just kept kind of going. There weren't a lot of eliminations until the end of zone 5, start of zone 6, but that fight just kept going because there were so many teams and players left alive. And speaking of teams being left alive, everybody's still alive as we get ready to lock in for game number 2. We're going to take a look at our hero selects here, and I'm interested to see if I'm team GG right now. I'm thinking we're running it back on that Transformers comp, take an early lead. If everybody kind of wants to play at a slower pace and we can survive to the final circle again, it's a pretty good opportunity for us to pop off and pick up a ton of kills like we did in game 1. So it's going to be interesting to see if they have the same thought, as we are going to Holoroth, and that typically does change up our hero picks pretty drastically here in game number 2. But GG going to keep the ball rolling, bringing back the Transformers comp for a back-to-back. We're going to see some Valda coming through from Team XCG, and what an interesting comp. Takeda, Viper, Valda coming through from Team XCG. I don't know where they pulled this one out, because this was not played by them in, they're teasing me, Dobby. They decided
I was about to say too, I was like, there's no way they're locking it in, because I'm sitting there going, in game 2.
What is this? I thought they had a secret strat. They had a comp we hadn't seen yet. They got me excited, and they do this to me every time, Dobby. Every time I get excited about a team, they just take it away from me. But they're gonna be running that kind of classic Viper comp here with the Wu Chen and the Yodo Hime.
All that excitement.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's just gone. Absolutely. I was like, Takeda Valda? What am I missing here? This sounds awesome. And then they just strip it away from me. None, not allowed. Fun Plus Phoenix running something a little different here. No second Transformer, but they are running Takeda in place of Yuashon, so that's going to be interesting. But Dobby, tell me about this map.
Ladies and gentlemen, I love Holoroth, and I'm excited to see how people are going to be playing it for these finals here. It looks like the spread is not going to be as far as it is in game one here. It looks like NPG, YZG, and one of the other teams is going to be all the way on the top right section near Pharaoh Village. Looks like OUG is going to try to solve the puzzle at Salvation Podium. Let's see if they can get to it as quick as possible. Meanwhile, the leaders, GG, for our first game is going to be fighting it out with some of the other teams like XCG and Ventus. Or no, not XCG. Sorry. It looks like Team Wolves and one of the other teams near Jin's Armory inside of one of these areas. Meanwhile, City of Tang is going to see at least 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen. That's about 16 players. It's about to go absolutely insane here, and I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to dish this out here with these first couple of games. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to lock it in as we see one of the team members supporting it out here in the stands, showing love even after the games are over. Still going to be able to show love here. Solo team's going to put this out. Meanwhile, MPG sadly is not going to be waiting long here, as he sadly might get eliminated, as 17JS is going to keep that same momentum pushing into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and fall through towards it here. And it looks like NPG Sorrow looks like he's going to be able to find it as well here, doing a fantastic job. ZU sadly getting caught. MPG Sorrow trying to clash it out. Meanwhile, Ben Shu going to catch Sorrow on the outskirts here. And sadly, they're both going to be able to double team and play this the best as possible. 17JL is going to claim those 3 eliminations and have a strong start towards their game number 2. Meanwhile, looks like JJ looks like they wanted to go through with their third party and sadly was not able to find it.
Look, JJHRD waiting for the rest of his team to show up here. There we go. Now we're going to see them coming through. 17JL with their ultimate. We're going to see the Viper ult coming down. And JJHRD looking for an opportunity to make something happen. But unfortunately, Lixin is going to get locked down. The Ballista comes through, though. The follow-up here from the likes of, is this Godly, I think, is up top here? Yeah, it's going to be Godly sitting up top on the Ballista, covering water here as they go for the opportunity, hopefully, to try to resurrect one of their members. Water trying to get the resurrection. ZU trying to come in and stop it, but that Ballista making it pretty hard on ZU. The F3 comes through. They are going to get Lixin back in. JJHRD playing this very well. Look, they wanted to go in for that third party there, but the ults started to come through, and as soon as they see the Viper ult, Godly repositions to the Ballista he knows is nearby to provide cover for the team so that they can pick up one of their teammates. Now look at Water here. They know that 17JL here have no ultimates. Their supplies are low. They haven't even had the opportunity to kill yet. And now JJHRD able to turn the tides on the likes of 17JL here. They're going to be forced to burn the Wu Chen ult, but are still very low. They can't pick up AS. JJHRD is playing this so well. The rotation from Godly to the Ballista, now back into the rotation from the fight after they were able to get the resurrection onto Lixin. They've been able to pick up 2 of the members of 17JL. ZU just trying to keep it together here, the last remaining member, as JJHRD gives 17JL quite a run for their money. Lixin gonna be forced to turn back around here as we see the likes of YZG show up. It is a third party, so JJHRD has to allow that member, ZU from 17JL, get away and turn their attention to this fight. Godly, unfortunately, getting absolutely blitzed here as they use that Tammy ult to separate the rest of the team from the big Varja here, and they were able to pick off the Varja, which leaves their team completely out in the open. OC shows up, but 28HH actually gets picked up by Zhao Toto, and YZG off to another huge start with 3 eliminations immediately off the rip. NPG Sorrow over here, or no, sorry, OC gonna be able to come in here. I do believe that was a visual bug on my screen there, able to get at least one of the resurrections back off there. But man, what a strong third party from YZG. JJHRD played that fight very, very well, but unfortunately they overcommitted to the chase just a little bit and open themselves up to the third party here from YZG, and YZG using that Temi ult to lock 2 of the members away from the Monk so that the Monk could be picked off was absolutely brilliant coming out from YZG.
Meanwhile, coming into this one, Ventus surprisingly taking the lead away from 17JL, but they're tied up with 1+ Phoenix and YZG, EWG, and ASE in 5th and 6th place with 3 eliminations here. And sadly, it's looking really low for some of these other teams here, as it looks like J-Team, looks like they might have been able to resurrect their team here. It looks like their Viper was able to get their pickup. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it here, as it looks like OZ will be pushed in. YZG looking in nice and wide, trying to see what they can get out of this. Looks like there's going to be repair on that weapon here, as it looks like they will be able to push in on this. OC just getting followed here by YZG. YZG looks like they want to try to go for the fights and the elimination here. Let's see if they're going to be able to fully go into this and push and keep that same aggression into these games. Honestly, I would love to see it here, as it looks like they will. YZG is going to be able to come in, get the first taps, and it looks like they're going to be able to throw it down. The Viper Eye comes through, but it looks like it's not going to be enough, as OC's Leijing is going to be claimed, sadly, from that one. OC 28 AH, trying to see if he can find some slashes. Looks like he does onto Zhao Liu. Meanwhile, YZG looks like he's going to hit 28 AH. Trying to catch him on the other side here, and hits him with a massive bit of damage from that Terracotta Warrior here, as it looks like QGG is going to debunk, and it looks like that is a team wipe. With 6 eliminations coming into this, YZG is an absolute force to be reckoned with. This is a scary team coming into this. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any more with these rotations. Like I said, there's still a whole lot coming into these games, and they've done a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it even more within these spaces. It's not looking good though, as Ventus looks like they're still gonna be able to fight this out here. 17JL AS trying to keep the game alive here for themselves. Ventus dangerously low here. Looks like it is going to be in favor of 17JL, but a lot of things can change within these games though. And it looks like Pixel's gonna be dangerously low. The right click comes in from AS, as he's gonna be able to claim it onto Ventus. AS trying to keep the same momentum and pushing, as it looks like they will be able to whoosh it out. It looks like they're gonna be able to fight for another day. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 17JL trying to keep on the move here. ZU, the only one who still has a resurrection after JJHRD had such an early good play on them earlier here. Ventus coming in for the follow-up here. TJ gonna find another set of armor here, a purple set of armor for themselves as they start to push forward. 17JL looking to find anything they can here as they move up, but need to be very careful. That ballista gonna be ringing in their ears, and that ballista not something they want to hear after playing against JJHRD earlier. And it's JJHRD waiting in the wings, as well as Ventus and 17JL start to go head to head, and JJHRD looks to come in for a third party against the likes of 17JL, and this could be a huge turn of events, as both Ventus and 17JL down ultimates. Ventus does have their Viper ultimate, and this is the moment that JJHRD is waiting for. Look, you can see all of those range shots coming in, but that's EWG finding the third party first. JJHRD now looking to come in for the third party, but unfortunately, the team they're turning on, EWG, hasn't spent any resources to come in and take this fight. XCG also looking to come in. It may have been that JJHRD waited a little bit too long to come in for the third party, and all of these kills here on 17JL are just going to get cleaned up by these other teams. EWG gets one, XCG gets one, and then now ZU, I think the last remaining member for the likes of 17JL. JJHRD coming in though, they're able to pick up one member of XCG here. The no old zone comes down actually, and now HQ gets picked up by JJHRD as they pick up the third eliminations of the game. JJHRD, the patience, the waiting game paying off for them as they pick up Ling Xin as well. Zhao on the last remaining member here for XCG, and they're going to pick up that as well. That's going to be 5 eliminations for JJHRD, and them waiting ever so patiently to push into this fight, utilizing the resources on the map, going to serve them very well. JJHRD absolutely not just playing off the back of ultimates like we typically see a lot of these teams do, but playing to the map's advantage here. In their first fight, able to use the ballista to revive one of their teammates and flip the tables back onto 17JL. In this second fight, able to push in and use a no ult zone to cancel out the ultimate of XCG and clean up the fight.
So a lot of time here, even with all of this. JGD gonna be able to push in, and they're gonna be able to claim this elimination though, as it looks like it's gonna be the absolute inevitable as YZG sadly claimed and finished here. But they still have their resurrection though. They still have a chance here. They're not fully gone. They are not fully eliminated from this, and this is where I think things are gonna get very, very interesting, as it looks like we will be able to push in on this. GD up top. See if they're going to find this momentum. The question is, can anybody dethrone YZG? They have done it before. So I'm curious if whether or not are they going to be able to do it again. To be honest with you, I think they can. I do. I think they have the chance. I think they have the opportunity. I think now things are going to get very, very interesting towards these circles. And now, I think now is when things are going to get very, very interesting. AOW up top here looking really good towards these. Let's see if they can find the rotations. Let's see if they can put it together. They've done a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can find it. I'm excited. I'm excited. I think these next few are going to be very interesting here. As it looks like, oh no, YZG, they have found the last player of their team. It looks like he had no opportunity, no chance. And sadly, YZG, top of the leaderboard, 7 eliminations deep, putting in enough time and effort as he needs to, does get finished and claimed, and sadly was not enough, as they will get finished. Very unfortunate coming into this. But that's just the name of the game here.
Yeah, super unfortunate for YZG. They do put 7 eliminations under their belt, though.
Great,
so
strong start.
They're still going to put some points up on the board. I mean, given that they put 10 points on the board last game, 7 points is bad. This game isn't that bad, especially if they have a pop-off game later. They're still putting points on the board. They're still doing well. I mean, they're clearly not going to be happy about being the first team out here. Or sorry, the second team out here in game number 2, but at least they come in, they bring the aggression, they're still able to put eliminations up on the board. They've got to be happy about just the consistency in which that they're able to pick up these eliminations. Unfortunately, they do fall to 2 very bad at third parties, so maybe they need to look at how much they're overcommitting to some of these fights and find a better way to not walk into so many of these third-party opportunities for themselves. As we take a look and turn our attention here to JT, many of these teams just kind of waiting it out, waiting for these buffs to go away for many of these teams here. Fun Plus Phoenix with Draco Storm Wolves, with Mystic Might and GD with Vermilion Birds Might. JJHRD over here looking to pick up some Soul Jades, doing a little bit of shopping here. Pretty good loadouts for most of JJHRD, but they are running that Tumulk right now, or sorry, not Tumulk. They are running Tumulk, but Tian Hai, who desperately is in need of some better armor here, so that they have more HP when they monk up, especially because they're running Yodo in place of the Yueshun. So they need to find at least one decent set of armor to throw onto Godly. That's it. JJHRD has been playing very, very well here in game number 2, and their situational map awareness has been so good. They've been able to use it to turn every fight that they've been a part of. They are only at 5 eliminations right now, but the fact that they've been able to use the map to their advantage to pick up as many eliminations as they have has been really, really interesting to see coming out from JJHRD, because it's not their typical strategy. Their typical strategy is go in, burn all of our ultimates, overcommit to a fight, and if we can end the fight before we get third-partied, it's not an overcommit. Now, instead, they're playing patiently, they're looking to third-party fights, and they're looking to do it in advantageous locations where they can utilize different things on the map, like the Ballista for fight 1 and the no ult zone for their second fight, so that they have as much advantage as possible. It's a very interesting change to see coming out of JJHRD. As we get ready to head into Zone 3 here, Zone 2 is almost fully collapsed onto it. We're going to see these 2 Morse Blessings coming up, and both of them going to have Draco Storm. Looks like Team GD looking to contest one, Team GG as well as EWG and JJHRD all moving into position to contest the other one, and it looks like J-Team over here on a fight on the edge of the circle. Classic J-Team. We continue to see J-Team hug the edge of the circle and look to pick up stragglers time and time again, but it hasn't really served J-Team well in the past. So it's kind of sad to see them doing more of the old same when it's not been working for them for most of the season. It's barely slid them in the position that they're sitting in now, where they were just able to make it to grand finals through the rep change, but it hasn't put a ton of points on the board for them. It hasn't left them in advantageous positions. They've had to struggle to get where they are, as we see Fun Plus Phoenix going head to head here with AOW. We're going to see a massive Viper ult come out. One Fang is actually going to pick up VVV from downrange with a cannon shot, actually. Now Team Ventus shows up. AOW going to be forced to use the Wu-Chen ult to get out here, and Ventus is looking to come in and finish cleaning up the members of Fun Plus Phoenix. A massive parry comes out. They're going to pick up LYD, but now it looks like Team Ventus's Pixel going very, very low as Wolves continue to take shots from down range here. TXJ looking to hide it out and survive, maybe find an opportunity to pick up a resurrection, as we turn our attention back to team at JJHRD, who hasn't been able to secure the Morse Blessing the way they were hoping to, and are trying to back off now as NPG pushes into them. NPG Sorrow actually going to get knocked up here by the Temi Wisp, and it's Lixen who finds themselves caught out. Is going to go ahead and pop the Temi ult here, and we're going to see JJHRD. This is the typical thing I talk about, where they overcommit the ults, but they are going to find NPGs waiting off the back of it and force the Wu-Chen ult out as JJHRD looks to get away here. 17JL, who's been on the receiving end of this third party from JJHRD twice, though, now shows up with a third party of their own looking to make something happen, but Team Ventus shows up for a second time as 17JL loses ZU, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to lose TXG to Team JD. AS goes extremely low. Benchu is actually just stunned down. There's no place for them to go as NPG shows back up, and JJHRD picks up their 6 eliminations and is able to slide away from that fight off the back of the third, fourth, fifth party coming through. JJHRD holding on to second place right now with 7.1 points on the board after picking up their 6th elimination. JJHRD looking fairly good this game as they continue to take smart engagement after smart engagement.
Even with this one too, MPG, Sorrow trying to hold it here as EWG. Looks like it's going to be a 2-10 as it looks like NPG also. Sorrow trying to fight this out here with Yaelu. Yaelu almost getting claimed though, and it looks like he does here, so now it's going to be a 1v2. And it looks like it's going to be the advantage of NPG here. EWG trying to hold on for as long as possible here, waiting for the opportunity for him to maybe pop his ulti. It looks like he was trying to, but sadly, he probably just didn't have the time to do it, which is unfortunate here, as it looks like XCG also getting eliminated from this as well. Fun Plus Phoenix getting claimed with 4 eliminations. Absolutely insane and super unfortunate coming into this. There's so much momentum and madness happening with these games here. There still is more to be had in these spaces though, but now it looks like Sanzi retreating and out by himself. He's gonna have to play this and hold on for the rest of his team here, as it looks like now they're gonna be able to go through all around these rotations here, but now it's only gonna get crazier here. It looks like they're gonna be able to follow suit with his J-Team is going to find Sanzi. Sanzi trying to do as much as he can to try to dip out. It looks like he's gonna be able to hit a massive geyser that could be potentially very helpful for him if he knows how to retreat, but Sanzi caught in a bad situation here, all within this, and now it's only going to be harder as the spread comes in, but those geysers are helping him so much right now to keep him alive. He could be very helpful for him, and Sanzi trying to see if he can do anything about this 1v3 here, as it looks like he is going to be able to pop his Terracotta Warrior. It looks like he just needed enough time to stall this out. Now Sanzi has to do the impossible. He's got to run away, but not only run away, but he's got to run into these next couple of teams here, force a fight, and then go for the retreat as quick as possible. He's going to need to do that in any which way. And no, it looks like he's going to demonk here as J-Team is going to start pushing in, keeping the same energy towards Santi here, but Santi's got to hold on just a little while longer. He's got to catch it in a bad situation, and it looks like J-Team is going to capture it and find it. He's been doing so well so far, all the way within this Spectre, and sadly is not going to be able to find it here. And it looks like even with all of this, even trying to clutch this up, even with all of the spread, J-Team was able to push in and was able to claim the elimination towards this player. Absolutely phenomenal coming into this. They've done such a fantastic job of it, but man, Sanzi, I'm surprised that he stayed around for as long as he did. I really thought that there was an opportunity there for him to be able to back out. And then once he goes towards those teams, he just keeps moving. But no, he just stayed.
JJHRD here now, moving in, trying to find a good position for themselves. And this is what it's been all game for JJHRD, right? Is playing around the position and doing it very well. It's been such a different experience for them. As we take a look at Team GD up top with 4 eliminations for themselves as well. Many of the top contending teams we expect to see in the end of these lobbies gone right now. XCG, YZG, Team GG, not Team GG. I'm looking at Team GG. But all of them pretty much eliminated already. Team GG, though, holding on. Here we go. This is the same scenario we saw last game for Team GG, right? No eliminations under their belt, but setting themselves up for the final circle. We're going to see the legendary armor go into LXM, the legendary armor on the Monk as well. And now they are moving towards that Zone 5 game where they were able to take control of the final zone off the back of 330 playing a very strong Monk and picking up a ton of eliminations for themselves in a 25-point game 1. And again, I think a lot of it is due to kind of that slower pace from game 1 as everybody was trying to feel each other out, and we have a very similar vibe here in game number 2, and GG making a smart decision, taking that same team comp, looking for the opportunity early on, knowing that the pace is a little bit slower in these first couple of games, and trying to capitalize on that pace. JJHRD here on the receiving end of some cannons as they also throw some cannons down range. I do believe, is that NPG that they were throwing cannon shots at? I can't quite tell. NPG might actually be fully gone. No, NPG still has 2 members. Okay. As we take a look, Ventus still at the top right now with 8 eliminations, but it's JJHRD holding on to second with 7 eliminations, and third place has 3 teams that are completely eliminated in between them and technical third place right now, and that is going to be NPG with 4 eliminations under the belt. But unfortunately, Waiting is gone. Waiting is completely eliminated. Ace's Jin trying to come in, maybe make something happen here, set something up for the rest of Team Ace, but they're not able to find it as they back off and look for a more opportune position for themselves, because they do hear all those cannon shots coming from downrange, and those cannon shots do belong to JJHRDs. Now we turn our attention towards Team Ventus and AOW. AOW forcing their way through the Temi ult here just to find a little bit of space. Team GD also looking to come in here. The Takeda ult pop, but he's not really able to capitalize on anything right now. OC's 28H using that huge ult there from the Yodahime to try to find something through the wall, but we do see the Wuchen ult come through, and they're not going to be able to lock anybody down. Ventus's TJ on the backside here taking some damage from the cannon. Fairly separated from the rest of his team, but the rest of Team Ventus showing up so that they can hold on to that little hut at the edge of the zone. And we are going to see Ace's Alex pick up NPG's Jen. So it's going to be the 4th elimination for Team Ace as they move up to our current 8th place here in the lobby. AOW's Ping Tao utilizing that Assassin's Lunge here just to try to hold on to this space for Team AOW. AOW all with blue weapons, blue armor, not really in a great situation for themselves as they have 0 eliminations as well, heading into our final circles. JJHRD once again throwing cannon shots downrange at NPG. NPG Sorrow, the last remaining player here for NPG, and it looks like JJHRD knows where they are. This is not a good position for Sorrow to be in, as Godly and Lixen look to go hunt them down, but they need to be careful as there's another team waiting in the wings looking to capitalize on this chase, and that team waiting for them to push in and expend too many resources here on Sorrow. Sorrow expending their ultimate though, as they go topside. Lixen waiting for them. A parry comes out. Sorrow, though, at about half HP. No shields left remaining. The double grapple stun coming through. Sorrow, no place to go as Godly continues the chase here, but it's gonna be... No, Godly does pick up the elimination onto NPG Sorrow. We saw quite a few musket shots come out, but it is Godly who's able to secure it, and that's going to move JJHRD up into first place as they are now tied with Team Ventus, 8 eliminations each, but JJHRD still has their entire team up, and Team Ventus is down to just their Viper.
Looks like even with this one, though, just their Viper, that's not going to be good towards this one. The Viper can't do it all by himself. This is where things get a little bit more hasty, as it looks like now we're going to be able to lock this in. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it, figure it out, and put forth that effort to close it in and out. As now 330 going to be able to demonk this out. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the grabs that he needs to. As a massive Viper ult comes into it, it looks like he's going to be able to get one here, which is that water, and he gets the second. It's JJ. GG is going to be able to claim 2 beautiful grabs, and he gets the slam the way that you want to here. As now they're going to be able to let this go, and it looks like OUG Wade is going to be able to find one, and that's for Team GG. Man. So much rotation coming into this. Let's see if they can go through with the rotations, though. Still, even with the grabs, though, is going to be able to see if he can grab it. Oh, and he does end up grabbing Eagle. Eagle tries to retreat as long and as far as possible, trying not to get caught, but sadly, Eagle does end up getting claimed, grabbed, and said, come here. In this space, absolutely insane coming into this. There's still a whole lot of momentum happening all within the space, though, but now we're going to be able to patch this in. We're going to be able to look around here and see where the others come through this space here. And now, even with this one, 330 still alive here. Sadly, they do and have lost one of their teammates here, but let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into these next ones there. There's still a whole lot of players within these final circles here, so they're going to have to play it to the best of their abilities here. But even with all of that, too, they're gonna have to find it out. JJ up top with 8 eliminations. GD and AS very close at hand with 7 eliminations. But it really could be anybody's game, though, as now the circle is starting to differ and change. Wolves with 1 elimination. They're gonna need to make some more magic happen here. Some of the biggest names in this game right now is out. If you have an opportunity to pop off, now is the chance to do it. This is the game that you gotta claim that dub, knowing that all the top players are gone. YZG out. Fun Plus Phoenix out. J-Team out. XCG out. These are some of the most dangerous teams that have been absolutely decimating these lobbies here, with an average of 40 to 50% of their top 5. So if they're going to be able to do it, let's see if they can find it, as GG ends up getting grabbed and thrown. Let's see if they can find it out as well here, as OUG Wade is going to be able to go through these rotations. Yeah, wow. Oh, it looks like OC ends up getting grabbed all the way towards the tip here, and it looks like OUG Wade will have to demonk here as the circle is slowly starting to close in here. Circle number 7 starts in 50 seconds here, ladies and gentlemen. The circle is starting to get a little bit antsy towards this location, as it looks like a GG's 330 ends up getting claimed by ASE's Jin. Jin trying to see if they can hold on. They got the 8 eliminations here. They need to do what they can here. They're in the top 5, so they do get those placement points already, but now things get a little bit easier. ASE is going to try to see if they can close this in. Get shoved outside of circle by OUG. Zinyu is going to be able to pop the ulti. Immediately coming through, trying to put enough pressure onto these teams here, as OUG Wade is just going to absolutely shoot and scramble the cannon shots. Absolutely hit all of the cannon shots as much as possible within this space here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and figure it out here, as ASE is going to be able to close the gap in between them and OUG. Meanwhile, Zinyu still has that Terracotta Warrior. A Terracotta Warrior immediately desensitizes. They're going to be able to go through with these rotations to see how they're going to be able to finish this off here. Jin holding this on, 1v1 between him and Zinyu here. Zinyu trying to force the hand here, as Jin dangerously low. He's going to try to play this, doesn't have any time here for it, as he immediately ends up getting parried. OUG is able to claim the elimination, and AFC is officially out of this game. OUG shutting them down entirely here, as it looks like it's going to be just GG versus OUG. GG holding on for as long as possible, playing the game so well to the fact that they're able to claim the 2nd place podium for this finish, but OUG is going to be feeling good, claiming game number 2. Wade, double essence in you, playing it off all the way to the very end, playing it to the best of their abilities. And ladies and gentlemen, it rains nothing but blue as OUG is going to claim it.
Yeah, OUG coming in playing a very, very strong final circle for themselves here. Able to pop off, able to pick up the key members of GG when they monk up going into those final circles, and able to stop GG from popping off there. And it's Ace and OUG able to hold on to their 2 full team comps who take it hyper to the end there. There's going to be some very tight scores across the board. JJHRD was holding on to that first place for a long time with only 1 member left remaining alive. Unfortunately, they just couldn't make it there with the rest of their team. They played a very strong early to mid game, but unfortunately they just didn't have it to go all the way to the end here in game number 2. And it's OUG who's able to come out on top and beat out Aces for that first place finish here and walk away the MVP. And man, what a game this was for OUG. You can see it on their faces, the smiles. They're just absolutely elated to be walking away here, the winners of game number 2, and they played their hearts out in the final moments to make that happen. And sometimes that's all it takes, right? We saw it with Team GG in game 1, where look, they make it to the end. They don't really have any eliminations under their belt, but sometimes if you can keep the full team together and get to those final circles, that's the difference maker, right? Like you look at teams like JJHRD, they get to that final circle, but they're down to 2 team members. GG gets to the final circle, but they're down to 2 team members. What was the other team? Team Wolves gets to the final circle. They're down to 2 members. And unfortunately, it's hard to overcome those numbers in the final circle when there's 2 of you and an entire team turns and looks at you and goes, hey, look, all 3 of us are here. Just dogpile 1 player on that team. Now you're down to 1 player running around in the final circle, and you don't really have a hope to put more points on the board. It's just, how long can I survive so I can get the maximum amount out of the points we do have put together? And that's not the situation you want to be in, because if you're a team like OUG and you have all 3 members left alive, you can keep putting points on the board. You just keep rolling them together, and while you're putting those points on the board, you're making them count for more and more because you're staying alive longer and longer. And all of a sudden, you take 9 eliminations, you take first place, it's a big game for you. You're going to walk away. You're going to have a good day.
Gonna have a good day, and so far OUG is having a good day with their game 2 claim to fame within this. And now we're getting close to the halfway mark here. Game 3 is next. Back to Morris Isle. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where more things are starting to come into place here. And like I said, I think this is where things get a little bit better towards this space. So now with this finals coming through hard, now let's see how they're going to be able to rotate this around. Like I said, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of aggression until we get to game 4. But there's still going to be chances for people to go absolutely off. So I'm excited to see how this goes. And I think someone's going to get revenge on somebody.
Look, I mean, if anybody needs revenge, it's 17JL, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Look, every single time they walked into a fight, somebody rolled up and third-partied them, and they fought their heart out. It's like we're winning a fight, the third party comes through. 17JL has got to have a grudge against the likes of JJHRD and Team Ventus, because both of those teams, every single time 17JL looked like they were going to win a fight, those teams rolled up. But as we take a look here, it's OUG in first place with a 24.2 game score, 12 eliminations under the belt. Team Ace with 9, going to be walking away with a 16.5, and Team GG still holding on to overall first place as they take third place here with a 12.6, and JJHRD not far behind with 8 eliminations and an 11.4 game score. JJHRD, man, this is a good game for them, and I hope to see them keep playing just like this, because them using the map to their advantage is something we haven't seen them do, and it's clearly a strategy that works for them, Dobby.
Even with that, still coming into this OUG with 24.2 eliminations, they still was able to play this as best as possible. And they made it look good towards this. ASC, though, coming through with that second place, 16.5. GG's with a third place finish of 6 eliminations, 12.6. Those ranking points being massive for them. As JJ is going to claim the 4th place slot here as we look at the team data for the game for our or game 2. Binyu, Wade, and Double S here. 6 eliminations coming in, but it looks like Wade is going to catch the max damage of 18,000 coming in. So Wade putting in work for their team. Don't sleep on those 4 eliminations.
Look, I mean, SS, though, really doing a great job there as well with that Temi coming through with the ult, able to just buy their team so much space into those final circles, do a ton of damage, and as well pick up a ton of eliminations as well. Very surprising to only see 8k damage coming out of Zinyu, though, on the Yuashan, as Yuashan usually typically does a ton of damage here. No surprises here as SS is going to come out our MVP for Team OUG here. 15,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 4 assists for a total of 10 kill participation, and it's going to be his 3rd MVP of the season.
Even with this armor pierce, Hepta detach, switch, dazzle, soul shot, sunwing shot, and juggernaut. 10,000 damage with the musket. This man did more than half of his damage with a musket. A musket, ladies and gentlemen, not the cannon, not the bow, not the repeating crossbow. A musket. A musket.
Look,
this
if you
is finals territory, and you're putting up 10k damage with a musket.
Look,
Boy,
if you can
dangerous.
land your
That's
shot,
scary.
look, if you can land shots with a musket, it does a ton of damage, and he's running both
Do you realize how
Sunwing
harder that is?
and slow shot. Look, here's the thing though, in trios, it's all about teams being locked down and not paying attention, right? You know, we talk about how we don't see Greatsword a lot in solos, but we see it a lot in trios. It's because in trios, you have your team to rely on. Your team can lock somebody down, lock them into an animation with either the dual blades or the nunchucks or something like that, or maybe they're not paying attention because they're fighting another team, and all of a sudden, oh hey, boom, I just got to click on your head and I'm picking up a ton of damage. But you know who's about to do a ton of damage to chat? Our girl Jaeger, as they get ready to bring us yet another interview before we come back for game number 3.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today we are very glad to invite Xinyu to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 星宇，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OUG 的星宇。
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，也恭喜你们刚才这把比赛拿下了最高分。So first, we would like to say congratulations. You did really good job in the game too. And today, after the game, I saw that you guys, you're like yelling on the stage and like so excited. So I would like to know what's the most like happiness point you think after this race. 那首先我们看到，在刚才这把比赛完之后，其实镜头给到你们的时候，全队啊 ，OUG 全队特别的兴奋，就特别想问一下，这把比赛比下来之后，你觉得你们最值得你们高兴的点是什么呢？
因为我们之前的双变不太行嘛，然后
是的，
这次决赛却就拿出我们的双变，却拿到一个第一，然后吃鸡的这种情况，很欣慰。
进步了很多，为自己感到非常的欣慰。
对，
好的。So actually, because before the grand final, it seems like our double transformer is not so strong, and we are very excited today because we saw that our transformer improved a lot and we can get the higher score. That's why we are so excited for this race. And okay, I saw that in the game too, it's like every team is very aggressively and at like only left the 2 or 3 minutes, there's like all the teams, or most of the teams, they are not full formation. So I would like to know the reason why on this race like it's not the full formation for every team. 那我特别想问一下，这一把其实看到各个队伍都打得非常的激烈，其实到了最后到2到3分钟的这个时间，基本上场上已经没有满编的队伍，就特别想问一下仙宇，你觉得这个原因是什么呢？
主要是这把妖红尘是比较多的，然后双变其实是普遍比较少，这把我们进圈前就看到了5、6队妖红尘嘛，然后决赛圈双变肯定是要慢进圈的，然后但是到了决赛圈，他们有些可能队就没有怎么运营好，然后导致去压妖红尘啊什么的，然后被爆了， 就决赛圈就人比较少了。
好的好的。So actually, because today we saw when picking the hero combo, most of the team they are choosing the Yodo and Viper and Wu Chen. So today it's very hard for the double transformer because the idea and way for double transformer to operate to the final circle is like to be late to enter the final circle. And maybe because some of other team they just fight with the hero combo, which is the Viper, Wu Chen and the Yodo. So that's why most of the team are not full formation. And I would like to know, so in this situation, how your team manage and can be survive and keep very good status? 那我就特别想问一下，其实，在这样的情况底下，对你们战队来说是非常的危险。那这种情况底下，你们是怎么保证自己可以满编的呢？
首先第一点就是要慢进圈，然后决赛圈要找一个就人比较少、弱侧，然后点位可能比较差，但是没有人会压你，然后就是尽量减少自己的存在感，就不要去跟那些队互相压呀什么的，尽量降低自己的存在感就可以了，
就可以稳稳的进圈，保证自己的状态，
会慢慢的运营，然后慢慢就干什么都比较好的。
好的好的。So actually for the double transformer with Tamuj, I think the key point is to be slow, like to be slow and late to enter to the final circle and to less time to fighting with other teams. Because if you fight with other teams, so there will be more opportunity that you will lose the teammate in the game. So we just choose to stay in a weakness place to choose a position and to avoid fighting with other team. That's why we can keep very good status in the final circle. Okay, so today we saw that you have really excellent performance. And also, you know, these days we are like in the Nbpl, everyone is like choosing who is the most cool guy in the Nbpl. So we know that you are also the one of them. So how you think of that? 那我们也知道，其实最近 Nbpl 在选举最帅的成员，就特别想问一下新宇，作为榜上有名的成员，自己是怎么看这件事情呢？
每个人的风格都不一样，然后我觉得我是中等的，就中等的，不能算丑，也不能算很帅吧，就是中等的。
这就是帅而不自知吗？好，谢谢新宇，这个心态其实是保持的非常好。So actually for my outlook, I think just so, and I think different guy have different style. 好的，谢谢新宇接受我们今天采访。Thank you 新宇 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Comes the Yoto ult, here comes the blender, health bars will evaporate as one by one, Dong Jing clears up the lobby, taking out everyone, but Hong Fly will take it all.
Finds himself to buy in the caves here, catches a whole bunch of damage out with the dagger. Jin and the daggers have just been, you know, a staple now at this point, as he has lost so much health, but cannon fire to the face, fireball back in response as Dubai is taken out by Jin.
The Shark can now try and find a second against another Zip. Bubble going to be there in place, it's going to run out in a matter of moments, and the second that it does, that Justina ultimate is going to be able to seal that Zip's doom. Action activating that trap so that Dubai with that 12-second setup is able to just grapple over a bit effortlessly. But Zabaya gets caught up in a little bit of a juggle, 2 frames going to guarantee that the shield is almost broken, but not quite. There's action with that Katana, charges off the 1-2-3, and is able to find the kill onto Tabai in a matter of moments, surely. Wang Liang able to burn out that Justina F ability very early on in the fight. The ultimate now going to be coming out from Xu Sheng, wanting to get Wang Liang a little bit lower. There's the Tucker ultimate, and it's going to be an absolute gorgeous dash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans, and welcome back, all you lovely viewers watching us from the front page of Twitch. This is the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Rune Keeper, with my main man, Dabier, right here with me, my co-caster, as we kick things off here in Season 2 Grand Finals. We're 2 games deep of today's 6 games. It's the second day, and things are already getting heated. GG holding on to first place as we speak. They're walking away the MVPs for game number 1, taking third place here in game number 2. Consistency is the name of the game for many of these teams, but for GG right now, it's holding them in first place. That said, we're only 2 games deep. There's 12 games total to go. Ain't nobody secured themselves any sort of guaranteed victory yet, but you can guarantee yourself a legendary weapon skin if you can answer this right, and you can get picked by our lovely chat here. And it's which team won game number 2? Is it A, Aces, B, OUG, C, Wolves, or D, GG? I basically just answered this question for you guys, so you should know.
Did you just leak the answer?
I just before it, I didn't know what question was coming our way. So you guys should know which team walked away here, the victors of game number 2. Is it A, Ace, B, OUG, C, Wolves, or D, Team GG? Go ahead and drop your little answers over in chat there for your chance to walk away with some legendary weapon skins, and they're very nice. And Dobby, I know you be all about the drip. You be logging in there, looking at them legendary weapon skins. Dobby be like, look, I'm about to spend my whole Nbpl paycheck here. Hold up, let me get every single one of these, because you know Dobby's got to have the drip. Chat.
Looks like it's going to be even a whole lot more of a madness and momentum's coming into it too. And it looks like, obviously, even I was going to say it. I probably was going to leak it too if it was me, to be quite honest. But going into it, I'm gonna be honest. I almost leaked it. I almost said it. Just on a professional tip. I was like, I was about to leak myself here. So, guys, yeah. So, woo! That's something in that tea. That's crazy. As looks like we're gonna be able to lock this in for our game number 3 here. So much madness and momentum coming into this, but we have one more game until we're in the halfway, man. So far, the games have been very strong. So let's see how they're going to be able to lock this in for game number 3. I think there's going to be a little bit more aggression. I think there's going to be some W key action going on.
Yeah, look, we got a little bit of it towards the mid game last game, right? We saw a lot of teams kind of overcommit to fights and get punished pretty heavily for it. 17JL being one of those teams. JJHRD actually almost got punished on their 3rd time going in on 17JL. They overcommitted just a little too hard, but they got their butts saved by a 3rd, 4th, and 5th party coming through, distracting them from the chase off of JJHRD. So that bought JJHRD enough space where they were able to come away 4th place there in the game number 2. Besides that, though, honestly, just some really interesting tactics to see coming through. We don't see a lot of these teams utilize the map quite the way we saw JJHRD do in the last game, right? Like they committed to a fight where a third party was 17JL, and that third party, as soon as it started turning south, Godly immediately splits off to go secure a ballista to cover their teammates on the map, able to get the resurrection, and then we're able to push back on to 17JL, who overcommitted and stayed. They were like, no, we got the elimination, we're not going to let you get the resurrection. But because Godly was able to move to that ballista and utilize that map control, not only were they able to get the resurrection, but because they stuck around too long, 17JL lost most of its team members. I think ZU was the only one who got away, and they only got away because we saw the third party come through from YZG, which saved them. And then JJHRD later on attempting to go in for the third party onto 17JL again, played very patiently and drew the likes of XCG to a no ult zone. And as soon as XCG started to burn their ultimates, they popped the no ult zone. They immediately picked the Yotahime out, and then they picked the other members of their team off as well because they played around the map. And not a lot of teams do that. A lot of teams rotate well around the map, but they don't play around the pieces or objectives on the map that can help them win fights like we saw there. We're getting ready to lock in for game number 3 here. As we get ready to head back to Morris Isle, we're going to take a look at these team comps coming through. And my question is GG going to run it back for the third time? No, they are not. They're going to save that Transformers comp for a little bit later here as they get ready to lock in the likes of the Viper comp here. And for the most part, some pretty common comps that we're used to seeing here. That regular standard Takeda comp, the Viper comp we're used to seeing. Ace, there's no way Ace is going to be locking Matari into this Transformers comp over the Uashan. I just don't see it happening. They're toying with me, Dobby. They're watching, they're waiting for me to say something, and then they're gonna change it. No, maybe they are. Maybe they are going to lock it in. We'll see. As we got 50 seconds left on the board here, many of these teams just kind of running the standard comps as we jump in for game 3. But Dobby, tell me about this spread, because it's so different from game 1.
Looks like the spread is going to be absolutely a lot more tighter. See, okay, notice the first game. Right? Everybody was spread out. There was a lot more, not less contention in these games. Now look at the circle now. 4 teams in Celestra. We got 2 teams near Shadow Jade. We got at least 2 or 3 teams surrounding Zest Winery and Pool of Cleansing. We got 1 team in Stillside. Everybody is fighting a lot more in these spaces. I'm so excited to see how these fights go as they're immediately going to get inside of the tunnels and they're going to start patching this in. Oh, I'm so excited for this one as now the games are only going to get tighter and now people are going to start pushing in. This is going to get fun.
I mean, look, things got fun game 1. I'm excited to see what happens, though, because like you said, we do have a lot of teams spawning on top of each other, looking to take these early fights. OUG GD here over here in the mines, looking to make a fight break out. SS going to use those range here to buy themselves just a little bit of space so the rest of OUG can collapse together before they engage into that fight with Team GD. But YZG once again off to an early start here in game number 3 as they find themselves engaged with EWG. Sanzi taking some huge hits. Zhao Liu absolutely getting butchered by a great sword here, but Zhao Toto gonna go down. CXZ also gonna go down. EWG looking to clean things up here on YZG. No eliminations, and they might go out early here. QGG going to go down. They do still have their resurrections, but YZG losing an early fight is that's not usual for them. As we turn our attention now to OC, who's picking off the likes of AOW. Cuckoo goes down, but Wolves coming in for the third party now, looking to clean this up. One Fang with a purple set of armor already, as well as GU. Man, these guys coming in heavy with the gears. GU though getting blitzed down by 20HH's ultimate here, but One Fang looking to come back into the fight. 14 gonna get a massive parry onto 28HH, immediately follows it up with a huge riposte from the Greatsword. 28HH trying to find something. One Fang finds a parry onto 28HH again. 28HH getting parried left, right, and center. OC's 0-1, the last remaining player for their team, goes very, very low. and is looking to bide their time to see if they can maybe get a resurrection, maybe get the team out. They are able to get the Karens out. What a play here, but man, they need to be quick because One Fang seems to know right where they're going. They're going to come in. They're only going to be able to get the one resurrection on the 28HH, and now 0-1 is going to get picked off immediately. They're just feeding another kill straight here to Wolves, and 28HH, they've got no way to go in and pick up their teammates. They're going to have to take, oh no, 28HH, no, you know, see, there's no way. What I just saw, no, 14 shows up and says you don't get to get away as all of Team OC gets claimed here by Team Wolves.
14 doing a fantastic job here, really trying to keep the game alive here. Meanwhile, Godly trying to hold on and trying to keep this advantage going as best as possible here, as OUG is going to try to keep the game alive here as best as possible, hitting a massive parry on Lixton. Lixton coming in with the Reza, absolutely insane and detrimental when it comes to it, as it looks like they're going to be able to find that next elimination. Water trying to hold on as long as possible, is able to get the shield off, but ends up getting decimated immediately from OUG's double S. Water trying to hold on here, massive hits coming in, but dangerously low. Water trying to do what it can, but immediately gets met by the face of a Monk. It looks like Godly is able to keep the game alive just long enough for them to be able to run this back. Oh my goodness, you love the timing in the space coming in, as Water is going to get shut down immediately from TXJ with the musket. Godly trying to hold on here, but Fun Plus Phoenix is going to come in and go, come out and play. Just want to make sure that they shut this down, and they're not going to give them any opportunity to try to get any type of win or elim for that matter here, as JJ is going to be able to go through with that XCG. Also eliminated. Very surprising coming in from this team, and it's very similar to what you said before. You know, XCG fought in the losers bracket. So now that we're going back towards the top of the order, now we're going back towards all of the main teams that have already qualified. Now it's a different story, which is very unfortunate coming in, because I would love to see XCG really play this well here, as it looks like they're all going to be resurrected here, as it looks like Insanzi immediately is going to push in, keeping the same aggression onto it. 17JL's AS goes for the Monk ult. Sanzi immediately gets grabbed. He's going to try to see if he can find the second, but it doesn't matter though, as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out of there, and AS starts to go looking.
Yeah, EWG here looking to slip away from 17JL. 17JL's Ben Chu ulted up here on the Terracotta Warrior, but thinks better as he sees that the ult's about to run out. Decides he's going to back off and take the reset here. Let EWG get away. Team GG going head-to-head with AOW. AOW's Miskia here, popping the Yoda ult, trying to get some damage out. Going to end it early to keep some of that rage on hand, as Miskaya from GG spends their full Yoda Hime ultimate coming down. Ping Tao going to pop the Viper ult, looking to lock down the likes of GG. GD pushed in a little too hard, overcommitted just a little too much. We are going to see the stun come out, but nobody from GG going to get completely eliminated off the back of the shorter stun coming through from the Viper. We're going to see them forced to pop the Wu Chen ult to get out, and GG stays on the hunt as AOW looks to take a reset and get away here. They've burnt all three of their ultimates. They do not want to go back head to head here with Team GG after losing out and burning so many resources. AOW needs to find another strategy moving forward here, because Team GG just ran through them. Unfortunate for the likes of AOW. That shorter Viper stun not really serving them well in that fight. They weren't able to lock down any one single member of GG and eliminate them. That stun just not long enough to make it happen there. And GG able to flip the script there, as we turn our attention back to Team Wolves. OUG taking some shots here from Team GD. We talked about those muskets earlier, and you can see just how much those muskets do hurt when you're able to land those shots, as Kakaishi just does a ton of damage to the likes of OUG and forces them to spend massive resources to get a full reset here. OUG going to back off as well after taking all of that damage. Zinyu here down to a single health pot, looking to maybe do a little bit of shopping and get some of those resources back that they desperately need. As we turn now to JJHRD 17JL. JJHRD, you know, going low here where they're going to actually lose Lixin. And, you know, 17JL, just a little bit of sweet payback here, as it was JJHRD who third-partied them multiple times last game. And now they were able to pick up an elimination off of this. YZG coming in, looking to lock down water. They are easily going to find that elimination. QGG going to end the ultimate early. That's their first elimination of the game, though. And they do not have resurrections available to themselves. So YZG playing a much slower game this time around. GG's LXM able to hit a jump cancel into a parry on Zhao Liu there and pick up an easy elimination, as now Sanzi and Yiran break line of sight here, trying to get away. And it looks like Yiran still being chased down by the likes of Team GG, and Sanzi just trying to keep the hopes alive for Team EWG as a very dominant force here in our grand finals. Team GG looks to chase down their teammate, but it looks like GG's gonna back off the chase here and turn their attention to spawning Moore's blessings that are coming through. And while those are going through, I do believe GG's gonna head over towards one of the treasure troves and try to lock themselves down some good loot, as Ace's Alex takes a huge Yodohime ultimate to the face, as they're also forced to end their ultimate. 28JHH actually gets locked down in the Wisp, takes a ton of damage, and it's going to force the Wu Chen ult out just so they can get the resurrection onto their teammate. J-Team's Eagle trying to find the grabs here, not able to find them, but still using that ult just to cover the box here. And it looks like J-Team's going to pick up one of these Moore's blessings early on, Dobby.
Oh, absolutely. Coming into this one, still is able to make it look good within this, as J-Team going to be able to keep this game alive here. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep this going here, as J-Team still keeping the game alive as best as possible here. You love to see how they've been able to do it thus far here. J-Team's Eagle able to do everything and what they can here, as ASC's Alex is already eliminated. This is very interesting, as Hazy gonna back out and get out of here as fast as possible. Mystic Bites owned by GG's and J-Team. JGD with the Draco Storm here, and it looks like the Draco Storm looks like something is gonna be very helpful, as OUG is gonna be able to find their next elimination here from ASE. AZ's still alive here, solo by himself. Is this the last of the resurrection? Yes, it is. If he ends up getting eliminated, ASE is done. Unfortunate, as they have 3 eliminations. Great start to their team, but sadly, it's just not gonna be enough here.
Yeah, J-Team here with the Mystic Mind, going to make it almost impossible for Aces to come in and pick up Jin as well, because they're going to be dropping that radar time and time again. JJHRD's Godly finally going to be caught out here, as YZG picks up their second elimination. YZG out in the zone, taking quite a bit of damage here, but very close to the edge of the zone. So they've got plenty of time to make it back in. Hazley going to be caught out here by J-Team. And this is the thing, they have basically radar right now. You see that little splash going out on the ground, coming out from the Mystic Might. It's telling them where opponents are, and it made it so hard for Ace to do anything to get away from J-Team after they picked up that Mystic Might, and they were able to use it to chase them down. So J-Team going to pick up quite a few eliminations there, or at least one elimination there. I'm sorry, the rest of Ace was picked up by other teams as they fleed J-Team. So J-Team picks up at least one of those eliminations. Unfortunately, they don't get the opportunity to pick up more. Team GG here looking to hunt down WX98 from Team Ventus here, as they also rocking the Mystic Might to give chase. WX98 though, just keeping it moving, just trying to stay away from the rest of Team GG. Fun Plus Phoenix nearby though, gonna turn around and throw some shots downrange onto Team GG. AOW also downrange as well. Team GG needs to think about how they take this engagement, as multiple third parties start to break out. Fun Plus Phoenix looking to pick up an elimination here as well, and Team GG still interested in getting involved here. They've got that Mystic Might, so they want to press the advantage while they have it, but with so many teams around and Mystic Might not really being an engagement tool for them, it's kind of hard for GG to just press in and try to take eliminations here. They have to play very carefully, or they risk overextending and overcommitting to some of these fights. Fun Plus Phoenix going to be able to pick up the elimination, and unfortunately not GG. LXM will slide in and pick up at least something off the body from WX98, but that's all they're going to get. They're not going to put any eliminations under their belt here. AOW also sliding in, looking to pick up some of the scraps, and and even with all these teams here, only one elimination going to be picked up, and all of them just going to loot that body like vultures, Dobby.
Even with this, AOW still trying to hold this on, but sadly they have no eliminations. They're gonna have to do something. So, but honestly, it's still early. It's Circles 2's closing. So everybody's still on this spread here. ASC and JJ is out currently. So still a lot of that. So let's see if they're gonna be able to put that out. Let's see if we're gonna be able to put that together here, as it looks like they will be able to go with that rotation. Sorrow doesn't have, wait, Sorrow's not healing. What? Does he have resurrection, or am I crazy? Because he had heals. He could have used his heals. Wait, now I'm just thinking exactly what he's gonna be able to, I think what they're trying to save what they can. They're trying to save on a little bit of the loot that they need to, and they're not necessarily forcing it, knowing that they can just get slower and slower into it, as MPG Sorrow is going to be dangerously low here. He's going to need to at least try it, but Sorrow is just, I think Sorrow is just using, okay, he's just using it. He's not trying to use his heals currently. He's just trying to do what he can, try to get as close to outside of the circle as possible, and try to just play that strat out here. But that's only going to work, but for so long here. But that's a very interesting choice here, as OUG is also going to be able to go through the rotations, but you know, we talk about that all the time, and we see that resources are very, very important, but I don't know.
Well, look, you have to look at it from their perspective, right? There are very, very limited resources in Immortal War, right? There's only so many loot piles that appear, and they already have very low loot. And the further you get into the game, the more likely everything's already been looted. So the only way you can pick up anything is either from shops or from killing players. And it's very hard to get money in Immortal War, as the only way to pick it up is going to be from killing players. You get 2K per elimination that you get. We're going to see MPG Sorrows go down again here, but MPG's in a tough situation. They don't have a ton of pots, and the more that they burn them, the worse that situation gets. And they're already so deep into the zone that they're getting that negative healing from being in zone, because they've been in zone for so long. So it makes it so hard for them to actually burn healing and get anything out of it. As we take our attention here to Fun Plus Phoenix, looking like they're trying to secure yet another Morris Blessing here. It looks like MPG was only able to keep their one player alive. They've got one player inside the zone, and it's just, they're in a tough spot, right? A lot of hard decisions have to be made. Sorrow was trying to keep things moving for his team there. He really only had the one healing, and it was a small healing. And as soon as he burns that, he has no hope of staying alive, right? He has no hope of getting back to the edge of the circle, so he just tries to hold on to it for as long as possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they've been able to do too much there, as they are down to a single player left alive. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, Dobby. Sometimes you've got the loot, sometimes you don't. NPG in this particular game did not have the loot. Tried to hold on to make the most of what they had, and it just unfortunately doesn't work out. And now Waiting going to be caught out here, and that's going to be it for NPG, as things clearly does not work out for the likes of NPG. Team GD picks up another elimination here, which brings them to 2 eliminations total. Kakaishi going very, very low, as Team Wolves coming in for the third party.
Looks like the third party is still going to be helpful here, as it looks like AOW and Cuckoo is going to be able to push this into it. It looks like they missed the grapple, though. It's very unfortunate, though, but it looks like Don Queen, sadly, will get found here, and it looks like they're going to be able to push in. Don Queen, from what he said earlier, one of the hardest working players in the game of Naraka Blade Point thus far here. Don Queen is going to try to see if he can do what he can here. He absolutely jukes looks like he jukes the team. Oh, this is actually pretty much interesting, though, as they are going to be able to patch into this. 17JL is going to be able to find it. And it looks like AS looks like he's going to try to see if maybe they can find the advantage. There's so many people on this bridge here. This really can be anybody's game. Meanwhile, J-Team is on the outskirts, and they're sitting pretty outside of the storm, but they're inside of the bush. Now I'm curious if they're going to be able to push this in and see if maybe they can fight. Maybe they can go through a third party and surprise somebody. And meanwhile, OUG is going to be spraying them with a repeating crossbow. Let's see if they're going to be able to find something, though.
YZG here still holding on even though they were eliminated early, still 2 eliminations under their belt. Their full team together, still rocking blue armor. Unfortunately, here into the mid game, they need to find themselves a Moore's Blessing or a way to pick up some purple armor for themselves so they can carry it into the late game. FunPlus Phoenix here holding on to, I do believe, Draco Storm here for another 7 seconds as they push out, looking to pick up an elimination. They are going to find Ventus's Zhu here and pick that up off the back of VVV and TXJ here, using those nunchucks to lock them down. Ventus now down to just WX98, and WX98 holding on for dear life as 17JL just it peeks around the corner for them, and FunPlus Phoenix looking to push up onto the shop, but OUG gonna make it very hard for them to do any sort of shopping here as FunPlus Phoenix runs out of that Draco Storm. They can't just pressure up and force teams off. They have to play very, very carefully. OUG gonna go airborne here, looking to head up towards the Ballista and potentially take control of Ballista while not being in range of that Ballista. We've seen just how dangerous that Ballista can be in our last game, as JJHRD was able to use it to pretty decent effect there to win an entire team fight that was entirely against their favor. But it's EWG who has the top side here. Unfortunately, EWG has to just look to use that Ballista to hold the space. They can't really reach out and take fights because so many teams down below looking to get away from them, and somebody gonna drop a Bane's Breath on top of them. They definitely can't afford to stay up top on the tower anymore, because now that Bane's Breath going to evict them. So EWG looks to get away, and Sanzi actually gets picked up by the Bane's Breath. Zhao Liu solo trying to take this Moore's Blessing right now, is actually going to be able to find it, is going to get the legendary armor, is going to pick up both the legendary Soul Jades, leaves the legendary pistol behind, but Zhao Liu looking to come back and try to get Sanzi back into the game here. Yiran on the resurrection already. Zhao Liu just trying to make it happen, and luckily no Bane's Breaths come down, as they are going to lose Sanzi to another Bane's drop, and this looks like it's a natural Bane's. This isn't a player Bane either. This just happened to come through and evict EWG from the top of the tower. Very unfortunate for the likes of EWG, as they are able to get Sanzi back in, but Sanzi goes down to it twice. Luckily, they're able to keep their whole team together, Dobby.
Looks like even with this one, XCG going through these rotations, though. 3 teams officially eliminated. Still a lot of people staying alive here. Like I said, a lot of people have been playing this smart with their teams, trying not to get caught in a lot of bad situations here. So they've been doing what they can to keep these games alive, and they've done a fantastic job of it so far. So now, let's see if they're going to be able to find any more of it, as now OC outside of it. The storm comes in. XCG is going to be able to claim the chest. Looks like they have everything. Oh, a gold bow coming in. Gold shield. Looks like 9HQ is going to be able to claim that. And it looks like Xiaonan might be the one that actually claims the bow. It looks like OUG up top, literally up top of the Ballista and the tower. With 8 eliminations, 9.3 points so far here. OUG trying to keep the average points and scores absolutely high here. Let's see, OUG is going to keep that same momentum and passion going into this game number 3. Eyeballing, looks like everything they can here. See if they can figure this out here.
OUG holding on to that space that EWG was holding on before. YZG doing the smart thing, still just holding on to this ground space below the Ballista. They don't want to get hyper involved with that Ballista, but they are happy to just hold this space and utilize the pressure the Ballista creates to just keep themselves safe without having to threaten that space up top. OUG more than happy with their position, as well as they've got the high ground, the edge of the zone, getting ready to push in, though. There's not going to be too much space left up here on the Ballista, so OUG needs to start thinking about how they're going to reposition. YZG going to have a great space at the edge of the Ballista tower here as the zone pushes in, and now looking to go topside and maybe do something about the likes of OUG, as OUG are evicted from the very tippity top here. YZG holding on to the high ground. CXZ going to come in with the Viper ult. They could drop down. They are going to drop down, but they are running the shorter stun version there of that ultimate, so they don't want to overcommit, and that's exactly what we see. But now YZG going to be on the receiving end of a Viper ult from OUG as they come up looking to commit to the space, and they are going to evict YZG from the high ground here as OUG continues to hold that high ground that they so desperately want. OUG, of course, are MVPs from game number 2, looking to have a repeat performance here in game number 3. YZG trying to keep it on the move. We're going to see cannons coming in from the side, and YZG once again forced to take the low ground just below OUG if they want to stay alive here in our 3rd game of the day. Wolves, One Fang moving across here, looking to get aggressive. We haven't seen a whole lot out of Team Wolves since the early game where they were able to pick up some eliminations off of Team OC. Wolves has been fairly quiet, but hopefully they can make something happen here in our final moments. And we are going to see 17JL's Benchu pick up the elimination off of LXM. Wolves, One Fang not quite able to secure it in the face of that musket.
Looks like even with this one though, OUG getting spread all the way throughout this wall here. It's going to be insane trying to go through the rotations. OUG Double S is going to be going up top here, playing this out to the best of their abilities. They've been playing this with their average placement, has been doing so well so far here. Meanwhile, XCG, 2 kills down, 2 kills deep, 10th place here. They need to make some magic. They need to make some noise. They need to be able to do something, create some type of a crowd control, do what they can. JT and Eagle looks like they're trying to find something as well, even with this one, as the repeating crossbow and the bows are coming through, hitting Eagle in all sides here. Eagle just trying to get a grab off of somebody. All he has to do is snatch one of them. That's all he really needs here. Could be detrimental to that team that you would be fighting, but looks like they won't be able to find it. Even with all this one, still going to be able to find it though. It looks like TXJ is going to be able to go do the same thing. Oh, it ends up grabbing them as Funplex Phoenix is going to be able to claim the elimination. Beautiful grab and timing. Less for him to do as now he's going to find Ping Tao. The sprays come in. They're going to go through the burns, but TXJ is going to be able to drop Ping Tao, and he grabs Lijing. Unbelievable. Is able to get the throwdown, and it looks like Funplex Phoenix Triple V is going to be able to claim the next elimination. Doing an amazing job. As now Mikasa has the ulti coming in. Is going to be able to hit him outside of the circle here. AS sadly does get eliminated though by OUG's Double S. All within this rotation, still going to try to see if he can find it as best as possible. There's still more space all around, but they're trying to close the gap as much as possible. YZG, QGG trying to hold on. The shield coming in from Wushin, trying to keep it alive for their team. As now it looks like the rotations slowly closing in. 47 seconds left on the clock for circle number 6. This is where things start to get tight. This is where things start to get good. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to patch this together here. OUG trying to hold on as best as possible, forcing the Viper ult. Eagle is going to be able to force the Monk ult here. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get the grab, and he does! Before the Viper can actually finish it off, as ends up going through with the grab, and it looks like J-Team is going to be able to get the elimination, though, on Double SS, literally taking the Viper ulti away from this circle here, playing this together as best as they can here. But ladies and gentlemen, we have hit double-digit eliminations. Funplex Phoenix tops off at 10 eliminations so far. 6 leading from TXJ with their team. Wow.
Yeah, BBB playing this very well, using those nunchucks to cover the rest of the team, especially LYD, who's very, very low there, able to recover. Now LYD coming in with the ultimate here as they are able to come through and pick up their 11th elimination off of 17JL. 17JL's AS, the last remaining member, going to monk up, but LYD able to just come in and punish AS here as they are on the Terracotta Warrior, just pumping out a ton of damage with every hit. AS going topside, looking to hold on to the high ground. But the problem is multiple teams coming through, EWG, OUG, everybody looking to get 17JLS and eliminate this monk here from 17JL. Now 17JLS going to find the double grab, needs to find the slam, but the Viper ult going to stop that from happening. He's going to be forced to pop the monk bell. Everybody looking to scramble here and pick up the elimination. Zinyu going to get picked up by YZG. YZG making a comeback. They were eliminated early here here, but all 3 members of them still alive here. Fun Plus Phoenix able to pick up some more eliminations. XCG able to pick up J Team's ZK. XCG with 4 eliminations under the belt. Fun Plus Phoenix, TXJ gonna monk up here. LYD trying to get the resurrection on their teammate here, but OUG not allowing it to happen. EWG coming in. VVV able to get resurrected. VVV gonna use that ultimate immediately. Fun Plus Phoenix able to get the double grab into double eliminations here onto YZG. Fun Plus Phoenix with 14 eliminations under their belt. 20 points already put together. J Team's Eagle able to pick up Miskia here from Team GG. Eagle, though, goes very, very low. XCG's Xiaonan able to capitalize. Picks up the elimination on to Eagle. XCG, all 3 members also still alive, looking to try to come out on top here. Fun Plus Phoenix still with 14 eliminations. XCG picks up their 7th elimination onto OC's 0-1. YZG, CXZ trying to lock the lobby down. It does, but they're not able to capitalize on it or pick anything up. Fun Plus Phoenix picks up CXZ, and that's it for the likes of YZG, XCG, and Fun Plus Phoenix. 2 full teams going head-to-head. TXJ's got the monk ult. Now it's ult time here for Fun Plus Phoenix, but TXJ going so low as we see the likes of XCG just pressure heavy. They pick up TXJ. Now they're looking to pick up Xiaonan. They pick up Xiaonan, LYD and Xiaonan. Wait, does it come up XCG? XCG able to flip the script, turns it around, takes first place, and I do believe they might be walking away our MVP for game number 3, Dobby.
Actually, it looks like it's going to be snatched from Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix keeping the game alive. They have claimed so many eliminations within this. Like I said, they had those 10 eliminations before we got into circle number 6. By the time they ended up getting eliminated, they were already too far ahead of the pack for anybody really to catch up. Even with all of that, they still did a fantastic job, but I can definitely say with confidence that I feel like that team is going to get a 2nd place finish because they did such an amazing job, almost getting so close. I will say it might be close. It could be a 2 to 5 point difference. This could be real close, depending on how this goes here. But I'm telling you, this is going to be really, really fun to see how they're going to be able to claim this. Like I said, they've done a fantastic job of it so far. So I'm excited to see how what the stats show for this game.
I think it's going to be a little bit of a wider point gap than that. I think it might be 3, maybe 4 point difference, but XCG definitely taking 2nd place here. They were pretty far behind on eliminations coming into the final circle. They were able to take control of the final circle, but unfortunately Fun Plus Phoenix was just very, very far ahead already. That said, XCG, man, doing a great job today. They've been in top 5 all 3 games, and this is what I was talking about, right? XCG is a team you have to watch. Yes, they performed very, very well in the rep change against the bottom 16 teams, but I think they proved that they were hungry coming into grand finals and stand a great chance of walking away in top 3, if not walking away with it all. And here we are again, game 3, top 5 placement again, almost 1st place here. And it's going to be a ton of points for XCG off the back of this, a ton of points for Fun Plus Phoenix as well, because Fun Plus Phoenix played an excellent game all the way through coming into those final circles. XCG was just able to find their footing and pop off and take away the overall victory, not the MVP, but the victory for this particular game. Walk away in that 1st place. It does 5 ranking points and that 1.6 times multiplier. And it's very rare that we see a trios game come down to a 3v3, right? True. Just full teams of 3 going head to head. And it looked like it was going to come up Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix had the monk ult, but the way that XCG was able to separate the monk from that pack and just deal a ton of damage to them, they reached out. They even got the grab and they were like, oh man, I'm gonna get the slam, but he's just so low at that point because XCG had like separated them. They're just able to come over and poke the monk and be like, no grab for you. As soon as that happens, Fun Plus Phoenix falls apart. As soon as they lose their 1st member, XCG takes control and just flips that script and walks away the winner, not the MVP, because Fun Plus Phoenix just had so many eliminations already rolling for them. But what a fight coming out from XCG though, because them just being able to come back in the end there and be like, nope, hey, we're still here. You don't get to forget about us.
Yeah, and they've been struggling so far these first 2 games. They haven't really put up an insane amount of points. I know they got eliminated very, very early in game number 2. And I think they might have been eliminated kind of somewhat early in game number 1, to be honest, because they were holding on.
They were fourth place in game 1.
Oh, that's true, they did. It's the second place where they ended up getting eliminated early. So their first place ended up doing pretty decent. Second game, they just ended up getting nothing. I think they might have got 0.5 points for that. And then this last one, they come in. We're in the halfway mark here, and XCG comes through with a stellar performance, 21 points, but 5 elimination difference between XCG and Fun Plus Phoenix with 15 eliminations and a 27 game score. They came through and put up the magic, and with that was very helpful. But I will say those ranking points definitely helped them massively. But even if they didn't take second, I don't think YZG would have had enough potentially to take second. But XCG did a fantastic job of really holding their own all the way to the end, though. But OUG with 9 eliminations, 11.3. Look at the difference between 4th, 5th, and 6th. 11.8, 11.4, and 11.3. 7 eliminations from J Team, 17 JL with 8 eliminations, and OUG with 9. They came to play. And these stats are showing it. They came to make some magic happen. And the massive difference between OUG and Wolves is astounding, let alone 9 eliminations coming in and taking a 6th place versus 15 eliminations all the way to the top and a ranking point of 3, taking that 2nd place, but taking the top leaderboard of that. As we look at the eliminations here, TXJ being the leader of the pack in both kills and damage. Wow.
Look, TXJ here on Monk. TXJ is, we talked about GG's 330 being one of the top monks in the league. TXJ is one of those other monks from season 1 that we always were talking about, right? GG's 330, TXJ, Eagle were kind of the 3 monk players, and so it's no surprise here that TXJ comes through on the Transformer comps, makes something happen here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix walks away with the MVP, 21,000 damage, 8 kills, 6 assists, right? 6 assists. It's his 6th MVP of the season. Look at the damage coming out from Cannon here, 12,609. And we don't talk about this enough, right? We always see monks running Cannon, and that's because the splash damage hits multiple targets. And when you're hitting multiple targets, you get a little bit of rage for your ultimate for every target you hit, which is why we always see monks running the cannons. And look at this, more than half of his damage, not even coming from his ultimate, but coming from the cannons, Dobby.
Absolutely insane, coming in with cannon damage of 12k and 21,000. 8 eliminations. Sadly, we don't have any of his soul jades to show what he has. And I feel like he probably had some pretty good stuff on him as well here that really could have been a massive benefit for him. TXJ always has some really nice stuff. He could have had a couple golds on him, I'm not surprised. But man, coming through with the skill and ultimate 5200, absolutely insane, 12k. And still gonna be able to do more, 9,200 in healing and 21,000 in damage. But I will say this though, one of his other players did 20,000 damage. So he was real close. He was real close. That could have been anybody's game, I'll be honest. So it could have been anybody who ended up being the MVP at that time. It looks like they were both fighting with each other to see who's going to be MVP. Like, no, I'm going to be MVP. No, I am. No, I am. See this guy? I'm going to be the MVP. And TXJ was going to be the one that was like, both of you guys stop. I'm the real MVP.
Look, it doesn't matter as long as Fun Plus Phoenix walks away the MVP for the game, which they do. They walk away with a massive game score. 27 is the highest points we've seen all night here in game number 3. Fun Plus Phoenix absolutely popping off, just like Jaegers. Get ready to pop off with yet another interview for you guys before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our player VVB and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小伟，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 FunPlus 的小伟。
好的，恭喜你们拿下了本场比赛的最高分，也欢迎来到我们的这个赛后采访。So first, congratulations, you guys get the higher score in the game 3. And today we saw that you used the hero combo, which is the double transformer into Mooch. And you know, like for the 3 games till now, so every race won with this hero combo. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero combo. 那首先我看到你们今天用的一个杀双变拿下了我们这一场的这个最高分。那到目前为止3场比赛其实都是同样的阵容可以拿下最高分，我就特别想问一下小伟自己怎么评价这一套阵容，它的一个优劣势体现在哪里呢？
因为这套阵容本来就是我们就先研究出来嘛，
是的，
我们就拿了40分，就我们又觉得这个阵容不怕任何阵容，对，唯一可能就是怕劝架，那任何阵容都怕劝架，
对，是的，
对，那我就觉得这个阵容在决赛圈，而且比双变奶妈更强。
它具体是强在哪里呢？
因为沙男太强了，沙男比奶妈强了一个档次。
就是他的这个强指的是哪一个方面的强在
控场杀人，然后包括接妖红尘都是这样，都比奶妈强。
好的，好的。So actually, we think that double transformer with Tamush is really strong nowadays in the game, and because we innovate this hero combo, so also we have very excellent performance with this hero combo, and I think it's also it's stronger than the classical hero double transformer. Is because like Tamush is stronger than Kurumi. It's because it's have very strong and good at like stand in the position in the final circle and also fight with other teams. That's why I think this hero combo nowadays is so strong in game. And also, like compare with other team, I thought you can cooperate like so strong. And I would like to know as the Tamuj, so how you help your monk to like have too many double grab in the game. 那我们也看到今天其实 FPS 朱雀，其实你们今天的整个团队内的配合也是非常非常的棒。其实我特别想问到的一点啊，在这个杀双变当中，你自己作为一个特木尔，其实你和包括你的队友，你们是怎么帮助谭旭杰这个大佛去对他进行怎么样的帮助，可以让他的这个大佛拿到这么高的一个伤害，包括很多次双抓呢？
因为就我跟他的大招都是为了谭旭杰的佛嘛，就因为我们可能决赛圈就2个大能收到收益，就我的风跟这个谭旭杰的大，然后我跟 LID 其实就是为了保护谭旭杰，就可能决赛圈谭旭杰如果没了，那我们就基本上也算是没了阵容，
主要就是为了保证他可以活着就可以拿到更多的分数。好的 ，So actually because 月山 and Tamuj, I think these 2 heroes in this hero combo, the most key point in this hero combo is to protect the monk to survive to the end of the game. And because Tamuj and monk can have very high killing score in the final circle, and our ambition in the final circle is to protect monk and let him have more soul flower and have more damage. That's why we can win with this hero combo. 好的，感谢小伟今天的分享，也再次恭喜你们在这场比赛拿下了最高分。Thank you, 小伟 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Making it 2 worlds. They've only got 20 points, so it's not like a massive one, but it is still a threat to them. And Zay able to pick up 2 kills there.
My name is Baptiste. My IGN is Revelia, and I'm the captain of the Volume team.
Okay, my real name is Ayub Kushida, and I'm playing for Volume team.
So I'm Zay. I'm 23 years old from the Netherlands. Daily life, I'm a software engineer, and at night I'm a gamer, and I love to play Naraka Bladepoint.
So when we started to play as a team, we basically just wanted to improve ourselves and have fun, basically. I see this tournament as a great opportunity to learn about the playstyles of the other regions. Also, not gonna lie, it kind of looks good to be a world contender, so yeah.
I think the reason is that we have good teamwork together, and we put in quite some practice together. But yeah, the reason why we even got like top 3 is because yeah, we just have good motivation and a good mindset. If you look, like I said earlier, if you look at Revelia, I think he's a really intelligent player, so Revelia has a lot of information that he shares with us, maybe even more information than like some Chinese players. Other than that, I think we're all like really flexible players. We both have experience in trios and solos. We all have great movement, and I think that's our main advantage. And I also think our motivation and mindset will get us through like really top rankings. I think that we have a really good mindset, all of us.
The most regions that we pay attention to mainly will be the Chinese mainland players, because I think they are obviously the favorites. I want to play against all the Chinese teams and learn more about what makes them better than us, basically.
So I'm looking forward to compete against FPX, all the Chinese teams pretty much. Also looking forward to compete against Greyhouse in NA. I know they are good, but I think we could beat them if we practice enough.
To prepare, I think we will practice in all the scrims we can, and also ranked, and we also watch closely the Nbpl streams.
We basically have nothing to lose, so yeah, just enjoy the experience, and like if things go south, doesn't matter, just enjoy it. And if we perform, we perform. If we don't, doesn't matter, we have a good experience there.
I'm gonna try to remind them how good they are. I always try to encourage my teammates. So before every game, we always have a little talk, I guess, and we always talk good to each other, and like we always try not to blame each other, even if we lose. If we lose, we do it together, and if we win, we win together. I think that's the most important part. And also just having fun, I think is really.
Well, as for NA, I can't wait for the next tweet longer drama in NA. I will have popcorn ready for the occasion this time.
I can't make his name out. How quick they're moving around. Zay, though, is looking to get himself a 2nd kill for Volume Pink.
When we go to Nbpl, we're gonna show you guys who is better. There's no need for trash talk, and yeah, we're coming for you.
Alright, hello, I'm Coach Raven PLZ. I cast regularly for EU and NA. So the second team going to represent EU is Volume Pink. One interesting thing about Volume Pink is that they run a Monk to Mulch comp, which is currently evolving into a new meta within CN. I think it's going to pay dividends for them because the comp is able to take boxes in mid game and lead to end game. I think what kind of differentiates themselves is their box comp with Matari to Mulch Justina. With these 3 comps and their aggression, I think they're going to be able to do super well at Worlds if they play to win and they play to their strengths with their aggressions. Now, if they get off spawn and gain some momentum, I see them going really far. If they're able to deal with the CN Pros neutral game. Good luck to them, and I'll be cheering you guys on at Worlds.
我死了！你们继续操作，两个堵了。来了，身份证，哦，我选那张狗，没事。你第一选武田，有花，有点搞笑。哦呦，真的假的？哦，别滚滚吃了，钱滚。哦，踢吃花。啊！真的假的？太离谱了！哎呀！哇！
Oh, hi. Welcome. Now things are going to get a little bit better. We have 3 more games left. We're halfway done. Our halftime is over. Oh, I love when we get to the halfway mark. The only reason why we get to the halfway mark is because once we're done with these 3 games, we still have 3 more. And ladies and gentlemen, these 3 games are going to be absolutely dominating. When I tell you they're going off, it's about to go off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Javier. Right next to my main man, who's been dishing it out the entire series with me. From season 1 to season 2, even before Naraka Blade Point was even getting ready to be announced. RuneKeeper TV in the building, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to get ready to lock this in. Let's check the standings for the trio games after 3 games. AOW sadly at the bottom with a 5.9. That's very unfortunate. 12.8 coming in from 17JL. JJ with almost 20 points, but that's okay because somebody did get the solid 20, and that's ASC. As we look at our 9th through 16. Wait a minute, we just looked at this.
Yeah, look, 17JL struggling, unfortunately, constantly finding themselves on the end of third parties here with a 21.5. And I mean, realistically, you know, if you're in this bottom 16 right now, all the teams that have come in and taken an MVP right now in a single game put up more than 20 points. So if you're sitting here at 21.5 for 3 games, you're not realistically in a great position. Fun Plus Phoenix here with a 44.9. No surprises here, as they were the team that walked away with the highest scoring game thus far, a 27 point something. But here we go. XCG. Did I not say, Dobby, that XCG was coming in here a different kind of hungry after rep change? Currently sitting in 2nd place with 41.4 points. Even Team GG, who had a dominating game 1, behind XCG right now at a 40.8. Not far behind, less than a point behind, but still XCG in the top 3. And, you know, we got to talk about YZG falling behind ever so slightly here, as they had a pretty poor game number 2. They went out fairly early, whereas XCG has managed to be top 5 every single game, and consistency kind of the name of the game, honestly. If you want to put big points up, you have to consistently be in that top 5, and XCG has come in here after rep change and said, look, we put up almost 300 points in 12 games. You think we're not going to do the same thing here in grand finals? You are absolutely crazy. You know what? Holding on to 2nd place right now. Fun Plus Phoenix in 1st.
Just like I told you before, though, I did say that Fun Plus Phoenix is definitely the team to look out for. I can definitely see them being in the top place finisher that will take this home, or at least guaranteed top 3. I did say that.
Oh, look, Fun Plus Phoenix is the same place for me, baby. Fun Plus Phoenix is a team to be reckoned with. And here's the thing: is the only worry I've ever had for Fun Plus Phoenix is, do they get those jitters that they typically get in grand finals? And right now, they definitely don't. And as long as they keep playing this way, they are in contention for top 3 easy, if not taking the whole thing. But we got a question for you, chat. And that's, who played T and high for Fun Plus Phoenix in our last game? Was it A, LYD, B, VV, C, TXJ, or D, NiHQ? Come on, look, man. If you don't get this one right, have you been watching broadcast? We were just talking about who the top T and high players in the league are, right? And we named this cat. I'm not going to say his name here because I'm not going to give the answers away for freebies, but y'all should know this. Absolutely no excuse not to know this, right, Dobby?
I mean, I'm not going to say what, as we look in and we lock in towards these teams, everybody else give me sorry, I had a sudden cough. But yeah, whole lot of momentum going into this. Chat, y'all should know this. Y'all should know this answer. Going through all this, you guys should know this answer. You guys should know this. Even with all this, as we were going to be able to come into this place again high and Fun Plus Phoenix, still going to be able to rock this in here towards this one. But now that we're in the halfway mark here, what do some of these lower teams need to do? They need to create some aggression, yes, but how do you keep this aggression but not get caught in these third parties?
Look,
how you doing?
You can't overcommit to fights, right? That's the thing. Is
but
a
you gotta
lot of
commit
these
to something.
you have to commit to something, but the thing is you have to pay attention to your surroundings. You have to know when not to overcommit, right? I'll give you a classic example. We're gonna take a look at 17JL, right? They had locked into that fight with JJHRD in game 2, and they had picked up one elimination. As soon as Godly got up on that ballista and took the situational advantage away from them, and they had already burnt their ultimates, there's 0 point for them to stay committed to that fight because they don't have their ultimate. They do not have the advantage as there's a ballista overlooking them, and the only thing they have going for them is they have 3 team members up, right? And they're trying to stop that resurrection, but they have no gas in the tank. They burnt their ultimates to get to that situation because they were already being third-partied by JJHRD. At that point, stop committing to the fight. JJHRD has distanced themselves so that they can take their resurrection and their teammate. You have time to back away, to reset, go look for more resources, get your ultimates back before you re-engage. But they overcommit, and because of that, they end up losing.
Hold. We got a video to show you. We'll be right back. Give us a second.
我们的配合默契度就打了这么久了，有相当的高了吧？就我们3个人就很信任队友，基本上是已经算完美了吧？除了一些阵容上的优劣势的话，我们的配合默契都已经相当不错了。就我很相信我们3个人在总决上能拿到很好的成绩。YZG、方 pass， 还有狼队吧，这3个队伍就是磨合度也比较厉害，就团战打起来就能给到我们不少压力。不过我还是相信，就我们3个在总决上发挥应该能超越他们。能拿到好成绩，保送捷杯的话。当然好，就是没有的话也没关系。就是预选赛的话，我们不是那么担心。
You know, J Team's Lee here, giving us just a little bit of insight of who they, the 3 teams they think give them a little bit of a fight, and how they fight over their own little comps just a little bit here. And the thing is, J Team's Lee, one of the last remaining original members from the dominant J Team from last year's World Cup, and it's Lee who played Viper during the dominancy of the Monk comp that they were able to turn around and lock down that World Cup. So Lee clearly favors that Viper comp here for J Team, and J Team still holding it together off the backs of picking up Eagle, who was one of the better players for team at Q9, also one of the best monks in the league that we talked about before. But I think Lee giving us some good insight as we take a look here. J Team bringing in the Takeda comp here. This was a comp that they kind of started to put together before anybody else this season, and that's pretty typical for J Team, right? They're kind of the tip of the iceberg, as you will, as they're the forerunners in defining some of these new comps. And we're going to see here that this is going to be a Takeda heavy map, as there's going to be quite a bit more Fireflies because of the weather conditions coming forward here into this, as we see XCG, 17JL, NPG, J Team, YZG, EWG, all picking up Takeda.
Meanwhile, this nice spread comes in here. Looks like they're still going to be able to go through these rotations. Let's see. They can figure this out as OUG is going to be landing right in front of Celestra, right in the face of one of the other teams here. EWG is going to be landing inside some of these smaller huts here at Victims Havens by themselves. Meanwhile, Wolves down below, 17JL, Emerald Cottage, right next to Stillside Temple. Meanwhile, far left side, Alchemist Cottage is going to be found by one of the other teams. Top left side, Mirror Shard Spot Pawn, a place people barely go to. Full team is going to be landing there. Everybody got a little bit of that aggression out in that game number 3. Now it's time for everybody to slow back down, keep that momentum, play smart, and I think this game 5 is going to be very interesting. I think we're going to see a lot more aggression. Sorry, not game 5. Game 4. I think a lot of aggression is going to come out in Game 5 and Game 6, but as of right now, there's still going to be a little bit of hesitancy with some of these games. Meanwhile, TJ immediately gets caught by a small tornado, ends up getting hit by some bow shots from one of the other teammates from AOW. AOW really wanting to try to catch them onto this fight here as TJ immediately pushes in and says, mess around and find out, as he does get found, and he finds the action here as they immediately get sliced in as Pixel ends up getting claimed by this one. Massive down coming in as AOW's Lu Yu is going to be able to find it on WX98. It's going to be able to push this in as AOW is going to be able to claim the first team wipe of this game. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum. Meanwhile, J Team is going to decide to push in and keep the same aggression here. They want this energy and they want this action. Let's see if they're going to get it.
Yeah, turning now to J Team, going here in on to AOW. AOW a little bit on the back foot as they did just finish up a fight with another team, and they're going to lose both Ping Tao and Yu Liu here. And now it's just a Cuckoo moving on, hopefully not to get eliminated as they wait for an opportunity either for their two teammates to resurrect, for them to go back in and resurrect them after J Team uncommits from the bodies here. As we turn now to 17JL. This is a team we've talked a lot about today, and mostly not for good reasons. Unfortunately, AOW's Cuckoo does get caught out, and that's going to be all of AOW who are being sent back to the Soul Altar early here as J-Team puts up 3 eliminations under their belt early on. So does AOW and 17JL, and YZG off to another blazing start with 4 eliminations for themselves here in game number 4 already. J-Team doing a little bit of shopping here. Want to get some item bags and such as they move out. Wolves, One Fang being forced to pop their Yodo ultimate here as they do pick up an elimination on the 17JL's AS. AS coming in here, trying to lock down the likes of Wolves, but now down a member. Benchu looking to commit with that greatsword, but needs to be very careful. If he lets that rip before ZU locks down one of these members of Wolves, he's going to just get parried here, and it's going to be a bad situation. There we go. We see him lock down some of the members, but it's not enough. He gets a little bit of damage, but Wolves still in a great situation. Wolves holding on to this no ult zone here. Doesn't really need to overcommit because 17JL's inside here. AS has been eliminated, so Wolves can just take this slow. They can play this fight at their pacing. 14 going to get caught out by the Wisp here, and now 17JL has the numbers advantage, but they are going to be forced to back off here as Wolves is going to go ahead and burn the Wu channel, get the resurrection. They're trying to commit on to AS here. Benchu and GU coming in. Here's the thing though, the shots coming out. They aren't going to get this resurrection. One Fang comes in. What a great turnaround for Wolves. The aggression paying off dividends for them right now. The F3 going to save One Fang as well. One Fang does get picked up though by the greatsword, but Benchu goes down. One Fang going to be an easy resurrection for 14 as Jinyu, oh my goodness, GU picks up Zinyu off of them, and Wolves gets the full wipe, and they're going to go to 3 eliminations early on here in game number 4.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find it as well coming into this next phase here. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far here. Let's see if they're going to be able to work towards it though, as 17JL is going to be able to claim 5 eliminations, YZG with 4. And a lot of teams claiming at least a full team squad wide. OWG, EWG, Wolves, J-Team, and AOW all finding something. Meanwhile, MPG, oh, he immediately comes in. He looks like he was going to try to, okay, that's funny. He was going to try to see if he was going to come through and make some magic happen. He had the full charge ready, walks around the corner, gets absolutely sniped by a massive hit of the blade, and then just goes, oh, my bad, and then they leave, and it's like, oh, well, okay, well, that's tough. As it looks like they're gonna be able to go there, it looks like NPG will be able to get some stuff out of that cave. Let's see if they were able to get anything good here, as NPG is gonna be able to go through the rotations. ASE looks like they're going to be nearby here. Are they going to be able to push into this? Looks like they're going to, and they're going to try. Let's see if they do, and it looks like they do, as Jen is going to be the first one that ends up getting caught. Both of them are going to be able to come through. Nice sprays coming in from the cannons, trying to create some separability. Sorrow's going to try to see if maybe he can hold on. Massive hits coming in onto Jin. Jin trying to get some form of the shield. Wushin keeping the game alive for them. Massive stun coming in from Jen. Jen getting hit badly as Jin is going to be able to go through and try to shut that down. Meanwhile, one of them ends up getting carried here. Alex ends up getting claimed by NPG Dubai. Both going to try to see if they can catch the feet up. Actually getting spread and getting passed around like a basketball in the middle of a Chicago game. Meanwhile, Dubai is going to be able to shut that one down and make it look good, as so far NPG claiming those eliminations, gets 5 and now they're tied for first place with 17JL.
And now we're turning our attention back to Team Wolves here, up in Eventide Temple, as we see a ton of teams pushing through here. GG, the ones down here in chain right now, though, as Wolves looks to create some pressure, looks to find some resources for themselves off the back of eliminating 17JL. We see them just holding space right now, not wanting to really overcommit, looking for an opportunity to potentially find a good third party. Now back to EWG and J-Team. J-Team going to pick up the elimination here off of EWG, going to back off those. Yiron does have the Terracotta Warrior ultimate up right now, and they don't want to deal with that. But this is, I do believe, EWG's Bane's Breath as well. So J-Team has been put on the back foot. Yiron's continuing to give chase here on to J-Team. J-Team ZK going to get picked up with a pistol shot. EWG flipping the script back on to J-Team. J-Team's Lee, the last remaining player for their team here. They've got 4 eliminations, but Lee is the only one who has resurrection available, and the other 2 players are currently eliminated. So Lee gonna have to find a way to bring those players back into the game as EWG moves up into contention for first place with 5 eliminations under their belt. OUG watches and waits as they wait for that Bane's Breath to time out. Wolves going head to head with Team GG now. Wolves gonna use that Wu Chen ult to bring themselves out here. Not looking to re-engage onto this fight like they did with 17JL, as GG still doing pretty good. One Fang gonna come in, but they need to be careful because GG still has gas in the tank with this massive Viper roll coming through, and this is gonna be a long stun. GU actually able to come in and try to save one of their teammates, but it's not enough as One Fang and 14 go down. GU goes down as well. Wolves, all 3 of them gonna be eliminated here and gonna be forced back to the Soul Altar as Team GG picks up some loot for themselves off the back of eliminating Team Wolves, and GG is going to go to 4 eliminations here in game number 4.
And with this in the game number 4, they're still going to try to see if they can find something as well here. Massive hits coming in as QGG is going to try to see if they can keep these games alive here. YZG doing what they can here. It looks like Laio, it looks like he's going to try to find it. It looks like he does. A nice slash is coming in from the long swords of both, and it looks like CXC is going to be able to claim that one. WG, Yeron keeping them alive. They've done such an amazing job of it so far. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any more towards this one as YZG. It's going to be able to do more here, but looks like YZG having a very, very strong start to these games. Honestly, if YZG keeps the same momentum here, we will see them clearly within not only the tops, but also, I mean, they had 4 eliminations earlier when the game first started here, so I can only imagine at this point they're 6 eliminations deep, so they claim 2 more. Don't know if they're at the top spot here, but it's going to be interesting to see where they go. Still got more space to build here, so it looks like JJ, looks like they're going to be pushing in on what it looks to be XCG here. Looks like the Tornado coming in from this as well. The Sandstorm being very helpful here as YZG is going to be in second place. EWG topping it with 7 eliminations so far, doing what they can, doing a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they're going to find it, though. They've been doing an amazing job of it thus far here. Still going through all of this, as the Decada is going to be able to find a nice little swipe here. It looks like the Wushin is going to take out the team and keep it strong. Meanwhile, XCG is going to be able to repeat the fruits of their labor as they get the chest, and hopefully they get something good here. They do get the number 2 with Sprite. You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite, as always. And it looks like they're going to get a Soul Jade out of it, too. So it looks like it's going to be very, very good for them.
Yeah, look, OUG coming in here, also looking to hold on and grab that Mystic Might and wait for as long as possible. And we see a lot of this, right? We see a lot of these trios come in, and if nobody comes to contest the box, what they do is they're going to sit on this box for as long as possible, wait to take that buff for as long as possible, so that they can hold on to it and try to carry it over into the next zone and use it to help them secure that next box if they're not able to find anybody, because so many teams will, instead of contesting the box, push off as far away from the boxes as possible and just wait it out, wait the buff out so they don't have to fight teams at a disadvantage. And it's a smart strategy for a lot of these teams going forward, right? They just don't want to deal with having that extra advantage pushed in their face. And you never know when you go into an engagement whether the team has a buff or not until it's already too late. We're to see YZG here's got the Mystic Might. They're already out here dropping the radar, looking to see if they can't find anybody. QGG just playing silent, right? He's just waiting for that wave to go out. He doesn't want to give away his position. He doesn't want to alert a team to his presence, as it were. GG's LXM moving across the world here. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, we can see Fun Plus Phoenix still sitting up top. GG moving up to second. OUG moving up to third. And XCG dropping all the way down to fourth right now, as they haven't picked up any eliminations yet this game, which is very interesting given the comp that XCG is playing. They are playing an early to mid-game comp, so they should be looking to be aggressive early on here, and they just haven't either found the opportunity or haven't had the confidence to go in and push onto another team just yet. AOW's Ping Tao there we saw in a bit of a pickle, as he's the last remaining member of AOW, and there is a bounty on his head, so he's just trying to hold on for dear life right now. Fun Plus Phoenix keeping things alive at the moment. Leo recently resurrected, holding on to that white armor. As we take a look at EWG, all of them moving here with the purple armor and mostly purple weapons across the entire team, setting themselves up fairly good with a total of 7 eliminations under their belt. They're currently the front runners in this particular lobby here in game number 4, and they have the loot to back it up, Dobby.
Honestly, they really do. They do have the loot to back it up. I think they've done a fantastic job of it so far here, but it looks like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was just disrespectful. GG didn't have to do that to him like that. That was just disrespectful. Wow. That was just disrespectful. Absolutely, just absolutely ruining him. There was no reason for him to do him like that the way that they did. They put so much effort into being able to just absolutely splice him together here and shut him down. They did a fantastic job of it. As now it's only going to be a lot harder though, as it looks like now we're going to be able to dish this one in, but GG's looking really good into this. See if they're going to be able to find even more of this one, but man, that's pretty impressive going into it. See if they're going to be able to rotate this around, as it looks like they're going to be able to do the same thing here. OUG trying to keep the game alive, trying not to get caught in a bad situation. As yeah, double S could have been in there, but decides not to. Probably the best call for them to make. It looks like now they will be able to rotate this around. Let's see if they can push this out and push it together here. 17 jail. Benju ends up getting claimed and eliminated from this one as well here, as Sanzi up top. Try to see if they can find something. Double S really looking forward to something here. Sadly, he's burning, so he is going to take a little bit of some tick damage. Not enough to do anything with, though, but now they're going to need to rotate this out and play this smart, as the cannon shots just coming through and ricocheting. EWG is not going to let them go.
All right, EWG over here once again, doing a little bit of shopping here, and man, look at those soul jades. They are absolutely stacked, almost gold across the board in terms of stats for EWG, as they look to secure themselves an even better position moving forward here into game number 4. EWG looking to pressure onto this Morse Blessing and pick themselves up Draco Storm as they sit on top of it, waiting for the other teams to push in. But look at the comp that they have. It's going to be really hard for another team to push them off of this box, given the fact that they have so many good ults for securing boxes here, including that Temi ult combined with the invisibility from Matari. They really could lock this down. XCG also looking to lock this box down as well. Man, what a setup for many of these teams. The XCG here, still no eliminations under their belt, but they desperately want to contest this. They need to go ahead and pick up this Draco Storm. They need to get themselves going in the game. They've got good loot, but if they can pick up the Draco Storm, they're going to be able to pressure on to some of these other teams. And unfortunately, Ping Tao we see in the kill feed getting picked up by Team GG, and that's going to be it for AOW. Our current lowest ranked team being eliminated pretty much first here, as we see Team GD get picked up by NPG as well. Two teams getting eliminated back-to-back here at the start of these boxes coming available. EWG just chilling over here, locking down a box for themselves as well, looking to grab that Draco Storm and pressure out and pick up some more eliminations as they continue to dominate this lobby. They already have the loot, but man, that buff is going to help them push in and pick up some more eliminations if they really want them. Team GG sitting up top right now with 7 eliminations this game, holding on to first place as we speak. Fun plus Phoenix moving down into second place off the back of only picking up 1 eliminations this game. But OUG, yet another strong game, 5 eliminations under their belt, and they've been able to move up to third place.
All the way into third place here, OUG with those 5 here. As we look at the total standings, these are the total standings, chat, if you guys don't know, in terms of within the total here. And look at this, 49 points leading as GG is going to be able to take it with 7 eliminations up top here. That's not only impressive too, but there's still a lot more going to be going through with these rotations though. Let's see if they're going to be able to rock this in and or out here. They're going to be able to do more with it. Let's see if they're going to be able to make this happen here. I'm really excited here to see how they can put this, not only put it in, but also patch it together here. Because like I said, 7 eliminations coming in from EWG as well. NPG with 6, but they're so far down low. They're going to have to make a lot of noise and a lot of momentum happen if they're really going to see themselves within that top 10. Because right now it's still very far away from them as we speak here. As Eagle is going to get caught between 2 players of OUG. OUG is going to try to distance out, and it looks like Double S is going to claim the elimination onto this game here. They're not going to give anybody a shot at trying to get found. There's just still so much of it all around the surrounding area though, but it can get really bad if you're not paying attention. As we look in on the XCG, looks like they're going to be fighting this out here with Dubai, and Dubai looks like he's caught in a bad situation, ends up getting found and claimed. NBPG's Gen gets shut down as well, as the XCG is going to claim 2 more eliminations here, and now they're going to claim it and get 3 points. Now they're finally cooking with something. Let's see if they're going to keep that same momentum going, because they're going to need it towards these final circles.
Look, XCG here, able to pick up that Draco Storm, able to turn around, pick up their first couple eliminations of the game here, and quite a few golds off the back of NPG as well, as NPG was having a fairly dominant performance with 7 eliminations under their belt, but now XCG able to shut them down. Team GG sitting up top with 9 eliminations now, though, keeping that momentum going. GG really hungry to take this first place position back, and they have thus far. So let's see if they can hold on to it here in game 1. EWG with the Draco Storm pushing on to JJHRD here. Not a whole lot JJHRD can do into the face of EWG right now, so they're just trying to push for a better position, but it's going to be really hard to get away from the likes of EWG here as they give chase. Godly just trying to cover themselves, using those dual blades to create some momentum and create some space. YZG, amidst the confusion, going to come in and secure the Morse Blessing, pick up all those lovely golds. QGG going to take that legendary armor, going to trade somebody the purple flamer, as he's got that legendary flamer now out of the box. Wolves GU, Wolves pushing in here, looking to do a little bit of shopping. Wolves kind of hurting here. This has kind of been the struggle for Team Wolves all day today, is they've been playing very well, but their loot hasn't been great, right? They've not been able to push in and secure any of those Morse Blessings all day, and this is typically where we see them zone 3, zone 4, still rocking blue armor, blue weapons, and they play very well, so they're able to come back from that detriment a little bit. But if they're able to secure some loot, they would have had some much higher scoring games, and thus far it's not been the case, which is very unfortunate for my boys on Team Wolves. But sometimes that's just the way it happens. JJHRD down below still holding alive here as EWG gave up the chase as that Draco Storm ran out. So JJHRD able to stay alive and fight to another day here, as we see a ton of these teams looking to hold on to space. YZG, Wolves nearby, OC also nearby, and EWG nearby. JJHRD has got to be very careful about how they push into some of these situations. Oh, Chu Lee just going to get absolutely blitzed down by EWG, who now turns their attention on to God Lee. The Hepta coming through from the longsword on Sanzi's. God Lee forced to pop the ultimate, trying to lock Sanzi into place. here with Lixin, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Godly going to be forced to end the ulti there off the back of finishing it out, and it's not going to be enough. Godly going to get picked up here by Sanzi and that Hepta with the longsword, and now Sanzi just going to rotate back to the rest of his team as they pick up 2 eliminations there onto JJHRD, and the final elimination looks to go to Team Ventus here as all 3 of them try to dog down Lixin. Lixin just trying to hold on for dear life, trying to keep JJHRD in it. There's no place to go, and it's going to be YZG who picks it up off the back of a repeating crossbow.
Still going to be able to go through the rotation. Surprisingly, Ventus is still alive even through all of this madness, though. 16.9 claimed for them in total of these points here, so they have a lot of momentum. They have a lot of time. They still have to be able to figure this out. We still have 3 more games left, technically 2 after this game is over with, so they're going to need to do something here if they're going to want to try to create anything here realistically for this. And now it looks like they're still going to be able to dish this out here. Let's see if they're going to be able to push in and keep that same momentum going into it. And like I said, this is where things get good. This is where things get very, very interesting. Hopefully they keep this same momentum going into these days here. As now, looks like they will be able to find it, though. And it looks like now they will forward this over towards this space, as it looks like the circle is slowly going to close in more and more. Let's see if they can find it. Let's see if they can keep that same rotation going into it. GG's with 9 eliminations, tying it up with EWG with those 9 as well. YZG with 7 so far. Fun plus Phoenix only with 1 elimination so far. They're gonna have to wake up here very, very soon, as TJ is gonna be able to find at least 3 with a massive ulti coming in from the Viper. And it looks like Wolves 14 is also gonna do the exact same thing. Absolutely insane going into this, as now they will find it. It looks like the Russian is going to be able to catch it. Meanwhile, YZG loses 2 of their members.
Yeah, unfortunate for Team
YZG is going to be able to do
it
in 2. Sadly, that's so unfortunate coming in. They might be able to maybe back out, but this is why you need a Wushin in these situations. Wushin is going to be very vital in some of these surrounding games. And as of right now, sadly, they're still looking to find what is next. Absolutely very hurtful towards this one, as they still will be able to work towards this one and still figure it out here, as now there's still more to be had in these situations here, as it looks like Wolves One Fang is all the way up top here. It looks like he just finished up his ulti. Sadly, they have 14 eliminated as well here, so it looks like there's a lot of duos and solo stragglers here. OC has 1. It looks like EWG has 2 alive. YZG has a solo now, and now Ventus Wolves is now down 1 person. So there's still the 3 full teams is still going to be fine in these situations here. Let's see if they're going to keep the same momentum going into it. But man, it's tough. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Wolves struggling here. Unfortunately, they came in with that Viper roll, and it was a bad position really for them to try to capitalize on anything with that Viper roll. They were able to get the stuns, but multiple other teams were just waiting in the wings and were able to just go, oh, hey, they're not moving. Let me sit here and take range shots at them with a bow or a musket and kill them before the rest of Wolves can even get there. And that's exactly what we saw there. YZG lost 2 of its members to Wolves ult, but Wolves didn't get any of the credit for it. They didn't get anything out of it, and they actually found themselves in a situation where they had to use their Wuchen ult to get away from that, and then they end up losing one of their own members as well. So just did not serve Team Wolves well to use that Viper ult there and commit, but they really were hungry to start picking up some eliminations. And sometimes you have to be patient. Yeah, you're going into final circle with only 3 eliminations under your belt, but sometimes if you try to pressure it too early, exactly what we see happen there happens, and Wolves loses their Viper, and now they've got 2 members left alive to try to make some kind of noise here in game number 4. Team Ventus all still together up top, just taking shots at anybody who comes close to them. EWG's Iran here, looking to lock down some people inside the building, is going to be forced to go airborne, come topside as his ulti runs out. Wolves One Fang, the last remaining member of Team Wolves here, throws their ultimate out, just trying to make a Hail Mary here, trying to lock down anything. Unfortunately, they're not even able to pick up a single elimination, as OUG is able to use the Wuchen ult to get their team members out. One Fang holds on for dear life here for Team Wolves, but it's not going to be for too long. OUG holding on to a tiny corner inside the refinery here. Wolves One Fang up top just gets blitzed down by nunchucks, and there it is. Team Ventus picks up the elimination to go to the 6 elims. EWG sitting on top with 10 eliminations. GG holding on to second with 9, and OUG YZG holding on to third and fourth place each with 7 eliminations. Unfortunately, YZG down to a single member left remaining, and it's a Batari. It's going to be pretty hard for YZG to make anything happen here in these final circles, Dobby.
Looks like even within this space, though, the circle madness has been absolutely insane going into it. You love to see how they've been doing such an amazing job of keeping this game alive here. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep the same rotation pushing into this. There's still more going on. There's still more to be had within these final circles here. The split has been absolutely phenomenal here. So let's see if they're going to find it here as OC trying to hold on here. Full team OUG. Full team OUG still trying to keep this game alive. Let's see if they can find it more and more here as they're going to be able to do it. Let's see if they can find it as now they're going to be able to rotate this up top. GG's trying to hold it together here as it looks like 28 with the Terracotta Warrior is going to be able to find it. Let's see if he's going to be able to get at least 2, and he does get a nice, beautiful hit onto one of them. He's going to try to see if he can create a little bit of that tack damage as much as possible, trying not to get caught in anything of a bad situation. As 28 is going to be able to climb all the way up top here. He's going to need to play the solo game for as long as possible. Doesn't need to force anything if he doesn't need to, but he does need to be able to claim at least another elimination for him to get something out of it for his team, but he has to stay alive here towards the final circle. Meanwhile, the massive Viper comes in and looks like GG's LXM is going to be able to find it. The whoosh and pops. So the question is, were they able to get out in a safe space to where they could still end up not getting caught, as Pixel's going to be able to get claimed, and Pixel's going to claim the elimination onto one of the other players as well. Looks like it's going to be TXJ coming into this widespread circle, coming in, the Banes coming through as well, and the Flamebringer making absolute noise and damaging players left and right. OUG's Wade's going to claim one on XCG's down, and OC8 28 8H is going to claim one on Yeron 330. Sadly gets eliminated by the ulti of OUG Xinyu. And it looks like he has a massive Soul Jade coming in, absolutely helpful for him as well here. It looks like he's going to be able to find it with the Katana. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the hits the way that he wants to here. As Ventus, sadly, is one player less, as they're going to be able to go for the heals here. It looks like they could be able to have the opportunity here. EWG, sadly, is officially out. Fun plus Phoenix is going to come through and try to see if he can snap him away. And it looks like he does for Xinyu. Xinyu getting a lot of damage. And sadly, Triple V ends up getting eliminated, though, while waiting patiently for one of the players to retreat and come back into the circle. He needed to win that space, but sadly, it's not going to be enough. Even with all of this spread coming in, OUG with 11 eliminations so far. Xinyu trying to hold on as best as possible. Not getting hit at all by the Bane's Breath because of the protection from one of the other players. Using that Q has been super helpful. Xinyu dangerously low, plummeting all the way down to the ground here, as he's going to need to play it as he ends up getting sent outside of the circle and gets claimed. Xinyu is going to go for the shield swap trade and comes right back into it. A little bit more health than needs to. 7GGL is going to be able to claim it. Xinyu gets another elimination, sends him out of the circle. Question is, going to do it again? Oh my goodness, yes, he almost does. But the Terracotta Warrior comes in such a beautiful time. The Recession coming in, going through with the split, comes right back from outside the circle, is going to be able to get the shield coming in from that one, is going to be able to close it out for as best as possible. LXM is going to be able to get a massive Viper hit damage coming in. All XM needs to do is just stay alive just a little while longer, but it's not enough, as ZU is going to be able to keep him alive all the way towards it. But the question is, was it enough? They still had the top score, and 17JL is going to claim game number 4, snatching it away from our top 2 teams that had 10 eliminations each. Absolutely insane, as it shines bright like a diamond.
Look, you remember how you remember how you asked me what these teams in the bottom needed to do so they could start climbing up towards the top end of the charts here, Dobby? Yes. And I said they needed to not overcommit like 17JL had been doing in the first 3 games. Well, you know what 17JL didn't do in this game? They didn't overcommit to fights, and look at this. They come out on top of the MVP, and now they're not going to be sitting in those bottom 8. They're going to be in the top 8, Dobby. It's almost like I can see the future.
I mean, even with that one, though, sometimes, listen, you're right, okay? Certain instances, you're right. Sometimes you just got to pull your coattails and be like, hey, can't be right all the time. Sometimes you got to take an L. This time just wasn't those times. So, coming into this one, 17JL is going to be able to claim that elimination. They're going to be able to claim the finish. They do a fantastic job of it, and it looks good. Looks very good towards this space. And now 17JL has claimed an elimination. Now the question is there anybody that's going to get a back-to-back? I don't know. You got 2 games left. 2 more.
Yeah,
now that we're headed back to Hollow Rock, these next 2 games, I think, personally, are going to be very intense, very quick. There's going to be a lot of pushing. There's going to be a lot of madness. There's going to be a lot of shit that goes down. And I think it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Look, I think, you know, I think a lot of these teams are starting to realize how important it is to get to those final circles and remembering how to play final circles. We've seen a lot of teams throughout season 2 who have done a lot of eliminations very early on and have been able to have big pop-off games because of it. But we've also seen a lot of teams try to imitate that and end up getting eliminated after they get like 6 eliminations off the rip. And then all of a sudden, oh man, we only put 6 points on the board. What happened? Now, a lot of those teams are going, hey, wait a minute. You know, that's not how we play the game. Let's go back to how we play the game. Let's get to that final circle and let's be that team that pops off in final circle or picks up multiple eliminations in the final circle. And we see those teams starting to come together and make things happen. I got to look at Team GG. GG is one of those teams, right? This game, they were a little more aggressive early on. So they had a lot of kills going into final circle, right? That said, throughout the rest of the day, Team GG has been that team that's been like, hey, let's just get to final circle. Once we're there, we're gonna pop off, right? Like, we're gonna play monk comp, we're gonna slam some people, we're gonna get some numbers up on the board, we're gonna make it happen. And because of that, GG's got enough of a lead right now that, you know, this game, they might not have been the tippity top, but they're still holding on to that first, second place kind of range in the overall, because they've been doing so well today, and consistency is very important. Another team that's been very consistent has been XCG. XCG has consistently been in the top 5 in the overall placements, and that's how they were in second place thus far. We're gonna have to see where they land this particular game. I'm thinking they're still probably gonna be close to that top 5 range, but we're gonna find out as we take a look at the leaderboard here. And it, you know, no surprises, of course, 17JL in the top here as we take a look. GG in second place still, and easily gonna be holding on to that coveted first place overall. 17JL needed this game though. 24.2 points is gonna get them back into the top 8. Unfortunately, XCG way lower. I thought they had more eliminations than that going into that final circle, but I must have been wrong there, as they do take I do believe 4th or 5th place in terms of the lobby, but they didn't have enough points for that multiplier to do too much, so they're going to walk away with the 6.5. OUG, though, doing very well, going to hold on to 3rd place here, going to walk away with a 16.4. OUG either going to be in 2nd or 3rd place right now, still slowly climbing, keeping the consistency together. We love to see it coming out from OUG. They've played very well today. This is a good game for 17JL, but they still have a lot of work to do, and there's only 2 games left today before we come back and play our last 6 games on Sunday.
It's very true coming into this, even with all of these rotations. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. I'm really excited. All coming into this is now see if they can work towards this one, as it looks like we're going to be seeing the top of their teams here, as it looks like, we get this right, ZU with the most damage and kills coming into this. AS with 1 elimination. Come on, AS, I knew you could do more than that. He probably ended up getting some of his kills snaps, I'm gonna be honest with you, but let's see if they're gonna be able to put this down, you know.
Look, this is going to be nice. This is going to be our first team today that's not a Tion High team that walks away with MVP. And it's going to be our first Takeda MVP in a while for trios as well. So Takeda going to come in, and there we go. There's our boy, Takeda, locking it down. ZU with 12k damage, 7 eliminations, 2 assists. It's his 2nd MVP of the season. But look at this. Razor Swift, Soul Release, Skyforce, and a Phoenix Blast. This man absolutely putting in work with that Phoenix Blast. Soul J doing 8.4k damage, locking down multiple people, throwing them out of the zone with that long sword, and of course just coming through on Takeda, able to take control of the neutral and find opportunities to take picks. Man, again, this is what 17JL needed to do. They needed to not overcommit to fights in that early to mid game, and they needed to look for picks, right? One of the big things that these teams have been doing today that's been very impressive to me is that they're getting to the final circle and they're looking to make picks. If you're a team who's not able to take control of the final circle, you have to be able to go, okay, hey, we're not going to win this game. We need to grab picks. Now, off the back of some of the picks that 17JL was able to pick up, they were able to take control of the final circle, lock it down, and almost come out completely on top here, get the MVP, walk away with a big number of points for themselves, and that's very impressive. That's another reason you need to be looking for picks in those final circles, is because you might not have an opening right now to take control of that final zone, right, Dobby? But if you're able to find the picks, you might open that up for yourself. Now, speaking of opening it up, Jaeger is going to come on and bring on a player, and they're going to open them up to give us a little bit of insight to how 17JL was able to lock down game number 4.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with our player 本初 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 本初，欢迎来到赛后采访，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是7挂2的本初。
好的，再次欢迎你来到赛后采访，也恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first, we would like to say congratulations because you guys get the highest score in the game 4. And today, because we have Firefly in the game 4, and I would like to know, does the presence of the Firefly will affect the hero selection at the beginning of the game? 那这边我就有一个问题想问到，因为重天的出现与否，其实感觉对整个比赛的节奏啊各方面其实还是有影响的，就想知道那对你们的英雄选择上面会有影响吗？
会的，只要大招厉害的就可以往出用了。这种，
比如说呢？
比如说双变或者是沙男队，主要是沙男队比较厉害一点。
好的 ，So I think it will affect the hero selection, especially some hero combo like the double transformer, and especially I think this hero combo who has Tamuch is very important. They need the fireflies. So another question is that because you just told me the Firefly, the presence or not will affect, and it's very important for the double transformer with Tamuch. So why this in the game 4 we still see most of the teams they still choosing the Yodo and Viper and Wu-Chen. 那这边我就有一个问题想问一下本初了。虽然刚才我们讲到，其实从对于那些双变阵容，特别是有特穆尔的这些英雄阵容是非常重要的。为什么这把我们还是看到的妖红尘会比较多呢？
因为妖红尘比较多，原因就是大家都想抢分吧，都想打架，多拿一些分。妖红尘比较好拿分，因为
原来是这样。So actually, I think why there's too many like Yodo, Viper, and Wu-Chen is because every team was aggressive today. They all want to have the killing score in the game. That's why we have this hero combo more. Okay, so also because today I saw your hero combo is the Matari, Takada, and Tamuch, and I would like to know how this hero combo like cooperate with their ultimate together in the game. 那我特别想问一下，因为今天我们看到你们选择的这个阵容啊，其实是武田，然后是特穆尔和迦南。像这个阵容的话，你们之间的这个大招和技能是怎么样配合去打一个输出呢？
就武田和沙男配合，然后迦南在银红叶开大的时候提供一个保护就好了。
好的。So actually, I think the Tamuch and Takada, their ultimate should cooperate together, and it will be very strong. So why they're still choosing a Matari in the hero combo is to avoid the control of the Viper. So we just talked about Takada and Tamuch, their ultimate like cooperate together. So I would like to know how. So what's the timing you think that both of you can use the ultimate? 那因为我们已经讲到了嘛，刚才就说特穆尔其实和武田他们的一个大招的配合是非常的强的，我就想知道这两个英雄在打配合的时候是选择一个怎么样的时间点，然后去打出一个配合呢？
就武田开大的时候，沙男开大把所有人精力清了，就可以俩人一起配合推土机一样，就随便打人了。
所以是武田先开大，然后再托木尔马上就跟上。好的 ，So actually this hero combo they cooperate together. It's like use the Takada's ultimate at first, and after that just use the Temuji ultimate. And Temuji ultimate will waste all the energy of the other opponent, and then Takada use his skill, and it can be very strong. That's how this hero combo like cooperate together and have very high damage. 好的，谢谢本初，感谢你接受我们今天的采访。这把打的是非常的精彩，希望接下来也会有个更好的发挥，期待你们表现。好的，Thank you 本初 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
你装不准？装上去的人傻掉。到时候不至于按出来你就臭了。
来调戏，直接调戏，上来直接调戏。对，调戏呀，不是他妈的。
哦，这丑啊！为啥我的双马尾这么小个？
带错了，
带错了，
有
2个。你看你的，我在头顶的。啊，我的双马尾！加油！我打回去，打回去，打回去！行，夺下！好多！我死了，我死了，我死了！吹风回来了，我最后一个吹风，我最后一个吹风，钻进去，钻进去，有个边缘在圈，没事，顶着也行，这有花吃。哎，我吃不上了。我杀多少个？10、28。战神玩战神有点多。哎呀！文战士快死了，文战士快死了，文战士死了。我们18个。我要想看到，我要在屏幕上面，我要在屏幕上面啦！红绿灯刺激，真的，最后那张为红绿灯禁止通行。
谈一下你们怎么最后就笑成那个样，是怎么回事啊？三少，
每次别人一开大，我玩个3娘，我3娘可以开大去把他的大断掉，我就觉得很搞笑，很欢乐。
这场比赛这个3位的这个红绿灯造型是出于谁的想法？
最近过节嘛，可能车行量比较多，道路千万条，安全第一条嘛，红绿灯嘛。
还有的就是给观众们也多看，就比较好
就是一下就认识到了。
哎呦 ，EWG 咱们的艺人上个解说台，终于是现在特别懂观众老爷们的心了。以后再让选手多上解说台了，下来之后直接在造型上，今天也把队伍变成个大发明家。
Me. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 Grand Finals. We're 4 games deep, and we're headed back to Hollow Roth. I'm your host and your caster, the Rune Keeper. Joining me, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, Dabier. You know how it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 4 intense, crazy games, lots of predictions across the board. I mean, you know, a lot of teams sitting up top right now. Some of which we predicted, some of which we didn't. I don't think we talked about Team GG too much in the very beginning. We talked a lot about YZG. We talked a lot about Fun Plus Phoenix. I think you and me both expected Fun Plus Phoenix to be on the top side, Dobby. I talked about XCG because I had high expectations for them. But right now, Team GG still dominating it. 17 JL, though, a huge MVP for them. And, you know, they needed it pretty desperately after 3 not-so-good games. Speaking of which, got a question for everybody in chat. Which team is leading the total standings for now? Is it A, 17 JL, B, YCG, C, GG, or D, Wolves? Unfortunately, I literally just gave the answer away to this right before the question, Dobby.
You know, listen, they need to start giving us these questions prior to this one, just so, like, you know, we're okay with certain things and we know exactly what's going on here, because we don't want to start giving out the answers prior to that. You know, it's a little bit harder once you start to realize, like, kind of how they do certain things, and I was like, wait a minute. You know, that's all I'm going to say here towards this one. Let's see if they can keep the same over. Let's see if they're going to be able to know. Do they know?
Look, this is an easy one. Chat, you guys got this one. This is a freebie. Get yourself some good skins. Get yourself some drip. You know, Dobby, I got to talk about something. Speaking of drip, the drip that these guys were wearing over on Twitter, where they were like counting down the days till we came here back to the grand finals, was just like some of the sweetest streetwear you've ever seen. And I'm just like, dang, these guys clean up good. Like, don't get me wrong, they look great on stage. Their hair is always perfect. I don't know how their hair is always perfect. Whoever's doing their hair backstage is the real MVP here, because these guys out here going absolute crazy. And I know on that stage, you got the headset on, you're gaming, like, you get sweaty, right? But these guys always got the perfect hair. They're always looking good. But those fits from the Twitter posters were just clean, absolutely clean, Dobby.
Absolutely clean going into this one. As now looks like they will be able to rotate towards this one. Let's see if they can keep it going towards this one. As now it's still going to be all over the place with more and more coming into it. See if they can peep it and put that same momentum together. He has Wolves gonna be able to piece it together. Let's see if they can find it. See if they can put it together here, as you love it to see it. Only more of it happening, though, with these. And now, like I said, we still have 2 more games left. So what's next? What is next?
I mean, what's next are 2 very, very heated, intense games, Dobby. We've got 8 teams that are in the bottom right now that collectively don't have more than the points you could get for having a pop-off game across 4 games. They're coming in, they're desperate, right? You've got the teams sitting up at the top right now who are trying to hold on to those top positions, because going in to the second day with 6 more games to play, you want to be sitting up top. So these last 2 games are going to be very, very interesting. We take a look into the stands here. Look at all the fans with the XCG pillows. Where do I get me one of them XCG pillows? That look comfortable, Dobby.
I need a lot. I'm going to be honest. I need a lot of things related to this stuff related to Naraka Blade Point. I'm going to need Naraka Blade Point merch. I'm going to need some of the team's merch. I'm gonna need an AOW chain. I'm gonna need a replica of the trophy. And you know, it can be made of plastic. It doesn't have to be official metal like the original. I just want something that's, you know, just something I can put in my stream. I need me at least one katana from the actual game that I can hang up on my wall. I need a Naraka Blade Point sign made that's preferably neon sign, possibly red or purple. I'm not that picky. And I also need a branded Nbpl logo, both in a size L t-shirt, long sleeve, hoodie, jogger, and jacket, along with a pin.
Dobby out here, like, you can make this out to @official.br. My address is bleep.
That's like, y'all think I'm playing. I want all of this because I want it.
As we take in and lock down some of these teams going forward, JJHRD coming in here with the Takeda on the Monk comp. This is going to be interesting, as well as Team GD also bringing Takeda in on the Monk comp. A couple of teams experimenting with this comp here as we go forward. We're going to see a lot of the traditional Viper comp coming out here in Game 5 from XCG, J-Team, Ventus, Aces, OC, all YZG, AOW, all bringing out that comp. And of course, some more of that classic Transformers coming through. Team GG going to be bringing in that classic Takeda comp. The only classic Takeda we're seeing. The other two Takedas we're seeing coming through are going to be that Transformers comp. And don't forget, we're heading to Hollow Roth right now. Our 2 games of Morris are behind us. That means that we're going to Hollow Roth. We're heading in. We're going to see some traps. Of course, we're going to see Plume Castle. We're going to see a couple of teams here dropping, looking to go for that puzzle. But where are these other teams dropping, Dobby?
Oh man, this circle spread is so much tighter and closer than I've ever seen before here for Naraka Blade Point. Usually we see it in different ways here for Hollow Roth, but man, they've been able to put this together. As of right now, looks like Inferno College is going to be run by a team by himself. It looks like there's going to be a GG and OUG fighting it out for the puzzle. It looks like YZG and J-Team is going to be fighting it out as well. A lot of people are going to be staying mad close here, so this is going to be very funny. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 starts right now.
As is tradition, we start off with our MVPs from the last game, 17 JL. They're out here doing a little bit of hunting here. Did I just see a sign for Team Alliance out there? Unfortunately, Alliance not competing here in the grand finals, but still nice to see the Alliance fans out there supporting the teams. So take a look, getting a little split screen here. GG, 17JL, and Wolves. GG's Miski over here. Don't you do it, LXM. I really thought LXM was about to run over that trap and set it off. I was going to be very upset with him there as we turn J-Team's Eagle getting picked off here by YZG. YZG off to a strong start yet again. The question is are they going to be able to take it to late game this time? They've been playing very, very aggressively and picking up a ton of eliminations early, but unfortunately they keep going out in the mid game and are not making those eliminations count for as much as they possibly could. J-Team's Lee going very low here. I mean, there's no real place for Lee to go here, right? All of YZG on the hunt for Lee as ZK tries to get away. There's a parry too, and that's going to be it for Lee. No questions there. We knew that was coming. MPG picks up OC's 28HH. Ace's Jin going to pick up Ventus WX98 in the kill feed, as well as we turn back to ZK, who's trying to keep things moving here. Eagle apparently was able to be resurrected by ZK here, and they're just trying to keep it going. Turning our attention now to NPG going head-to-head with AOW. AOW's Miskia here is going to get grabbed up by NPG Sorrow, and they waste no time whatsoever to throw a ton of headshots out of Sorrow. Just holds them in place for the range damage and then slams them down for the elimination. And now AOW's Cuckoo gets picked up as well. And NPG once again not wasting a single second. Not quite the elimination, but the re-grab on to Cuckoo. Oh my goodness, if I'm Cuckoo right now, I'm just like, do I even get to play the game? What's happening? NPG, though, about to be on the receiving end of a third party as OC's Lang Jing comes in with the F, gonna deny them a little bit, but apparently not gonna deny them enough as NPG just turns around and picks up an easy elimination onto Len Jing. NPG getting it rolling here with 4 eliminations under their belt here in game number 5.
Even into this one, though, the circle spread is going to be absolutely massive as we are going back to the top of the order, going to be able to lock this in here as OC's 28HH is going to try to see if he can get away here, trying to juke out the entire team of ASE. Sadly, he's going to drop all the way down, finds OC right in front, and it looks like he's going to try to see if he can maybe split them around and try to dip them out as best as possible here, as Jin is not going to be able to find one. Dangerously low here at 28HH, gets found and eliminated. Towards this rotation, absolutely tough coming into this. They're not going to be able to do this as the Gar going to be able to shut this down as Jin. He's going to be able to go forward towards the rotation. He's going to be able to find OC up top here, and it looks like it's going to be that 1v1. We don't usually see too many of the 1v1s. Oh, as Jin get absolutely sent over the cliff here. Doesn't look like they have a grapple to be able to come right back up, so it looks like they're just going to have to sit down there. Oh, my goodness, and he does it again. The Zen Jin all the way around and out of the way. Very, very unfortunate though, as it looks like he's gonna whiff the shot coming in from a Jin, and it looks like he's gonna be able to connect the next one here. OC doing a great job of juggling both teammates so far here, has been doing a good job of it. Sadly, dangerously low now, and with that grapple is gonna be able to take him all the way down to the ground here, which now he's gonna be able to go for the scale rush here. And it looks like he has the opportunity to get away, as ASE Alex is in a different situation and probably not the best situation he needs to be in. Trying to put this together here. It's absolutely unfortunate coming into this, is now he's going to be able to shut this down here. As Jin, they're going to be able to whoosh in them out and get the heal and the pickup. Fantastic job coming in, because he needs to do that.
Yeah, MPG having one heck of a game. 5 eliminations under their belt already, and they haven't left Plumed Castle yet. Just determined to pick up elimination after elimination here. We're 17 jail trying to ride the ballista here. Throws some shots downrange at J Team. Not quite able to find anybody there, and can't pressure too hard through the ballista. Funplus Phoenix looking to come up behind and pressure somebody possibly here, but they decide better of it. They're going to keep things moving here and head in to the little cave here, looking to pick up some extra loot for themselves. 17 jail keeping it moving on the ballista. GD's Don Quing just kind of hiding in the bush here, rolling around. Oh no, Kakaishi is gonna get caught out by 17 jails. AS here. AS checks the one bush. Kakaishi hopes they don't check the second, but they do. It's gonna be a monk on monk fight here in the Tamiel, as Kakaishi turns around to try to pick up members of 17 jail and help his team. He does find a grab onto GU. Turning now, AS going very low. Monk on monk, pain happens as Kakaishi able to pick up the elimination onto AS. J-Team gonna teleport in to this absolute madness and brings in the tactical nuke, but somebody sitting on the ballista. The rest of GD, Stonk Wing, turns around and starts bringing the pain onto these members. J-Team trying to make it happen here with a clever Wu Chen combination ult with the Viper ult, but GD not able to find it with the ballista. That little bit of cover being bought for them now. J-Team takes control of the situation. They picked up 2 eliminations here. Can they pick up another? They turn on to Don Quing. Sure enough, they're going to pick that up, and it looks like K, the last remaining member of J-Team, or sorry, Team GD, going to get picked off by J-Team as well. A parry comes through. K gets eliminated, and J-Team goes to 5 eliminations.
You know what's the crazy thing? Sometimes Naraka is that game where it's not worth it to hide, it's worth it to run. You need to be able to run. Sometimes you can't just stand there and be in an open dusket like you're a duck in a duck hunter game. You can't be the duck that ends up getting shot out of the air and the dog comes to pick you up and all you hear is you don't want to hear the dog barking, running full speed towards you. And a lot of these dogs here are some of these teams, and you don't want to see them fully barking, running full speed towards you, 200 miles an hour here with a nice big chain and massive feet as he's just heading straight for you. Meanwhile, it looks like Godly is getting absolutely struck right in between. This is Alex is going to try to keep this alive, but sadly gets shut down by Takeda. Takeda is not going to give him the opportunity, though, to try to get anything done with this one, and it's going to be able to close it out as best as they can here, and it makes it look good towards this succession. And now back at it. Let's see if they're going to be able to put this down towards it, as now NPG up top, definitely a different leaderboard than what we're used to. GD top 3, Wolves second, NPG top of the leaderboard with 6 eliminations, J-Team in 4th. This is very, very, very interesting because usually don't see this like this.
You know, NPG is just coming in strong this game, trying to make something happen. We're see here as those first sets of Moore's Blessings come through. Team Wolves looking to contest the one containing Mystic Might here, but they need to be careful. OUG waiting in the wings, as well as Team GG. EWG pushing over to contest one of the other ones, and I wasn't quite sure who was up top by the third Moore's Blessing there in the top right. But GG kind of between both of them. Wolves just chilling up top on the house here. Happy to buy themselves some space looking to make this happen. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, and no question here, the Team GG still in the top. OUG 2 points behind them. Fun plus Phoenix 2 points behind OUG, and XCG 4 points behind that. Our same 4 teams still chilling up top, but 17JL has been able to move themselves all the way up to 5th place off the back of their MVP last game. AOW's pinged out, gonna catch Fun plus Phoenix's TXJ with a massive parry and start blitzing him down. TXJ gonna be forced to pop the ultimate just to get a reset here. Can't even think about turning around and starting to make grabs here. Just needs to get away from the box as he was forced to burn the ult. YZG gonna use the Viper ult to buy a little bit of distance here. We're gonna see the Wu Chen Fs come down to buy them some space. CXZ needs to be very careful. He's pushing so far away from his team right now, but they did just pick up the Draco Storm from the box, so CXZ can afford to make that pressure happen here as they press out Fun plus Phoenix, LID, AOW, all of these teams at risk of falling to the Draco Storm here as YZG looks to put the pressure on 2 eliminations under their belt this game. The question is will they be able to pick up more off the back of the Draco Storm here? We are seeing LYD from Fun plus Phoenix just take huge damage here. Is now going to get locked down. No place to go. YZG picks up their 3rd elimination, and Fun plus Phoenix goes to 2 members. AOW catches out Ventus's Pixel here as they pick up an elimination, and AOW with 2 eliminations under their belt. They still got a huge hill to climb as that elimination just brought them into the double digits for the first time in 5 games, Dobby.
Meanwhile, Mystic Mites have been found for between Wolves and EWG, and YZG is claiming the Draco Storm. Whole lot of opportunity here to see if they can do something as well here as YZG doing as well. Looks like they're going to be finding out Triple B. Oh, and it looks like the right click coming in from YGG. QGG is going to connect on a Triple V. Unfortunate. Looks like they're not fully eliminated from this game, though, so it means they're still alive. But the 2 players from the top of our leaderboard, OUG and GG, their main fight, they have no points on the board so far for this game. Absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Wolves, actually no, Wolves is close to leading the pack with 5 eliminations, making it roar and howl all the way. Meanwhile, NPG is leading with 6 eliminations. Absolutely incredible coming into these games here. Question for you, Rune. What do you think a team like, let's say, YZG, who's in 43.8, they've been doing a fantastic job so far. They have been top 3 almost every game thus far. They have been playing their heart out. They've been playing well, and they're halfway into this game, and they're in the top 6. What do they need to do to really finish these next 2 games off strong and end up at least top 3? What do they need to do?
Honestly, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing, right? YZG is a team that plays consistently, and then they eventually find an opening to have a pop-off game, and that pop-off game on the back of their consistency is usually what carries them into those top 3 contingency, right? YZG, right now, they're playing that consistency game. You know, we're heading into zone 2. They've got purple armor. They've got a couple of eliminations under their belt. They haven't overcommitted to anything, right? They're just trying to make it to final circle and get as many points together as they can. And if they get to final circle and then they see that opportunity to take control of final circle and make this a pop-off game, that's what they do. If not, they need to do what they've continued to do, and just, we talked about it after the end of last game, right? Where you get to final circle and you don't see that opportunity to grab control of final circle, you have to start looking for picks, right? YZG has been doing that in every final circle, and they haven't won the game off of it, but they've been like 2nd, they've been like 4th, they've been, you know, 3rd, coming through, putting points on the board consistently. That's why they're in 6th place right now. That said, as soon as they can find an opening in final circle, they need to take it. It's 2 games left. you would like to have a pop-off game today, but you don't necessarily have to have a pop-off game today, as long as you have a consistent day today and then come in and have your pop-off game in the last 6 games on Sunday, right? YZG just needs to keep doing what they're doing, quite honestly, and as soon as they find that opening, they have to take it. That's all they have to do, and that's what YZG does well. So I have confidence that they're going to do just that. They're sitting fairly well right now. They're not that far behind most of these other teams. Realistically, you know, behind first place, they're only 14 points behind. That's half a game. They're doing pretty okay. Aces Hazerly here going to get picked up by 17JL's AS. 17JL going to find their first elimination of the game. Or sorry, their second elimination of the game. But still, you know, 17JL is a team that kind of needs to do the opposite. They haven't been a consistent team today. They need to just continue to pop off, right? They're in 5th place right now, but they can't be comfortable at all. They're there off of the back of a single game. They were in bottom 8 before. They need to now continue to, you know, just keep playing strong. They're playing this exactly how they should, though. It's only zone 2. They're not looking to overcommit to anything. They got Hazerly. Look at this. They're just sitting on the body, hoping that Aces will overcommit somebody over that edge to go try to get the resurrection. And if they don't, they can just sit here and make sure they can't bring their teammate back. And that's exactly what they're doing. And now 17JL can just loot the rest of that body if they want to and just leave. They don't have to pressure this. They don't have to try to take fights. They need to get into final circle and make the most out of points that they can now that they did have a pop-off game. We're going to see Ballista control change hands here as JJHRD picks up the Ballista and looks to pressure in onto those 2 members of Ace. And this is where 17JL needs to be careful. If they hadn't backed out of that fight already in the bottom, they now could be on the receiving end of a full team and a Ballista. So hopefully 17JL's gone ahead and cleared out as we turn to NPG here. Our kill leaders, 7 eliminations under their belts, using that monk to go ahead and guarantee themselves this Mortis Blessing as zone 3 is collapsed onto. They're gonna have access to that purple armor for their monk now, as well as Draco Storm very, very soon. They see WG's Yiran. It's gonna be very interesting to see if they don't go ahead and pop that Draco Storm and start giving chase. There's the full team. Yeah, if I'm NPG, just grab the Draco Storm out of the box already. What are you waiting for? Sorrow's right there. Just take the Draco Storm and press onto EWG. EWG sitting right over here is on a box as well. Mr. Handy coming through, so it's gonna be EWG
Mr.
and
Handy.
Yeah, Mr. Handy just sticking his hand out of the Morris Blessing there.
The Morris
saying,
Blessing
how you
jar
doing?
of cookies.
Yeah, he's like, hey, come over here. I got a little handout for you. You know, you take
A little
this
bit of something
armor.
you might like, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Little bit of that sweetness. Come here, Dad. Let me tell you something. Let me get you something over here and get you a little bit of that chocolate goodness. Meanwhile, coming around this space. Coming around the corner is this fast Ballista. Let's see if they're going to be able to find something here. Meanwhile, Wolves and AOW Cuckoo is going to get the double parry. Another parry coming in from One Fang. One Fang is going to be able to shut them down as well. As it looks like the Ballista is going to go around the corner. It looks like he's going to be able to hit some shots here. It looks like he claims one. Does he? Almost. It looks like Ziyu actually does get claimed by another player here. As Water, it looks like he's going to try to find it. The question is he going to snatch this elimination? Oh no, Water did get the elimination from that. Wow. Absolutely insane. That was amazing. I wish you would have saw it from his point of view. Uh-oh. Oh, a little pre-fire action. That's okay.
Like sometimes I was say sometimes you get on the Ballista, you get a little bit excited. It's okay. It happens. We're going to see Ventus' picks will get picked up by Aces here, and unfortunately that's going to be it for Team Ventus here. Wolves 14 off the back of multiple eliminations, able to go pick up a Resurrection Charm and get Ziyu back into the game almost immediately. Wolves still with 7 eliminations under their belt, tying things up here with the likes of NPG, holding on to that 8th place position. Godly here, looking to get as much rage as possible before the zone completely collapses on him, using that lovely little tower there just to go ahead and build that rage. EWG looking to give chase to JJHRD. JJHRD trying to be careful here as we do see that thorny roller coming through and it hits multiple people. J-Team and JJHRD. JJHRD in a bad situation now. They're split up, J Team onto one of their members and EWG onto their other 2 remaining members. That Thorny Roller still looking to come through. Linkson just trying to hold off, trying to bait EWG into a bad situation. There comes Water. JJHRD holding on for dear life as EWG pressures in with that Draco Storm. EWG almost blitzes down all the members here from JJHRD. JJHRD, Godly gonna go ahead and monk up, but it's some monk on monk action as Yiron. Godly go head to head. Yiron sends Godly flying. Godly gets hit as well by the Thorny Roller. Yiron absolutely devastating. J Team coming through, looking to try to lock down everybody here. Lee trying to get the ult off, does get it off. They are going to find an elimination onto EWG's Yiron. They're going to find another elimination onto JJHRD's Water as well. J Team cleaning up the eliminations here. Sanzi picks up God Lee, but he's the last remaining member of EWG. JJHRD, though, picks up Sanzi. EWG, even with the Draco Storm buff, it's not enough. They're eliminated here from game number 5. Lixin almost eats the Thorny Roller, and that would have been it for JJHRD. JJHRD, though, not in the best of places. A single tick of HP. Lixin comes up top after getting a pot off, but now all of 17JL turns their attention onto Lixin, locks him down into the zone. There's no place for him to go, and 17JL cleans up the final elimination onto JJHRD.
Even with that, they're still able to get out of the circle here and play it and still try to keep themselves alive here. Obviously, seeing Lixinghen trying to see if he can scramble as best he can here to trying to get away. Uncertain if he actually was able to, though. Let's see if he was able to, though, in this phase as MPG. Wolves tie it up with 7 eliminations here. And ASE as well. See if they're going to be able to find something as well towards this as Fun Plus Phoenix will be able to come through with this. And ASE's Alex does sadly get shut down, though, massively, getting sent all the way up in the air here. And it looks like they will be able to get their 3rd teammate Jin out of this bad situation, though. And it looks like Triple V does get claimed and eliminated here from their team as ASE is still alive and they're still deep within this game here. Whole lot of stuff going on here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it after that.
Yeah, Fun Plus Phoenix, unfortunately, down to a single member left remaining. Team GG over here, looking to secure this Moore's Blessing, get themselves some gold armor. There's a gold longsword in there for them as well. Miskia gonna go ahead and take the gold armor. Backs up off of the box here. They don't want to overcommit. They also pick up that gold longsword, which is huge for GG's Miskia here. GG just looking to hold things together to that final circle. That final circle is really where Team GG pops off. They don't like to pressure early on if they don't have to. YZG here just pushing up, seeing if there's anything left in that Moore's Blessing. Gonna come over the edge here. Not quite sure who was waiting in the wings there. I think it might have been GG's Miskia as a longsword shot comes through and hits onto Zhao Toto. And Zhao Toto just says, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. We don't want any of that smoke. Turning our attention back to Team Ace here. Ace able to get their team back together. 7 eliminations under their belt, the same as Team Wolves. Team Wolves sitting up top here with the cannons and the range shots, just throwing them down towards Team's Ace here. Gonna throw that wisp out, not able to connect on anybody, just sends it flying. Wolves continuing to just pester and pepper the likes of Team Ace. As we turn our attention back to the big tower here, we're going to see OC trying to head up top. 28H caught out there in the wisps as OU Jinyu gives chase, and OC just chilling up here. Look at this. That's the top of the Moore's Blessing you see, Dobby. That little light you always see up in the sky, that's the top of it. And look how high OC is up here. There's so much verticality in this map. We talk about it all the time, but Hollow Earth really is just a massively vertical map.
Even with this one, though, the spread is still slowly closing in, and they're both, all 2 of them are inside of this building here, and they're not going to let them go until at least one team comes out victorious. Jin trying to come through with the rotation. Alex right next to him. Going to try to keep it slow as possible here. So many things all around it as well here. Even with that one, let's see if we can figure this out towards this one. Still going to be able to put this one together here. Let's see if they can figure this out. Kakaxi trying to see if they can hold it with this one as GD and ASE. If you had a fight between GD and ASE, who you got your money on, Rune?
Look, I gotta give it to ASE right now just because GD's down a player, right? Like,
Absolutely, as they're both going to be able to scramble in and claim the first elimination onto Kakaxi. They're going to be able to rotate this in, but a full 3-man team from MPG looks around the corner, sees a Yoda Hime ulti and says, nope, and decides to get out of there. Probably the best call for them to make is for them to go, let's go the other direction. We don't need to be here. They just get out and runs.
It's really sad. I usually have so much faith in GD, but unfortunately, towards the end of the season here, they've really fallen off. I'm not sure what's happened. I don't know if it's fatigue on Don Quing, because Don Quing's had to play every single match in solos and trios again, and then it's just been a much more grueling season 2 than it was season 1 for him. I don't know, but towards the end of the season here, it's like they've run out of steam. They're not the same team that they usually are, and GD has struggled to make anything happen. If it wasn't for that, usually when it comes to Team Aces or GD, speaking of which, GD going to fall to Aces Jin here, usually I would give it to GD. But the fact that, of course, GD was already down a player here, and the fact that they haven't been doing well, even if it was a 3v3, I think I'd have to give it to Ace this time around. They've just been playing much better, much more consistently than GD has. Not that that says a lot, as Ace hasn't been playing super consistently, but GD not been playing well whatsoever. OUG's Wade looking to come across here and get away as Ace presses out. YZG waiting in the wings as well. We've seen a couple final circles come down here, and it's always interesting. There's so many little spaces. Somebody just got yoinked. TXJ just gets absolutely picked up by OUG's Wade. I just look over and TXJ goes for an absolute ride across the map here.
It's always amazing to see, like, when you're like in the middle of a fight and then all of a sudden that player just says, see you later, and just gets yoinked like halfway. It's so funny to watch if you actually give it that double monk ult. That was a double monk ult if you actually paid attention to it. JT looks like he shut down the entire team of OC. OC trying to keep it alive here as well. Even towards this one, no, that's been absolutely insane. Coming in as Zeus trying to keep the game alive here. TXJ has such a massive spot here.
Look, TXJ just trying to get some grabs, but he's the last remaining member from Fun Plus Phoenix here. OU's Jinyu just chilling right below 2. TXJ needs to be so careful here as we turn our attention to YZG. He's putting 17 JL into the zone. YZG starting to pick up some eliminations here, going up to 11. And this is exactly, you asked me what YZG needed to do, right? I said they needed to keep playing the way they were, and if they find a space in the final circle to take control of it so they can have that pop-off game, that's what they need to do. Right here, this is it. They've created the space. They're 11 eliminations in. They have currently popped off. All 3 members of their team are still alive. This is the space where YZG can have a big game and potentially climb themselves back up into that top 3 contention heading into the next day. They need to take advantage of this. There we go. Fun Plus Phoenix is TXJ going to get picked up by Team GG. Alex M with a musket shot from all the way downtown. GG, all 3 members still alive, holding on. 2 eliminations under their belt, though. It's gonna be hard for them to come back. YZG picks up yet another eliminations. GG 330 gets sent flying into the zone off the back of a long sword shot. Miskia gonna get picked up by Wolves. One bang as Wolves picks up their 10th elimination of the game. All 3 members of their team also still alive. NPG trying to find their footing back into this game. Unfortunately, their monk gets eliminated, and now OUG's Wade gets picked up by Wolves 14. Wolves absolutely making it happen here. Comes through and just trying to find grabs anywhere he can. YZG, Zhao Toto gets picked up. This could be bad for YZG, who's looking to have that pop-up game. CXJ coming in from YZG, gonna land a stun, but unfortunately nobody able to capitalize on it. QGG gonna come through with the Yoda. Wolves locking things down. 12 eliminations under their belt here. YZG, Zhao Toto gone. 2 members left alive. But GU from Wolves also eliminated. It's 2-on-2 action here as Wolves and YZG continue to trade blows. Wolves picks up 17 jails. Ventu goes to 14 eliminations. YZG, QGG looking to find an elimination. The last remaining member of YZG. Wolves down to 2 members here as we see One Fang just going absolute crazy, jumping up, trying to throw all these people off the tower. 14 down here trying to pick the resurrection up onto their team. And if they can, oh my goodness, Wolves, amidst all the craziness, pick up a 15th elimination and get the resurrection onto their Temi. This could be the game Wolves has been looking for all day. Everybody who's in chat, I know y'all are going crazy. If you're a Wolves fan, get ready to howl because they've taken control of the final circle. They've been able to get their teammate up. 16 eliminations for Team Wolves as One Fang off the back of a half to Soul Jade picks up NPG's Dubai. Wolves looking to lock more down, picks up 330 for 17 eliminations. Will it be the 20 bomb? We're gonna find out. Aces Alex comes in at 4-0. One Fang picks up 2 more. Oh my goodness! They go to 19! They go to 20! J-Team comes in! They look to lock it down! 14 throws to slam! He doesn't make it, but it doesn't matter! As nobody could possibly come back on top! Ace picks up an elimination, but Wolves with 20 eliminations and their second place finish are gonna be our MVP for game number 5! Ow, ow, ow.
That was the absolute insane. That's one of those dream games that we wish to see and we wish to find in these moments. Oh my goodness. We're not used to this type of work. Oh man, Wolves comes through with an absolute amazing finish. That's one of those finishes that you only dream about. Those are those type of finishes where you can shut it down and then just go, no, let me get more. I want more. And even in this, that was absolutely phenomenal coming in from Wolves. Wolves finally able to let the Wolves howl. They finally snatched up the Wolf Pack and said, let's bone out. And sadly, and most likely they was able to do what they can here, but unbelievable. We just witnessed the 20 bomb here in our grand finals. What?
Dobby, I know you're happy. We're seeing a 20 bomb come through, and it's Team Wolves, baby.
20 bomb in grand finals.
Absolutely. Look, I'm gonna turn you into a Wolves fan yet, Dobby. These boys coming through and just absolutely dumpstering this final lobby. They said, look, I don't care. You can get these hands. You can get these hands. And do you see all those teams, that craziness going on? Yushan holds up and says, look, I don't care. Let me go top side and said 14. Go get our boy. Get our boy back. Gets up their Temi and they go absolutely insane. Popping off with the 20 bomb. Taking second place. Almost taking first place. Very close.
Almost.
Literally just like a tickle of HP away from them walking away with first place. Wolves just what a performance coming out. They still get that 1.6 times multiplier.
The throwdown could have been a massive deciding factor depending on how they clutched up that very final circle. That realistically could have been anybody's game. If I'm looking at the final circle standings for that moment, there were so many times where there could have been a switch up within this last game. As I'm looking at it right here currently here. There's still more of that momentum, right? So YZG trying to hold on. Wolves 14 actually decides to cancel his ult prior to that ending. Wolves actually ends up getting eliminated earlier Wolves ends up claiming the elimination by 17 jails Venchu. When they go back towards that rotation, the Terracotta Warrior is already out. So they're trying to play this and trying to work around this main player, which is One Fang, who has the Terracotta. Everybody else is just trying to stay away from him, right? There's some people that end up going on top of the tower. They're trying to disassociate from him as much as they can, but it leaves them an opening. They're trying to disassociate so badly that it leaves other people available to try to get those eliminations. So meanwhile, Wolves 14 is down below and he's just making so crazy. He's catching eliminations. He's letting people slip. He's like, listen, I can catch you on one side. If you want to catch you on the other side while the terracottas up here, you have a problem up here, you have a problem down here. Whichever one you gonna pick, these hands is ready to eat for everybody, and everybody's gonna get it. A very friendly game and a rocket. Mink. And clearly, the mink happened. And man, there was a lot of that coming into it. Even with the stun coming in, they shut that down. Take 330 out. And after that, the timing of the ulti from 14 couldn't have come at a better time. Even with that, Wolves coming in with, oh, they didn't get the 20.
I thought they did. Look, even if they didn't get the 20, off of eliminations alone, they get 30 points, Dobby. The biggest score we've seen all day, 33.4 points for Team Wolves. Ace gonna pull up with a 24.2 and YZG with a 20.2. You know, we talked about in the middle of this game, YZG, when they had that opening, they needed to take it. They had that opening. They started to take control of that final circle, and they backed off just a little bit to try to find a full reset, or I don't know if they were just looking for some more resources or what, but the second they pulled their foot off that gas just a little bit, Wolves said, nah, fam, we got this. Don't worry about it, because we gonna keep our foot to the floor, the pedal to the metal. And look at this, One Fang, 9 eliminations, 22,000 damage on Yueshang. Coming through, locking it down for Team Wolves here in game number 5.
Absolutely insane coming into this space. They did not give them any much of a rotation coming through, but Wolves gonna be able to shut that down. We didn't get a 20. It's okay. 22,000 damage. 9 eliminations, 9 assists, his 7th MVP, and 16,000 coming in from the longsword. Habitat Detach, Scattershot, Whirlwind, Stamina Strike, Thunder Call, and a melee resist Soul Jade. Unbelievable coming in 6,500 and healing. I mean, this is a stacked one. One Fang really came through with it. And that Terracotta Warrior in the V3 was massively clutch coming into that final circle, though.
Oh, yeah, look, One Fang absolutely the MVP here, because the thing was they lose their Temi, right? They pop off, 14 picks up a ton of eliminations, and they lose their Temi. But One Fang, like you said, the threat of that Terracotta Warrior and the way he pushes into those teams who are up top, they're so afraid of One Fang pushing into them. They're like, no. You stay down there. You can't quite get to us here. And it buys 14 enough time to go pick up their 10 ult. And as soon as they get Xiu back in the game, they just start popping off more kills. And Wolves is able to come out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, we're getting ready to have Jaeger come out and give us yet another wonderful interview before we come back for our 6th and final game of the day.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing with our player 14 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 14，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是蓝队的14。
好的，恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first, welcome 14 to our interview room, and congratulations, you guys get the higher score in the game 5. And today in the final circle, so for this race, it's have a long time, like everyone is using the grappling hook and flying in the sky. So I would like to know, during that time, what's your team, what's your strategy, and how you operate to the end of the game? 那首先要再次恭喜你们。那今天这一把，其实我们看到在决赛圈的有一段时间，其实是大家都选择了去用钩索去制空进行一个博弈。那我特别想问一下了。就14，今天你们作为一个满编的队伍，在那段时间你们自己是怎么去打的这个运营？当时的思路是怎么样的？
因为当时决赛圈也比较小了嘛，然后我们是满编，然后我们就希望踩个地上的一个点嘛，然后站住一个地方，然后一直用我们近战回语，因为我们近战回语蛮好的，然后就去收那种就落地的人，他们在制空的时候会被其他人勾下来嘛。
对，是的。
然后下来一个我们就收一个。
好的。So actually at that time we just stand in a position in the final circle and we think it's really a good position. And after that, because like everyone is like flying in the sky with the grab grappling hook, and because we are the full formation, so we can just choose if they have arrow and they just fall into the ground, so we can like assistant on this opponent. That's why we can have very high damage in the final circle. And we just talk about the position. So I would like to know how you choose the position at the end of the game in the final circle, so that you can like just invisible on the map. 那我特别想问一下，其实刚才我们已经讲到了你们在决赛圈的一个选点，我想知道一下你们选点的这个思路是怎么样的？就怎么样的地形你们会觉得在决赛圈是非常有利于你们去隐藏？特别是这一把，其实狼队在决赛圈啊有一段时间就好像消失了一样，这个是怎么选的？
我们一直选的就是弱侧嘛，然后站比较低处，
对，
然后有很多那种草啊什么之类的，就可能会比较隐蔽。我看他们就很多敌人在对面高台嘛，一直抢在高台，我们就没有去管他们，我们一直在隐蔽自己，然后运营下一轮。
啊，原来是这个样子。So actually, we choose a very good position in the final circle. We choose a weakness place. It's like there's lower place and have more grass. And we saw that other teams, they are fighting at the higher place in the final circle, and it's really dangerous. So we just like disappear in the map. That's why we can have very high damage at the end of the game. And also we know there's a little bit pity is that we know ASE survived to the end of the game. So I would like to know what happened at the time. 那这一把其实最后有一点点小可惜，可能对狼队来说，就是最后你们没有拿到一个天选，反而是让 ASE 拿了一个天选。我想知道那一波是发生了怎么样的情况，怎么会有这样一个结果呢？
因为 ASE 他们有剩2个英雄嘛，一个妖刀和一个霓虹叶，然后他们都有大招，然后到了梅花桩的时候，然后就妖刀机可能自控比较好嘛，他留到了最后，然后就拔刀了。然后我正好大佛形态被霓虹叶，他们对霓虹叶晕住了，然后妖刀就把我血砍的就没他多嘛，然后最后就缩毒的时候给他砍了9。
有一点可惜，那一波你本身已经开大，然后还被晕住，对，非常非常可惜。So actually at the end of the game, because they still have 2 ultimate, one is Viper and other one is Yodo, and because I'm already using the ultimate and I'm already changed into the monk and I'm controlled by the Viper, and after that their Yodo just have very high damage on me. That's why we think it's a little pity in the end of the game. 好的，不过今天看得出你们整个表现还是非常的不错，希望接下来继续保持，也再一次恭喜你们在这把比赛拿下了最高分。好的 ，Thank you 14 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
$2,000 years later.
The Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Lingang's special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provides players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. As we're gonna get ready to lock in for our 6th and final game. And we're getting into the halfway mark of our grand finals here for season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. My name is Javier, accompanied by our host and fantastic caster, my co-caster, RuneKeeper TV. As we're gonna lock in for our 6th and final game here, we've seen so many things so far here. Massive games, massive endings, and Clutch is coming in from a lot of teams that, to be honest with you, we expected to come in and pop off for this first day. As we look at it, we're gonna be going through that. But first, we gotta answer the question. Well, y'all have to. How many kills did Wolf get in game 5? I'm gonna give y'all a hint. I'm very sad.
that should be all the hint you need for this question, but you need to type either A, B, C, or D into chat. You know, it's kind of hard sometimes. You know, I gotta give Wolves 14 this. You know, I'm trying to count the kills. You know, Dobby, I'm always trying to keep track of it. It's a little hard when it's just like Wolves 14, Wolves 14, Wolves 14. Like you're like, wait, was that a kill? Hold up, wait a minute. How many kills was that? It's just scrolling by real fast, like, because he's popping off so hard. But, you know, Wolves did have one heck of a game here. They're easily going to be in top 3 contention off the back of this game, and there's one game left to go today. Wolves got to be really happy right now. You know, if you're game 5, game 6 is really like, if you're going to pop off and move into top 3, those are kind of the games you want to do it so that you're coming into that next day, you're feeling good because you're sitting in a good position. Not that you can ever rest on your laurels, but it's real good for the morale, right? You come in second day, you're half the game's done, you're top 3, you're like, yeah, that's right. 6 games down, baby. We already top 3. It's gonna be up from here. It's a great feeling. Right, Dobby?
Again, very sad. But it's okay. We'll be able to get back into it. And I better see at least why. Oh, you lucky I can't say what I want to say because that just gives out the answer. You're so lucky. Naraka, you guys are so lucky that I can't just say what I want to say because I'm just giving out the answer. I want to make it obvious. And I'm hopefully chat has not gotten it wrong, because if you did, I'd be very disappointed. Because I'm disappointed. Because I can't say that. Anyway, percentage of a top 5%, 36%. Coming in from OC, 27,000 damage, 6.7, 13th place. What does OC need to do? Now, here's the other thing that I also want to say too. It's not done yet. We're not done yet. So no. In reality, any of these teams, especially in the bottom stretch, can really come through and surprise us all and shut it down. We've seen it before with some of our other teammates. We've seen it in the losers bracket, aka the rep shot, and we've seen it in other places. So there is a massive opportunity to see it go down. It's not like it's not surprising in that space here, but let's hope that they can keep that same momentum going into it as they will be able to lock this down here. Let's hope that they can keep the same momentum going into this last game, but they have to know that they're gonna have to come back to this in 2 days, regroup, get better, and get ready for the next couple of games, because they have 6 more games riding on this as well. And then we have the conclusion tomorrow for our solos. We're crowning a champion tomorrow, and I'm excited.
Oh yeah, look, I mean, solos tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. You and Moxie going to be taking it away. I'm a little sad. You know, I talked about this at the beginning of the show here. I'm kind of sad that I'm not going to be here with the Naraka family for my birthday tomorrow on the 12th. But you know, unfortunately, sometimes that's just how the old schedule goes down. There will be an opportunity to celebrate with me. I'm not gonna say too much, but I still appreciate you guys, and obviously there's no place I'd rather be than to be here with you guys, my fellow co-casters, and of course the Naraka family celebrating my birthday. But you know, I just got a pretty good birthday present as Team Wolves there coming in and
by the way,
happen in game number 5.
Rune,
what's that, buddy?
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. You know what else I appreciate? I appreciate these teams get ready to lock in for a 6 game today. Because, you know, 6 games back to back. I think about how hard it is for us as casters, right? I know we leave when the day is over, Dobby, and you and me are tired. We're ready to go eat a sandwich and go to sleep.
Go to sleep, yeah.
Right, yeah. Can you imagine being these players under this pressure on stage? 6 games back to back. You got to perform. You got to keep those hands ready. Like, you know, these guys have got to be under an enormous amount of pressure. There's like 1.5 million R&B on the line right now. That's a lot of cheddar, right?
And this is why I chose the route of being a caster rather than a pro player. This is why I'm here, and I have a pretty face, and I can talk a lot. Meanwhile, these players, they play really well, and they can clutch and or lose. So I really am just the messenger. So guess what? Messengers don't get killed. So that helps me. See what I'm saying? You see the idea here is we're going to look at our final aerial view of our map for Moore's Isle for tonight. AOW, NPG, and it looks like 2 other teams are also going to be landing in Celestra in the very center of this space and or circle. GG and Wolves. Oh, all the way up top here. Still Side Temple is going to be handled all the way towards this. Meanwhile, GD and another team is going to be headed to Shadow Jade Mine. All going to be finding it out for all of that loot. Hopefully they get something absolutely massive for themselves, as the rest of them are going to be splitting up here and are going to try to play this safe. So, see you. Going to land in, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd is lit. The crowd is hype. OUG hype. So many hype from Wolves, the fan favorite that absolutely decimated in our last game here. Let's see who's going to knock it down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 6. Our halfway mark for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Fun plus Phoenix's Leo immediately starts coming through, immediately losing one of their teammates from ASE. ASE trying to keep it down. Meanwhile, Leo is going to be able to get the first shutdown, and Perry coming in as he's going to shut down and get the elimination onto Jin. Meanwhile, back at this again, Hazy coming through and trying to hold on here, but the Wushin and the 1v3 is going to be too strong and immediately ends up shutting them down for our first elimination of tonight. But oh no, ladies and gentlemen, AOW is going to come through for the third party. AOW also as well is going to be able to try to see what type of magic they can get into. AOW's Mikasa is trying to hold on as best as possible, but the ricochet from the cannons come through to shut him down, claim the elimination, and that's very unfortunate coming into it. Still needs to be able to do more here. Let's see if they can focus on what's next here and still be able to rotate this around, as now they're going to fly in and try to fight MPG Sorrow. MPG Sorrow dangerously low here, and it looks like he really could claim the elimination here, and it looks like he does. Oh no, Julie snatches it away.
J-Team coming in here, looking up. They are able to pick up a second, third elimination here, but Eagle is going to go down. ZK, the last remaining member here for J-Team, and it looks like Wolves One Fang going to get picked up by GG. ZK going to get picked up by Godly, Dogby, and it's just a bloodbath, Dobby, as everybody comes in. What is happening right now? It's like Fight Club. What's the first rule about Fight Club? We don't talk about Fight Club, but we definitely fight, because JJHRD going off, EWG here, NPG here, OC, Wolves, everybody's here. A huge ult coming out from AOW now, going to pick up Godly, going to go for the slam. Kugu going to come in, try to follow it up, finish it off. No place. There we go. We're going to get a re-grab. Godly goes down. Pingtown picking it up here. Now Sansa getting grabbed up. It's just elimination after elimination. It's complete crazy town here. JJHRD with 6 eliminations under the belt, but they're going back to the Soul Altar. EWG, Zhao Liu coming in now. Yiron picks up Ping Tao. And it is just elimination coming in after elimination. Nothing is slowed down as Fight Club continues here in game number 6. Zhao Liu gets sent flying in the air. Sanzi gets picked up as YZG shows up to the party just a little bit late, but they're bringing party favors, and those party favors are katanas and nunchucks to the face as they now chase down EWG. Yiron goes very, very low. The Scale Rush coming in from a QGG. They're going to pick up an elimination here as CXZ comes in with the dagger to pick up that kill onto Yiron, and oh my goodness, Dobby, there have been so many eliminations. Now Ventus TJ goes down. Another one hits the board. I think there's been 20 eliminations already, Dobby.
Let's see if we look into it. 6, 10, 12. That's 30. That's 30, right? I'm looking at Canada. That's 30.
We're up to 32 eliminations already.
32.
What is this madness?
Listen, I did say this before. The 5th and last game are going to be the 2 games that are going to be the most fun. Those are the games that are going to be absolute madness. Those are the games that are going to be positively nuts. We said this before. I knew they were going to do something. I was ready for them to do it. I knew something was going to go down, and then all of a sudden they just absolutely popped off. They made it look good. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far, and clearly they're going to keep making that magic happen too as well. Because, man, they made it look good towards us. Let's see if they can keep that happening.
Ventus up top here. No resurrections available to him. No surprise. I'd be very surprised. GG still with resurrections. But Ventus coming in hard here. Alexem just locked down. Alexem just doesn't even get to play the game. I don't even think every time he stands up, he just gets sent flying. Alexem gonna get picked up by Ventus's TJ here. Now a little monk on monk action is 330. Pixel looking to go head to head here. Ventus WX98 just coming in, pumping damage out onto 330. Miskia just trying to hold on here. We are gonna see one of the members of Ventus get picked up, but Pixel gonna keep them from getting slammed here. 330 goes very low. Miskia picked up is gonna get slammed as well. 330's got TJ, but doesn't have time to get the slam off here. Pixel gonna demonk as now Ventus trying to clean up these remaining members of Team GG. Miskia goes very low. Miskia gets picked up by TJ. 330. One player left for GG, instantly picked up by the likes of WX98 from Team Ventus here, as Ventus picks up their first 3 eliminations of the game and sends Team GG back to the Soul Altar.
Taking them back to the Soul Altar. They've done a fantastic job thus far, but now is the time for them to pretty much strike into this moment. They can't give them the idea. They can't give them the momentum. They can't keep it together any longer. They're going to need to push into this even more than now. They're going to need to make this happening, though, as they're going to be able to push into this. Meanwhile, people that are down low, they're going to need to make at least some magic happening, so that way it's easier for them to be able to handle it later on towards these next games here. There's still going to be more to be had, but they still got to be able to rotate this out. Let's see if they can be smart towards this one. Is now going to be able to go forth with the rotations. Let's see if they can figure this out towards it here. They've done a fantastic job. Let's see if they're going to be able to make all of that happen within this space. You love to see it. Excited for the future, though, as it looks like now it's only going to get better and better. As the rotations come in, though, YZG coming through with a massive Terracotta Warrior ult. Let's see how they're going to be able to push this together down and shut it down within this one. Oh, man, they've done a fantastic job of it so far here. Meanwhile, XCG trying to see if maybe they can get the grab, but it looks like they're going to get claimed, and then it looks like they're going to be able to dip out of there as best as possible. Let's see if they're going to be able to try to work towards this. But the Bane's Breath, bad timing coming into it. Unfortunate.
YZG keeping things moving here. Things going to slow down just a little bit, and I should say no surprise there, because, man, things went very, very quickly in the beginning of this game here, as we saw 32 eliminations just pop up out of nowhere, and the eliminations kept coming and the hits kept rolling. 17JL now, though, try to give chase on to OC. Zone 1 getting ready to collapse fully onto Zone 2, which means we're going to see those Morris Blessings pop any second here, and many of these teams looking to contest those if they can. 17 JL here are going to be forced to pop an ult as OC pushes in, but OC with the Matari, maybe they shouldn't have burnt the Viper ult there, as they're now forced to burn the Wu Chen ult as well. And OC is going to lock them down if they can. 0-1 going to burn through their Justina ult though, and they go 2 ults for 2. So 17 JL can turn back into this fight if they want to, as OC continues to push in. This might be a mistake for OC. They immediately burn their Temi ult, but 17 JL's AS has the Yoda Hime ultimate, so they do not care about the Temi ult as they throw out huge chunks of damage onto OC. 28HH taking some damage. Link610 taking some damage as well. 28HH able to get the full reset. OC's 0-1 coming in, and it's just a massacre as ZU goes down for 17 JL. And now it's a 2v3 scenario, and this is a nightmare scenario for 17 JL. AS trying to pick up one, is able to pick up 28HH, but it is a 2v1 scenario. They just burn their F. They do get a parry into the riposte. OC's 0-1 though, with the freeze, able to counteract that, takes the damage, but doesn't allow AS to get away from Lang Jin. AS is going to go very low and is going to be eliminated here, and I do believe that is going to be it for 17 JL.
17 JL, highly unfortunate coming into this. It's not looking good. That's going to be a tough ending for them as well. 17 JL will do that, but that's okay though. In the overall standings, they're still within top 10. And close to, very close to the top 5 here. So if they keep this same momentum coming into it, they'll definitely be looking good towards the halfway mark, as now we're going to be able to see more of it come in. Still will be able to figure this out too towards it. Did a fantastic job, but now there's still more coming in, as now things are only going to get better from here. But it's okay though. We're still got 6 more games after this, and that's going to be all going down Sunday. And tomorrow, like we said, we still have the solos coming in, so it's going to be very interesting. So we still got more coming in, and I'm very excited to see how they're going to be able to clutch this down and shut it down as well.
OC now. Yeah, I was going to say OC on the receiving end of some pain here from OUG now after winning their fight. OC unfortunately going to take some big damage here, but off the back of a Wu Chen ult, they're going to be able to pick up at least the resurrection on to one of their teammates here. But now NPG coming in for the third party, looks to clean up the remaining members of OC. They are going to find one elimination onto Lang Jin. They are going to find an elimination onto 0-1, and OC's 28HH, the last remaining member of OC, is on the run, just trying to get away here as fast as they possibly can as they hold the hopes together for Team OC.
Meanwhile, even with all of this coming into it, still going to be able to patch this down and play this well and play this smart here. Let's see if they're going to be able to patch this up. And oh man, TXJ is going to come through with a massive shutdown here, making it look oh so good. With the Yoda Hime ulti, is going to be able to make it look good towards this ending space. Gonna have to be very careful towards this one. Let's see if they're gonna be able to rotate this around. And now TXJ trying to keep the game alive for them. Meanwhile, AOW trying to come through and be very aggressive towards this player. TXJ looks like he's gonna force the back off though. Still wants to fight though. He has decent shields. He's gonna have to re-shield this up even with all of the scrambling happening though, as Fun plus Phoenix is gonna be able to come through and still be able to do it, as Mikasa gets eliminated though by TXJ. Coming through with the rotation, is able to shut that down and make it look good.
Yeah, Cuckoo once again finds themselves being the last remaining member for AOW here. Unfortunately, AOW has just not been able to perform whatsoever today. You know, they're sitting in the bottom, 13.9 points. 3 of those points coming from this game, just off the back of eliminations that they put together this game already. They've got no resurrections left. They're down to a single player. AOW is in a tight spot coming in to Sunday. I tell you what, man, they are going to have to do so much work if they want to make anything happen here in the grand finals. NPG here doing a little bit of shopping around, doing some trading between bodies here, as we see J Team waiting for that Draco Storm to burn out. Many of these teams not looking to get too inclined into some of these fights. JJHRD here able to find a little bit of an armor swap there to go ahead and get a full reset. Chu Lee in need of a little bit of healing on the health side, but not wanting to give themselves away here. Godly gonna take some shots from downrange. Chuli able to find a little bit of a reset. Doesn't look like they have full health pots. They've got health powders, so it's going to be pretty interesting here if JJHRD is not able to find some resources that they need. XCG here with 0 eliminations this game, looking to find their footing back into the top 3. Need to have a pretty big pop-off game here as they are falling further and further behind their top 5 teams here with only 53.9 points under their belt. And they were top 3, if you remember, after our first 3 games. So these last 2 games have not been kind to the likes of XCG, who were doing very, very well after our first 3 games, but unfortunately not so well now that we are in our 6th and final game of the day. GD here just doing a little bit of looking for resources as well. No team with resurrections left available here, but I mean, just so many eliminations already put together this game. It's maddening how many eliminations have come through, and because of that, exactly what I kind of expected to happen here. A lot of these teams looking to slow down here into the mid game now that there's been so many eliminations come through already. We're going to see a Draco Storm and a Mystic Might coming through on one side of the map as Aces, Jin, and Alex look to open up this stash. And let's see what they find here. They are going to find a legendary spear, a legendary dagger, and I'm not sure which setup here, but I think they may have found the dagger setup for themselves here to go along with that legendary dagger, which is absolutely huge for the likes of Team Ace. Now they just need to get back into the zone off the back of this. Really smart play here. You see a lot of this happening in the Pro League now, where these teams will wait for that next set of blessings to come up and the other team's looking to contest it, and they will choose that moment to go open some of these treasure troves so that they have cover, right? Because the teams don't want to give up the position that they've acquired to try and pressure those Morris blessings just to go counter somebody who's opening a treasure trove. Now that said, YZG looking to come in and find aces off the back of this in the zone. Jin gonna pop the ultimate here. QGG just trying to break line of sight because they do not want to be locked down in zone here. Gonna turn things around onto Jin. Jin literally 1 HP in a dream. Doesn't matter, they get the Wu Chen ult out, but Jin is still gonna go down to the zone, and Jao Toto picks up that elimination, and AOW's Cuckoo also going to be picked up by Team GG. That is going to be it for Team AOW. I would say sent back to the lobby, but there's no lobby to be sent back to, as that's the last game of the day. So AOW is going to have to come in Sunday and absolutely go crazy if they have any hopes of walking away, even in the top 3 of our grand finals, Dobby.
Even with this coming around the rotations here, Godly gonna try to see if he can find Mo, and he looks like he does. He gets the nice hit though, but Eagle is not gonna go out without a fight though, but it looks like Eagle will go out still. Regardless, unfortunate. Trying not to get caught up in a bad situation. What it looks like he does is, looks like Zayliu. Looks like he's gonna be able to try to see if he can find the rotation. Trying to get something going here, as it looks like GG has found their Morris blessing. Gonna try to get out as much as possible here, trying to be smart and be safe here. Let's see if we can keep that same rotation coming into it. Playing it smart, but hey, still more of that coming into this. Let's see if they can keep all of the same momentum coming into this. Love to see it all the way through these rotations and seeing if maybe they can follow it and find it out here. Still more happening as NPG by themselves, relaxing into it. You love to see it.
I'm not quite sure how Miskia knew they were in that bush, but he turned around and lit up NPG here, and now NPG on the receiving end of some pain. And Miskia gonna go ahead and pop the ult to counteract the stun here coming out from NPG's waiting gonna go ahead and be picked up, and it looks like Jen also gonna be picked up. NPG Sorrow, the last remaining member here for Team NPG, just trying to get away as we turn our attention back to XCG, who's found out J Team's ZK here, the last remaining member of J Team, and XCG is just gonna pick up the elimination, and that's gonna be it for J Team today. There's no more games to play, so they get sent all the way back, not to lobby, but to go take a well-deserved break before Sunday, one should say. MPG Sorrow going to be caught out by OUG here. That's going to be it for MPG as well, as they lock themselves in to that 13th place position thus far. They could still fall lower as Team Ventus still in the game and only needs a couple of eliminations to move up into that 13th place position over NPG, which would be a shame because NPG had a really good showing in a game 4. As we keep it taking a look here, OUG holding on to that second place position. Team GG doing very, very well for themselves with 7 eliminations under their belt, though, holding on to first place with 70 points total. GG also going to pick up an 8th elimination on OC's 28HH, and that is going to be it for the likes of Team OC as they are also sent back to the lobby here. GD over here looking to try and contest onto this Morris Blessing, but needs to be careful as Fun Plus Phoenix is waiting right here, and they don't really have a way to contest this away from Fun Plus Phoenix. So they're going to back off of this, it looks like, but they're going to wait for Fun Plus Phoenix to overcommit to the box. Fun Plus Phoenix trying to go in and make something happen, but so much fire coming down as both Team GD, YZG, and Ace all waiting in the wings. Fun Plus Phoenix is going to back off. They're waiting for somebody to make a mistake that they can capitalize on because they do not want to be the ones overcommitting onto this box stuff.
I mean, I wouldn't want to overcommit either, even in these spaces. But like I said, this is the 6th and final one. If it's the one place you need to be able to overcommit, I feel like now's the time to do it. Now's the time for that opportunity, though, as GD looks like they're going to be able to open their chest, get their loot, and get it popping, as we talked about it before here. And we talk about it all the time, trying to keep the game alive here as GD is not safe around this Bane's Breath. Oh, no! Oh, no! Hinkerkaxi gets claimed by the ballista. Oh, no! What did we just watch? What? Chat, there's not many times I'm speechless. I am speechless after that moment. Oh my God.
K literally gets hit with double Banes in the same spot, and then immediately Wolves One Fang just turns around with the ballista and shoots them down. And then we watch Kakaixi get hit with one inside the building, and it sends him flying into the second one as he gets picked up by the Bane as well. What in the world? Team GD right now has got to be beating their head against their monitors. Like, how did we just let that happen to us?
You know what's crazy? The Bane's Breath caught 2 kills. It has more kills than GD and ASC in this game. I'm sorry I have to do that, but it's true. They really caught 2 eliminated. Thank goodness for Darn Queen coming through to pick them up and being like, get your stupid behind up. Get back to this work. I end up getting eliminated by this dude thing. What's wrong with you? Ends up catching them and slipping them out in the situation. That's so funny. Wow. I'm absolutely speechless. I still can't believe that we just watched that. Wow. See if they can work towards this one as they're going to be able to keep this going. It looks like it's only going to get interesting now.
And Wolves more than happy to just sit up top here on Ballista and hold at this space. OUG looking to pressure forward just so they don't have to deal with the Ballista. It doesn't look like they're trying to come up top and counteract Wolves here. EWG, Zhao Liu just trying to give them the old barbecue from up top here. Going top side now, JJHRD. I'm, surprised to see JJHRD still in this game. They picked up those 6 eliminations early and then all of a sudden got, eliminated, sent back to Soul Altar. And now they're holding on pretty good here. They picked up another 2 eliminations. They're at 8 eliminations, tied for the kill leaders here in the lobby with Fun Plus Phoenix and the likes of Team EWG. Zhao Liu gonna take a ton of shots here off the back of a repeating crossbow and drop down. Needs to find a space to get a little bit of a reset. Miskia up top on the tree, just chilling. Where to see? Look at all these musket shots just raining up towards EWG. EWG's like, look, we like our treehouse, but man, you need to chill. GG's 330 gonna take a bow shot. More bow shots just coming down. LXM and him dodging around. Wolves off top of the ballista now. Need to be careful as JJHRD coming in onto Team Wolves. JJHRD going to be forced to pop the ultimate as Wolves One Fang also pop their Wu Chen ult as well. They get out stunned, but they get out and a heal. And again, Wolves in that position where they don't have that great a loot coming into the final circles here, really going to struggle to pop off, and they definitely want to here. We're going to see the tactical nuke coming through with the Viper ult. I don't know what One Fang's doing here. They're going to just push through the Viper ult here as they are going to try to pick up Sanzi, but XCG actually picks it up with the bow shot. So One Fang, Sans ultimate, Sans F3 now, as well as Wolves puts themselves in not so great a position here in the game at number 6. EWG Zhao Liu gets sent flying by a longsword and then followed up immediately onto with a wisp, but nobody able to capitalize on it from that position. Zhao Liu's just like, man, y'all stop sending me on an international flight right now. I'm trying to chill. EWG Sanzi going to be forced to ult here coming through. They are going to be EWG Zhao Liu able to pick up GD's Kakaishi. Sanzi going to go back topside looking for a reset if they can find one up top here. Wolves still holding on for dear life. GD and them trying to come through. It looks like they're able to pick up a parry. They are able to pick up Kakaishi here. GD holding on, able to get Kakaishi back into the game. Wolves going to back off after that now as GD pushes on to team GD does not want that smoke and are going to push back towards where Wolves were, trying to find a space to call their own here as we see the likes of EWG come out and get some damage onto JJHRD's Linkson, but not able to follow up just yet. The Flame Breath's coming out, pumping out damage. Ventus' Pixel going to monk up, looking to find the grabs here in the game at number 6. They are going to find EWG's Sanzi. Not going to be able to fully capitalize on it, but are going to be able to do some damage. Wolves One Fang going to go down in the kill feed there. Unfortunately, EWG Sanzi going to go down to Ventus' TJ. Ling X10 going to pick up EWG Zhao Liu as we're down to 29 players. Zone 6, 1 minute till it collapses on to Zone 7. Don Quing, QGG, NiHQ, all going to be picked up here by OUG. OUG looking to find some eliminations as they go to 5 eliminations under their belt here in the 6th and final game. Ventus coming through. We're going to see the Wisp pick up Jin, but Jin not going to be eliminated. XCG going to find their last 2 players eliminated by OUG and Team GD. So XCG is going to be sent back to the lobby, and that's going to be it for them here in game number 6. Ventus TJ trying to find some hits as well. YZG Zhao Toto goes down to Wolves ZU. Fun plus Phoenix with 9 eliminations. Team GD, JJHRD, both with 8, and OUG with 6, respectively, here in our 6th and final game of the day. Ventus holding on to the backside of the zone here. They still have Pixel and their Monk. They could pop off at any moment. This is not a great circle for Monk, but we've seen before Pixel's one of those monks, can make things happen. Godly here turning on to Team Wolves. OUG's SS coming in with the massive Viper ult here. Is going to find stuns onto multiple people. Ventus' Pixel isn't even going to be given the opportunity to monk up here as he's picked up off the back of the huge ult from OUG's SS. Frontalist Phoenix' BBB following suit, coming in with the Viper ult of their own, but it's only a short stun. They're not able to capitalize on the GD's Kakaishi. However, capitalizes on to Fun Plus Phoenix's Leo. Fun Plus Phoenix down to 2 members. Wolves 14 coming in with a massive Viper ult of their own. They're going to pick up Kakaishi, and Wolves ZU picks up another elimination. That's going to bring Wolves to 3 eliminations. OUG picks up an elimination. Fun Plus Phoenix picks up 1. GD picks up 1. We're down to 15 players left alive. GD's K holding on for dear life. Wolves 14 gets hit off the back of LXM and a longsword. We're going to see a Wu Chen ult come in, but OUG's SS coming in with a Viper ult, drops down, tries to get a stun, doesn't find it, almost gets stunned by another Viper ult of another team. Now we're going to see GU picked up by OUG. GG's 330 trying to pop up. Wolves 14 so low, looking for a place to heal as TXJ gives chase. Wolves 14 jumps into the edge of the zone. 1 HP. They need to pop off. They almost get grabbed, Tubby.
Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal coming into this final circle here. Looks like 330 is able to get the throw down here, as it looks like he's going to get the elimination on a GD K. Meanwhile, Fun Plus Phoenix, TXJ trying to see if he can claim anything towards his elimination with the 5. with the Yorihime ulti coming in all around this space. Ends up getting hit by a massive bow, though, as Wolves 14 is going to find out many people, though. It looks like he might be able to stop the entirety of the server, and it looks like he almost does, though, as he almost claims everybody. But it's not enough, though, as Wolves 14 dangerously low already and immediately ends up getting found and tried. Unfortunate coming into this. Still able to rotate this all the way around towards this, as now you're going to be able to find it, clutch it down, put it down, and make more of it come through here, as now GG trying to keep the game alive. They are tied with Fun Plus Phoenix for 12 eliminations. The question is, can they do it? OUG trying to hold on with the 10 eliminations, but only has one player alive in this space. Still gonna be able to patch this in towards it. GG's 330 trying to create some form of a contention, making sure that somebody isn't able to have more heals. He's gonna have to try to see if he can push out as best as possible, though. And it looks like 330 is gonna be able to find the first elimination from this final circle. Fun Plus Phoenix's THJ is gonna try to see if he can find it. Holding on as much as possible, waiting for it to strike. Meanwhile, GG30, the best monk to come out of this game, ends up grabbing TXJ, stops the Yorihime ulti, throws him down, gets the finish, and ladies and gentlemen, GG's is gonna claim the 6th and final game of tonight. LXM 330 and Miss Kuya, they're gonna claim that final game dub, getting 12 plus eliminations in this. And ladies and gentlemen, it shines nothing but pink all over the surface, as GG is gonna clutch our 6th and final day. Didn't they get it? They didn't get another. They didn't get a game earlier, right?
So Davi, you know, they did get another game earlier. So this is a back-to-back. But I gotta break something to you. The curse is lifted because they got game 1, and now they're taking game 6, and they're holding on to first place still, Davi. The game 1 curse has been lifted.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The prophecy has been lifted. The prophecy has been lifted. Oh my god.
Team GG comes in and does it again with the not the back-to-back, but the double MVP for day 1 of our grand finals. GG's got to be feeling on top of the world right now, as they're going to go into our 2nd day leading the pack.
The prophecy has been lifted. Oh my god, the prophecy. I would have at least hoped this curse would last 2 or 3 seasons at least. Yeah, nothing fun. Anyway, I'm still happy knowing that GG clutches up game 1 and clutches up game 6. That's just a story made to be talked about after we end this today. And GG holding on and doing the best they can all the way towards the very end here. They made it look very, very good towards this space. So now we're 6 games deep. We got 6 more after this. Tomorrow is our final day of solos. I'm excited. I'm ready. I was born ready for this. This is where things get good. But now, even with this rune, I'm excited to see how we're going to be able to see how these teams, especially for the solos, come. But then we're back again for the trios for our game 2. We're going to see all of the surprises. We're going to see all the clutches. We're going to see all of the hype. And I, for one, am very, very excited to see how these final games go. But now that we've had our 6 games done, we're obviously going to see how the standings are for this final. And then obviously we're going to see our standing results for our trios so far within our first 6 games. And then we have an interview from Jaeger. Jaeger's going to do their thing. There's a lot that we have to catch up on here, as even with this final circle ending, though, GG's was able to hold on all the way towards the very end, getting massive amounts of eliminations. But let's not count out Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix is coming in at least 2nd place. At least.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's going to be very interesting to see the overall leaderboards for this game and the overall leaderboards for day 1 here. It's been a crazy first 6 games. A lot of the teams we expected to see towards the top, absolutely towards the top. Wolves came through. They tried to make something happen here in this final game. They just weren't able to really find their footing. They suffered the same way that we saw them suffer most of the day, right? Game 5, they were able to find gear, right? And off the back of that gear, they were able to pop off, have a big game. We saw them here going into Zone 5, Zone 6. All of them blue armor, blue weapons. They suffer in that mid game. They're not able to get out and find the loot that they want. They're not contesting those Morse blessings. And it's the games that they do that they pop off. So Wolves maybe needs to get together, have a strategy meeting and be like, hey, you know, we might need to kind of risk it towards some of these mid games, try to get some of these boxes. Because I'm tired of walking around with, you know, blue loot when we're in Zone 6.
I mean, you're not wrong even coming into this, and as I claimed it before, 17 eliminations coming through with 32.2 points. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, 22.2 coming through Fun plus Phoenix. Absolutely massive.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Fun plus Phoenix in second place, OUG in third. And
Wow.
what's funny is I'd be willing to bet all my channel points that these are the top 3 in this exact order as well, right now. What do you think, Dobby?
The OUG with 15 eliminations, not 15, sorry, 10 eliminations, 15 points. YZG with 9 points, Wolves with 6.5, XCG ending it with a 4.9, AOW ending it with what looks like it was a 1.2. It looks like 17,000 damage coming in from LXM. 7 eliminations coming in as well. I mean, they put up a massive amount of points for the entirety of their team. This team is dangerous. Absolutely dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we love to see. Wait, the Yuation is gonna be? I thought it was their Temmie. Looks like it is gonna be Miskia. Oh, I think the Temmie deserves the MVP. I feel like Miskia robbed his teammate here, but you know what? Miskia is still 15,000 damage, 6 eliminations. Oh, you know what? Here's why: 9 assists. Look at that kill participation, Dobby.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. 15 kill participation is pretty big here. You know, maybe I misspoke.
And Dragon's Roar.
I mean, Dragon's Roar is strong, very, very strong. One of the best strategies in my opinion. But yeah, you know, man, I was wrong. I give it to you, Miskia. You that kill participation absolutely awards you the MVP.
Yeah, you gotta think about like everything in terms of these deciding factors here, and this is why they are able to rate this as well and do what they can here. They've done a fantastic job with this so far here. So what are we to judge? Who are we to judge? Who are we to say what hasn't happened in these situations here? As they're going to be able to lock this in, they've made it look good towards these final circles. Like I said, these games have been very, very, very good. I'm very, very happy with how these games have come out for Naraka Blade Point, not only for the community, but here at the casting table, but then also people watching in chat, people watching from all over the world, the fans that are watching on the at the stage right now. I wish we could be there live. That'd be amazing. But until that time, we're gonna show you guys the standings, the final standings for these games. But until then, Jaeger, you got one more, girl. Send us home. See you guys in a minute.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with 李星淼. Let him say hello to our audience. Hello 星淼，欢迎再次来到我们的这个采访间，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是积极的李星淼。
好的，再次欢迎你，也再次恭喜你们拿到了这一场的最高分。So we would like to say congratulations, because 李星淼 today is the second time come to the interview room, and we see like today Gigi is really excellent performance today. Good job, and you know. You are really like bravo in the final circle, and in the end of the game, it's like almost like controls. 3 times we saw the ultimate of Viper, and at that time, so I would like to know how you guys just avoid the damage and the control of the Viper. 那我们也可以看到这一把，其实最后真的积极整个战队有个高光时刻。今天其实有一个连续的3个宁红叶的大招同时在地图上放出来，我也是替你们捏一把汗，特别想知道那个时候积极你们整个全队是怎么样去规避宁红叶的这个伤害和他的控制呢？
因为我和小恶魔都有2个虚影步，所以我和小恶魔会利用那个虚影步去躲掉宁红叶的大招。
是的，大概是一个怎么样的时间点去找这个时间去开这个虚影步呢？
就是令红叶的那个线它快爆炸的时候，它的线的声音会变得更尖，然后你用那个虚影步的 timing 去躲掉就可以了。
好的好的。Actually at that time because we had the phantom step and we used like timing to 几秒钟，大概几秒钟的去听时间。
对，大概听到第4秒的时候。
第4秒 like almost like the 4th second and we just heard the sound of the Viper of its ultimate and when it's going to control everyone in the final circle it will be louder and higher sound. So at that time we just used the phantom step so that's why we can avoid the control of the Viper. And also we also saw you guys after the 3 Viper you just choose a very good timing to enter to the final circle and use your ultimate and just use the ultimate circulation of your hero combo. So I would like to know how you like analyze the timing is the right time. 那我也特别想知道，在这3次的这个宁红叶开大了之后，你们队，因为我们也知道嘛，其实你们用的阵容其实很需要这个大招奥义的循环。那你们是怎么选择去进场的这个时间，然后怎么去分析，觉得它是一个很好的进场时间呢？
首先可以判断出看别的大招教没教嘛，如果别人大招教了，我们过去教大招的话，他就没有反制手段了嘛。
是的，是的。
然后去那种或者去那种人比较少的地方开大，然后就比较好抓人。
原来是这样。So we will focus on other team if they are used ultimate or not. After they use ultimate, so we can just enter to the final circle and fight with them. And another choice for us is just choose a position which is the weakness position. So we don't have too much people there, and we just use the ultimate and we can grab opponent. That's why we can have very high damage in the final circle. 好的，谢谢新苗，感谢今天分享，也恭喜你们今天有始有终，是第1把跟最后1把都拿到了最高分，也期待积极在本次我们的这个 S2 的决赛当中一个表现。好的，谢谢新苗 ，Thank you 李新苗 for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Jaeger! Thank you so much for that fantastic and amazing interview here for our 6th and final game, our halfway mark for our Season 2 Grand Finals for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, the vibes have been very high, but ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the moment you've been waiting for. Let's see who is taking it so far and leading the pack towards these games within the next 6 games that we're going to be experiencing on Sunday. I think that's where things are going to get a little bit more interesting. I think things are going to be so much better, and I'm very excited to see how they're going to be able to put this down and or together.
I just gotta mention something real quick. I always talk about consistency. Look at JJHRT.
I mean, you can't say they're not consistent. You cannot say that JJ is not consistent. If that isn't consistency, I don't know what is.
Yeah, 19.9 and a 19.9 across both of their 3 game instances, games 1 through 3 and games 4 through 6. Ace holding on. Ace doing a little bit better in their second set of 3 games. 30 points instead of 20 points is a 10-point difference. You know, actually clawing back something here. Team GG though. Yeah, look, I called this, right? GG first place, Fun Plus Phoenix second, OUG third. Exactly the same placement order that we saw in our last game, right? In terms of just that game 6. Love to see it though. GG with 94.2, quite a substantial lead, almost 20 points over Fun Plus Phoenix and OUG right now. OUG and Fun Plus Phoenix literally like 0.5 point difference, 0.4 point difference, sorry. YZG a little bit further behind, Wolves a little bit further behind, but Wolves a much better performance in their second set of games, almost double the amount of points that they put on the board in games 1 through 3. XCG with the opposite problem, less than half the points in games 4 through 6 than they put up on the board in games 1 through 3. So XCG, you know, they came in, they proved that they can hang with the big dogs, and then all of a sudden they were like, hey, we got some points on the board, and they slacked off a little bit. So they need to come back on Sunday, and they can't be slacking off. You know what I'm saying? Can't be none of that slacking coming through. But coming through tomorrow, you guys are going to be rejoined by Dabier and Moxie as they round out games 7 through 12 of solos to determine who walks away our final champion for season 2 in terms of solos. It's going to be good. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, just looking at some of the stuff that happened on day one, where the score is sitting right now, it gonna be good. Dobby, y'all gonna enjoy those games.
Oh, I cannot wait. You know I love my solos. You know I love how the games are played for solos and how it's all riding on this one person. I love the intensity, knowing that we can really see some amazing one-on-ones here. But knowing that I'm going to be right back with you this Sunday for our trios is also going to be an absolute treat as we start off this way with all this momentum and we end it this way, and I'm very, very excited for that one too. But so far, Fun plus Phoenix has been looking good. GG has been looking good. YZG, kind of surprising, had a very strong start for the first 3 games and still kept the consistency throughout the next 3 games, but was just underperforming what they did in the first half. The question is can they keep that same momentum going into the next 6 games? And even then, they have to do better than their first half if they want to get back to that top placement, because they were top placement within those first 3 games. But by game 5, game 6, they're in top 10, but they're still keeping consistency in their numbers. They just need to do more. It's just like what you said earlier about 19.9 and 19.9. Consistency was the name of the game for that team.
Look, YZG, they had an opportunity to clutch out first place today, and it was in game 5. They've played consistently. They need to find an opening where they're like, okay, we can clutch out final circle. They started that momentum in game 5 in the very final circle, and then they took their foot off the gas pedal. They slowed down, and it was Team Wolves who took advantage of them slowing down in game 5. And Team Wolves was the team who was able to pop off and have the highest scoring game of the day. So YZG needs to come in and play consistently tomorrow, and they need to not miss that opportunity when it arises again if they want to be able to come out on top. But Sunday is going to be a very, very interesting day, Dobby. That said, that's going to be it from me and Dobby Air today. That's going to be it for the Nbpl today. Don't miss tomorrow. Don't miss Sunday.
Please don't.
Things are going to be absolutely crazy. This is it for season 2, and then we get ready to head to the big stage as we head to World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been the Runekeeper. This has been my lovely co-caster, Dobby Air. This has been the Nbpl, and we're going to see you guys tomorrow.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't